Spyro Reignited broke onto the scene as being one of the best remasters to hit the market quite literally ever. I mean, the Spyro franchise is a legendary franchise within the PlayStation history, and to see it remastered from the ground up, or remade, however you want to call it, from the ground up, was such an awesome and amazing experience to have. But did you know that rumors for this game started all the way back in 2017? Hello everybody, my name is Canadian Guy A, and I was one of the very first people to start hunting for these rumors and hints all the way back in 2017 for the Spyro Reignited Trilogy. In fact, this is basically how the channel got its foundations and how it started, was simply looking for evidence and hints of Spyro's existence and it coming back in the same style as Crash Insane. However, that didn't all just abruptly end when the game was announced. There were a whole bunch of other things that happened, from speculation, theories, delays, ups, downs. It was such a crazy journey, and this video documents all of that. What this video is essentially a supercut of all the speculation, starting from my very first Spyro video all the way up to the last video before Spyro Reignited released publicly to everybody. Now, I want to give a couple notes here. There's going to be some things, especially in the more earlier videos, that you may be questioning because in context at the time, it made sense. But now looking back, it definitely doesn't make sense. So I wanted you guys to see what our minds were at that point and how it developed to when Spyro was announced. Now, nearly every single video that I made from the beginning to when Spyro's was released is in this supercut. A few exceptions have been made, typically if there's something quality or some third-party intervention came in to make it that I couldn't or didn't want to necessarily include it in this video. Now, the quality of said videos and my opinions have changed and have been varied, especially as I learned more about audio quality and to not yell into a microphone as I got better with my experience. So you're going to be seeing a lot of amateur hour when it comes to editing. Now, what's awesome about the supercut is that all the intros and outros have been cut so that it's one easy viewing experience. So without further ado, let us explore the beginnings and the first rumblings of Spyro Reignited all the way up till its release. Let's check it out. Could Spyro be coming back for a remaster on the PS4? Let's find out. Hey guys, Canadian Guy A here. I have been stopped playing Crash Bandicoot and hopped off the couch to bring you news of another possible remaster. Before we begin, this is speculation, but I would not sit down for 2 days to make a video if I did not think it's highly likely that it's true. When we used to play Crash on the PlayStation 1, there was also his video game brother, Spyro the Dragon. They ran parallel to each other. They even advertised each other on their leaflets of their games and offered demos for each other. So when Crash Bandicoot Insane Trilogy was announced, immediately after people started buzzing. What about Spyro? Fans have been asking for years for the return of Spyro. Fans have made fan games, rebuilt worlds in the Unreal Engine, and more. People just want their cute, awesome purple dragon back. Now, Skylander Spyro has been around. He even has his own Netflix series, which is painful. But we have not heard of an original Spyro in years since Skylanders was released. So does this mean that we likely won't get a Spyro? Has Imposter Spyro killed the original and has left us with nothing but pieces of plastic that we put on a portal and told it's still Spyro? Well, let's look into the evidence. The new Netflix series that has Sky Spyro in it has an episode where Crash actually shows up. And boy, isn't it ever entertaining.
Crash Bandicoot. And I have no idea how I got here. Last thing I remember, I was on the Wampa Islands and about to free my friend Tawna from the clutches of the evil Dr. Neo Cortex.
That guy just sounds like bad news.
You don't even know the half of it, mate.
Okay, stop it. I can't take it anymore. Though this is painful to watch, it does show proof that at least the productions are working tightly knit with each other. This series is relatively new, so that further proves it. Now, if you will excuse me, I need to put this in its proper place. There. That's better. Now let's move on to less painful evidence. Back in 2014, an interview with Andrew House, the CEO of PlayStation America, he was asked, quote, "While rival manufacturer Nintendo has recycled many of its most successful characters and franchises, including Zelda, Pokemon, and Super Mario time and time again, PlayStation has left some of its most beloved games unvisited. Will we see a Crash Bandicoot or Spyro the Dragon revival anytime soon?" Which he responded with, "This is very dangerous ground," Mr. House laughs. "In concept, it is something that we have been thinking about and discussing, and this is a shift for us. We've started to say that maybe there isn't anything wrong with going back and looking at characters that people still talk about, that were a big part of either their childhood or their youth. I definitely wouldn't close the door on that." And years later, Crash is now back in our living room, smashing crates and spitting like the good old days. But there's even more evidence. First 4 Figures, a company that makes and builds PVC-based figurines, has teamed up with Activision to create a 9-inch hand-painted Crash statue. On their Facebook, they say, quote, "It is truly an honor to now be working with Activision to bring you fantastic Crash Bandicoot and Spyro the Dragon collectibles." See that tiny little tidbit at the end there? Yeah, that's right. They are making Spyro collectibles. Why would they license a company to do this when they already have tiny Spyro collectibles with Skylanders? Well, they have Sky Spyro, but they don't have original OG Spyro. But there's more. PlayStation Netherlands posted this picture on their Facebook. As you can see, they are all PlayStation exclusive characters, with not only Crash, but our friendly flying purple dragon. And not Sky Spyro, OG Spyro. Some are saying it might be a rumor to PlayStation All-Stars 2 with Spyro and Crash in it. Yes, it would be cool, but it's also evidence of a remaster or new game. Now I got one more piece of evidence, the biggest one yet. Back in the day, in Crash Bandicoot Warped, there was a way to unlock a secret demo for Spyro the Dragon. On the title screen, you had to punch in the modified Konami code, which was up, up, down, down, left, right, square. When this was punched in, you got to unlock the secret demo for Spyro. Now, in the Insane Trilogy, while you are hovered over top the Crash Bandicoot Warped title and you punch in the code, this happens. Did you see it? Probably not. It took me about 4 watches to understand what I was seeing. But what you saw is after the code is punched in, the selection cursor disappears for Crash Bandicoot Warped. When you go to the other menus, you can cycle through the options, but the cursor never disappears. After punching in the code that was used for the Spyro demo, while hovering over Warped, it disappears. Kinda lame? Yes, but this goes deeper. Someone had to program that in. This is not just a glitch. Someone had to program that if you punched in this code, the specific code, the cursor will disappear. This being a nod to the original Spyro. With all this evidence, I think we better be on the lookout for the release of a Spyro game in the hopeful near future. How could a Spyro remaster change everything? Let's find out. Hey guys, it's Canadian Guy A. Again, based on the release of Crash Bandicoot, people have been talking about a remaster for Spyro. Since I posted my evidence video, a lot of views and subscribers came along, so thank you everyone. That was awesome. So what I want to talk about is that if there were a Spyro remake, what would be great about it? What would make it so interesting and change everything? Well, Crash Bandicoot was a gateway to this idea of PlayStation exclusive characters being remastered from an old PlayStation series. Thoughts of Spyro, Crash Racing, Jak and Daxter, and many others are what a lot of people are talking about on the forums. People want to relive their childhood, it would seem, except in an HD world. A Spyro remake could be what the doctor ordered for PlayStation. See, younger kids did not really know Crash all that well. My niece, for example, who is 13, never heard of Crash Bandicoot. Crash was being sold to the older teens and adults that played the game before. Yes, this is a good introduction to the young ones of the game, but it was just not marketed towards them. However, with Spyro being the head honcho on Skylanders, this brings us to an interesting situation, possibly a very profitable one. See, when Spyro became a Skylander, he lost a lot of his original PlayStation 1 audience in exchange for a younger audience. Don't get me wrong, though I hated the fact that he became a Skylander, it was smart. The whole concept of Skylanders was a gold mine. Parents buy the game, then they buy the portal, then the kids have to collect the figures. Then they release new ones, then special edition of versions of the original, then an expansion which entails a new game, new portal, more figures, blah 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 blah. Skylanders knew how to get parents to fork over the money, but there's a golden opportunity here. Here's my theory on how this will all go down. Crash Bandicoot gets a remaster. Everyone and their dog goes bananas. With this, older fans start to remember, hey, remember Spyro? I love that game. Then Activision and Vicarious Visions turn and say, I got you, bro, and releases the Spyro remaster. Now here's where the secret plan comes together. Both adults and children will be clamoring for this game. Adults who used to play Spyro will see this and remember the good old days and will want a copy. Kids will simply think, hey, it's Spyro from Skylanders, I want it. The money that they will make will be insane. Now they could try to use Spyro to introduce the younger generation of kids to old PlayStation 1 heroes. They would somehow have to introduce the whole plethora of games that came out for PlayStation 1 and get interest for the younger audiences. I'm not saying to advertise other games, but what I am sure that they can do is figure out how they can trigger interest from the younger audience. Spyro was really a beautiful game for its time, but with a modern day polish, it would look even better. What I'm trying to say is Spyro could change everything by bringing in the younger generation and introducing them to old PlayStation characters, which in turn will yield more remasters of older games that both kids and adults will want. Yes, a remastered Spyro would be amazing, but to look at it another way, it could be the start of something big for PlayStation. Retro remasters. Also, perhaps a new Spyro trilogy? This would bring both audiences again to want to buy it. Now, there are risks of this failing, but I'll be covering that on my next video. How could a remastered Spyro ruin the Spyro series? Let's find out. What's up guys, Canadian Guy A here. In the previous video, I talked about how awesome it would be for a Spyro remaster to come along and the benefits of it. But I want to talk about the possible risks in this video and how it could ruin Spyro. First off, Spyro is now a Skylander. They already made Spyro Jump brands once. Are they willing to either A, rip Spyro out of the game and put him back as a standalone character, or B, have them both coexist? This is a video within itself, but to summarize, it could cause complications when it comes to the kids. Spyro would be different, which leads me to my next point. The adults almost lost it in rage when they saw the new design Spyro, but the kids loved it. Now, as an uncle to 7 kids, I know there's one thing among kids that is apparent. They love repetition. Let me tell you, after watching Cars for the 640th time, I can confirm this is true. So when something different comes, it could be a shock. Would the younger generation like the original Spyro? Because in their mind, the Skylander Spyro was their original Spyro. Now Spyro would be different in their eyes. This could ruin its image. Another possible issue is the game's mechanics itself. The mechanics of Spyro and Skylanders are catered to a different audience. While Skylanders was more of a top-down easy game, Spyro was a 3D platformer / adventure. The kids may not like the change of gaming style. Now here's the point for both audiences. Crash's controls were not updated. They stayed jumpy and punishing, which worked for the adult crowd, but that might not work for Spyro. See, the Crash levels are linear. You can go forward and back, but the camera stays on a track and is not freeform.
Spyro, on the other hand, is a freeform game. However, the camera options were that of either brain dead slow or ADHD.
To appeal to both crowds, I think an update to the controls would be better for the kids, but the adults and diehard fans may think it should take away from the original game. Now, you might be wondering, why do I have so much concern for the younger crowd? Well, like I said in my previous video, Skylanders was a gold mine. There were many fans of the series, but lately Skylanders' popularity is going down. Normally they release a game every year, except for the past year. This is the first time this has happened since the release of Skylanders. If they were to switch Spyro to a new brand again, it could sink Spyro's own ship and Skylanders. Yes, the adult crowd still would want the Spyro remaster, but is it a big enough market? Will Activision take the leap with a possible chance that they could sink the gold mine Skylanders? Or is that gold mine depleted and Activision is simply salvaging one of their stars? Only time will tell. So overall, my concern is not the adult crowd. I know for a fact that most adults will pick up Spyro day one, but my concerns lie with the younger crowd. While they like the different look, gameplay, and genre, we can only answer this if we get a remaster.
Could there be more evidence of Spyro's return? Let's find out. What's up guys, Canadian Guy A here. Since the last time I made an evidence video about Spyro's comeback, more evidence has surfaced. So the first piece of evidence is based on something I mentioned in my first video. Remember what I said about the first 4 figures? Well, they have announced and shown the Spyro figure that I talked about, and if you take a look here, it looks awesome. But the model that they use is not the Skylanders Spyro, not the Legend of Spyro, but the original Spyro. But there is something else I noticed as well that caught my eye. See what comes with Spyro? This beautiful cardboard background thing, I guess? I don't really know what to call it, but it's what's on the box like thing. What's on it? Take a look. It's the Nasty Bull, and of course, the one, the only, Nasty Nork, the main villain in the original Spyro game, and as you can tell, they look, shall I say, updated? To look in comparison to the front case, they certainly do. But of course, they could have just redesigned it for fun's sakes for the statue. But maybe it was a piece of work given to them from Activision? Who knows? For my next piece of evidence, we gotta go back to 2014. Back then, an article by PlayStation Universe talks about a man named Ryan Harrison, who was a digital artist who worked for Activision. He posted concept art for a Crash Bandicoot game on his DeviantArt. I'm only going to show these 2 images, but I put his channel in the link below so you can go check out the pictures yourself. But in the article, he said that he worked on a Spyro game and a Crash Bandicoot game. Quote, digital artist Ryan Harrison has revealed that new Crash Bandicoot and Spyro the Dragon titles were in the works but were cancelled by Activision. He continues with, Crash Bandicoot was canned in May 2013 with work originally starting in 2012. He says that a new Spyro the Dragon was in development for much longer. However, Harrison does not go into detail as to why the plug was pulled on both titles. Now this sets up an interesting question. Why would they cancel both games at the same time? The Crash Bandicoot remaster came out 4 years later. Could it be that the games were cancelled for similar plans? We may soon find out. Now before I go to the piece of evidence that really puts it all together in a beautiful bow tie, I want to point something out. Spyro was released on September 9th, 1998. That means that September 2018 would be Spyro's 20th anniversary. There would be almost no better time than to release the game then. Now some of you might be thinking, okay, come on now, games take years upon years to make. To have Spyro come out in 1 year is nuts. Normally I would turn around and agree with you, but according to Engadget.com, Vicarious Visions made the Crash Bandicoot remaster in 2 years. Now the engine for Crash is already built. They might be able to use the same engine for Spyro. Now if we aim for a December release of 2018, it would still fit the 20th anniversary area and would give them a year and a half, which I think is doable since the groundwork is already set. That is if they started working the moment Crash was released to the public in the end of June. Now here are the final and likely the biggest pieces of evidence for our pint-sized purple dragon. After the release of Crash, the public outcry for a Spyro remaster became fierce. Forum after forum, tweet after tweet, comment after comment. Finally, Vicarious Visions acknowledged our outcry and told IGN, just keep asking. Then, in a conference call with investors and the lead publisher of Activision, Eric Hirschberg, I'm sorry, but can I just say that his name sounds like you're saying Hashberg, but with your lips put together? Hirschberg. I actually had to look up how to pronounce his name. Anyway, continuing. He told the team the following. We knew that there was a passionate audience out there for Crash. Full disclosure, myself among them, but we had no idea. It's hard to tell whether a vocal minority or whether there's a real mass audience until you put something out there. Crash has surprised all of our expectations by a pretty wide margin. And a couple of stats to underscore that point, where it was the #1 selling console game in June based on units, even though it was only available for 2 days during that month. We think we have other great IP in our portfolio that we're considering, of course. I think you can be confident that there will be more activity like this in the future with more great IP. So, with all these tidbits, want to know what this means? It means that we could be looking forward to a remaster of Fishing Derby! No? Okay, maybe not. But I think we could most definitely be seeing the Spyro remaster in the near future.
Is there a way to make original, Legend, and Skylander Spyro fans happy in the possible upcoming remaster? Let's find out. What's up guys, Canadian Guy A here, and I hope you liked the new intro. I felt that the first one was a little too heavy and not quite as lighthearted, but I can switch back. Comment below and let me know. In my previous videos on how Spyro could change or ruin everything when it comes to the possible upcoming remaster, there were so many people talking and discussing Spyro with each other, and that is awesome. However, when it had gotten to the topic of how Spyro would look in the upcoming remaster, things got, well, let's say heated. Most people wanted, of course, the original Spyro to be the model for the upcoming remaster, because if that was what the model was at the time, then it should stay the same. Some, however, felt that the Legend of Spyro would be a better choice. I didn't notice anyone, though, defending the look of Sky Spyro. I wonder why. Maybe it's because that one of my elegant commenters had said, Sky Spyro looks like a pug made with a car crash. Which, I did spew my morning coffee while reading that, so thank you for making me laugh. But there was an idea pitched, an idea that would fix all this arguing and debating. Something that would fix everyone's problems and possibly boost the sales of the remaster. In my video where I talk about the possible negatives, I mentioned that fans of Skylanders may not like the original look to Spyro because it would possibly be different from what they thought was originally Spyro. I go on to explain that kids love repetition, and when something different comes up, it comes as a shock and may deter them from the game. Something else that I want to point out is that Spyro fans are very passionate about their favorite Spyro games. There have been many different iterations of Spyro, and fans tend to defend their favorite at all times, while others attempt to pick it apart. So there seems to be a little rift between some Spyro fans when it comes to different iterations of games. But there were two comments in the video series that made my brain go pop. Something that would fix so many problems, put all the fans at ease, and also would attract the kids who were fans of Skylanders. To those who don't know, back in the original trilogy, you could punch in cheats for the games. In Ripto's Rage and Year of the Dragon, however, you could punch in cheat codes to change Spyro's appearance, from big-headed Spyro to 2D Spyro, and you could change his color as well. So with this concept and idea in mind of different colored Spyros, what if we had the choice of different versions of Spyro? I'm Secret Spy and Gaming Galenul. I'm sorry if I mispronounced that. I'm probably ruining it. But they came up with the idea of different skins for Spyro. It would be up to you what Spyro you wanted to play. Imagine this. You click new game, and before everything starts, you get to pick your Spyro. You would have the choice of remastered original Spyro, Legend of Spyro, and Skylander Spyro. Think about it. In the new Crash Bandicoot, we got to choose whether to play as Coco or Crash. So why couldn't we choose which version of Spyro we want to play? Imagine if the kids had never heard of the original Spyro. They would still want the game because they could choose to play as Skylander Spyro, which they are familiar with. Then the group of people who were die-hard Legend of Spyro fans
could play as that version of Spyro. And then, of course, those who just want to play as the remastered version of the original, they can. This appeases all parties and, of course, would just increase sales. But this also unlocks a character unlockables possibility, a new feature in the game. What if you finish the first Spyro and you unlock the original Spyro, like the low poly Spyro model? Or if you perform 500 headbutts, you unlock one of 300 variations of Skylander Spyro. Or perhaps even unlocking Cinder. Maybe even Enter the Dragonfly and Hero's Tail Spyro could be thrown in. Maybe new ideas that we have never seen before, like find all the dragon eggs in Year of the Dragon and you can unlock Baby Spyro. Who knows? The possibilities would definitely be wide and expansive. They would all control the same, but it would deepen the desire to go achievement hunting and make people spend more time in the game trying to uncover all of its secrets. The best part about this that it doesn't change the core gameplay. It's only for aesthetics. It's the version of Spyro that you want to play. Could we possibly have an announcement date for Spyro? Let's find out. What's up guys, Canadian Guy A here. So something interesting had popped up in my comment section that is very intriguing. Something that could blow the lid on the whole thing on the Spyro remaster. But you gotta take it with a large grain of salt. But stay with me with this video. This could be a big one. Like, the big one. But before we get into that, let's talk about something that is relatively, more solid. The possible date when they announced the remaster of the Spyro Trilogy. Over the past few months, I have covered many things about Spyro, evidence videos, pros and cons, and even a theory. So we are now winding down to when is this going to happen? We can't talk about how great the remaster could or would be, but there needs to be one that brings it all together. We need an actual remaster. So some of us looked forward to E3 2017. Did it come? No. But then, Crash was released. The tiny possible code popped up along with the first 4 figures announcement of Crash and Spyro. Could it come to Gamescom? Was it possible that they could announce Spyro then? No. So when? When could we see or hear of the remaster? Well, like I always said, and a rule of thumb with Spyro, Spyro normally follows in the path of Crash Bandicoot. So when Crash was announced officially, it was at Sony's E3 in 2016. No trailer for it, but just an announcement. Here's a reaction to the crowd just announcing it.
I'm proud to announce that we work with our partners at Activision, who are going to bring back the original Crash, Crash 2, and Crash Warped, fully remastered from the ground up for PlayStation 4.
And for humor's sake, let's hear the reaction to the fact that Crash will be in Skylanders.
Crash Bandicoot will also appear first, though, on PlayStation 4 this October in Skylanders Imaginators. So let's have a look at that.
I literally think 2 people clapped. The public was actually treated to the Crash Bandicoot trailer officially later that year, on December 3rd, 2016 at the PlayStation Experience. Then on June 30th, 2017, the game was released. So my prediction is that the announcement for the remaster will be at the PlayStation Experience 2017 on December 9th, and then the game will be released later in 2018. Now, if it follows the same timeline as Crash, they could simply place it in the month of September 2 months later and say, hey, it's Spyro's 20th anniversary. This would line up with everything that we have talked about before. Now, before I talk about this big thing I have been hiding, I have a few things to say. First off, if all goes to plan, I will stream the PlayStation Experience live event with you guys on my channel on December 9th. This is not confirmed though because it's so long down the road, but if all comes to plan, I will stream it and we will watch it together. If they reveal Spyro, I will literally freak out and you will all get to hear my meltdown of excitement and then make fun of me after, okay? Okay, now the big kahuna, the big comment that I was talking about. Now remember, you have to take this with a grain of salt. Maybe grains, or entire rocks of it. But it just seems, I can't describe it, almost too much out of the blue. Just here, let me read it to you. I unfortunately cannot give you any proof of this statement, so you will just have to believe me unconditionally, smiley face. Yes, They are doing the Spyro remasters. They have been developing them for about a year or so, and they plan to release the games on September 9th, 2018. So it's basically top secret, as the voice actors sign a contract that forces them not to reveal anything about their assignment to the public. I spoke to a certain person who works in the facial animation department, and she says that sadly, none of the original voice actors will return for this game. René Aubergenois has been chosen to portray Moneybags and the Professor. Jess Harnell is Spyro. Laura Bailey is playing either Alora or Bianca, and they are planning to get Brad Garrett as the voice of Ripto. And they are, sadly, planning on having quite a few of Skylanders and Legend of Spyro references to appeal to the younger crowd. Okay, so first off, my reaction was kind of, well, weird. I didn't know what to think. Do I believe him or do I not? Because here's the thing. Being an editor, I have met people who have worked on and heard of projects that the public had not known about before, and I was told to keep my lips closed. So, is it possible that this person is correct? Maybe. Here's the thing. If there were any official source like a news website, then they could get in trouble due to the fact that you signed a non-disclosure agreement, which in turn makes you keep your lips closed and you can't say a thing. This person claims that they have a friend or a source in the facial animation department for Spyro, which actually makes a lot of sense since they list off a bunch of voice actors. Because the facial animation team would work closely with the voice acting team because they are animating how the faces move to the characters. But again, there is no confirmed source. I decided to do an IMDb search of all the actors that were mentioned, and the one that stuck out to me was the voice that they chose for Spyro, Jess Harnell. This man actually did the voice for Crash Bandicoot in the recent remaster. Well, for the few lines that he actually had.
Uh-oh!
But one thing that made me also raise an eyebrow was that he was the voice for Spyro in A Hero's Tale.
Nasty North. Didn't I defeat that guy years ago? Huh. What are dark gems?
No offense, I kinda hope his performance has improved. Performance opinions aside, Harnell has also been a part of almost every Ratchet & Clank game, which was the original developer of Spyro, and have been in many Skylander games as Blast Zone, Crash Bandicoot, and Flipwreck. Also, Ratchet & Clank is a PlayStation exclusive series. The original Spyro was as well. We can assume that Spyro will be locked to the PS4 for at least a year, but Harnell has a relationship with Sony and Activision, so I found that as interesting. But also to follow in line with the PlayStation and Activision relationship, René Aubergenois has also worked on Skylanders and the Uncharted series, and Laura Bailey is also in the Uncharted series and stars in Uncharted Lost Legacy and Skylanders as Persephone. And also Jaina Brownmore from Warcraft. So once again, there seems to be some correlation between Skylanders and PlayStation exclusive content. However, Brad Garrett is a little bit of a stretch for playing Ripto. Oh, who's Brad Garrett? Here, let me refresh your memory.
Oh, it was going okay. And then Agent Garfield read me a letter about Crazy Robert and his lucky suit.
Remember now? Yeah, bit of a stretch, don't you think? Having Ripto smash down the wall to Everyone Loves Raymond does not seem to ring well with me.
Somebody just kill me.
But two things that this guy's post lines up with that we have been talking about in my previous videos. One, there would be some sort of elements that pays homage to the other Spyro games, which I am hoping is collectible skins. And two, the release date being in September, which is the anniversary for Spyro. So what do you guys think? Do you think this comment is true, or is it bologna? Do you think it holds any water? I'm going to leave that to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, believe it or not, that's the end of the PSX kickoff. Have a great weekend.
Now what?
What's up, guys? Canadian Gaia here, and I am feeling, well, sad and disappointed. The PlayStation experience came and went, and boy, the only thing I gained from that conference was sleep deprivation and a little ounce of self-loathing. But my biggest letdown was not the fact that Spyro was not announced. Trust me though, it's up there, but the fact of how lackluster the show was. No Last of Us, Spider-Man, Days Gone, and, well, the God of War footage that was used was the same one that we saw at Gamescom. What we got were a bunch of cringy moments.
It is, you know, it's a big game. I can't hear you louder.
Oh, that silence. That silence for a moment. Why are they just laughing?
Freebird? Is that what?
Freebird.
And teases that felt like Spyro was coming, but alas, replaced with Wipeout and Medieval.
Wait, there's more.
There is more. There is more.
You know, we like to go back from time to time and look at some of our classic catalog games that we have, because we believe that
Oh my gosh.
you know, a great game is always a great game. And sometimes you have to refresh and bring them back on new platforms because sadly you can't go out and buy a PS1 and play it. So what we have here is we've taken a game we delivered last year. We brought Wipeout back, and now we're going to bring out Wipeout VR.
Yeah, let's check out.
Oh.
Before we wrap up, though, Sean, there's been something I've been meaning to mention to you.
Way down here, all by myself on the stage.
Way down there. That's right. That's right. There's this this thing with this shirt. You know, I see it kind of peeking out there.
The shirt.
Out of your...
The shirt.
What's the deal with that? Can we get a look?
So we kind of it's this kind of tradition sort of happened by accident. And
Shirt.
I would wear a shirt on stage at PSX, which would give an indication of kind of games to come in the future, things I want to see happen. There was the infamous Crash Bandicoot T-shirt experience, but it led our friends and partners at Activision to bring out Crash Bandicoot again, which is one of the biggest, one of the most successful titles this year.
No.
We've done that with Ratchet. We've done that with Wipeout, and now we have Wipeout VR coming.
Bib ribbon.
Yep. And so this your shirt.
Don't get me wrong, I'm really happy that there's a Medieval remaster, even though my reaction says differently. I was just really sad that it was in Spyro. I would have enjoyed the conference much more if it had, well, more, I don't know, content. The only two games that were announced that made me say, oh cool, was Medieval and Soul Calibur. Donuts was actually kind of interesting as well. So for the Spyro fans, some might be asking, now what? What do we look forward to next? Unfortunately, unless they drop it out of the clear blue sky with a trailer, there will be no longer any upcoming game shows to announce new games coming to the PlayStation 4. As far as I am aware, the only other time that would possibly be would be the Super Bowl. If my memory serves correctly, that is where Halo 3 was announced. But a game about a purple dragon running around, I don't think that will be shown to intense football fans around the world, especially with the whole political nonsense that's been added to the NFL in 2017. So what do we have to look forward to? What do we mark on our calendars next? Well, to any Spyro creators out there, on Twitter, Spyro Universe is setting up a day for content creators to make something for Spyro. Whether it's a picture, video, song, if it's content and Spyro related, be sure to post it on Facebook, Twitter, or any other social media that you use with as many hashtags as you can. It will be on January 6th. The point and purpose of it is instead of people posting little by little, we want to all post at the same time. This in theory will make a bigger and lasting impact and may catch the attention of those who have the rights to Spyro. But other than that, the sad truth is that our next aim date is going to be E3 2017, so about 6 months from today, which may feel like a long time because it is, but I don't want you to lose hope. We can do this, ladies and gentlemen. We can bring back Spyro. That's all for now, guys. I know not my longest video, but I have more stuff coming your way. Hearthstone, League of Legends, Spyro, and many other things are coming. Also, I now have a Twitter account. I will post there often and will always share news that I have pertaining to my YouTube channel. I also have a Facebook page that if you want to send me a chat message, you can. I always try to get back to you guys, and I love hearing all your ideas and what you have to say. I'll also be posting other content on there as well. The last thing that I want to tell you guys is that you have helped my channel so much. We broke 1,000 subscribers. I was almost in tears. Seriously, guys, thank you so much. But I want to bring you guys more content. So I set up a Patreon. I'm not begging for money, but every dollar you donate there, I will reinvest it back into the channel, whether it's buying games, buying video equipment, or whatever else. I love making videos for you guys, and I hope I can continue to do so with all of my abilities. The links are in the description below. Who is the company that might be making the rumored Spyro remaster? I honestly don't know. Seriously, is this what you write in the script? How am I supposed to... What's up guys, Canadian Gaia here, and back with some news that indirectly affects Spyro. What news was that? Well, it's Crash Bandicoot news.
Oh, how is news about Crash Bandicoot means Spyro news?
How many times do I have to repeat myself? If something happens with Crash, something happens with Spyro. This has been repeated throughout history. The two IPs are closely connected, for better and, well, for worse. A UK site that deals with merchandise for Crash Bandicoot had leaked information about Crash. Activision plans to release the highly successful Crash Bandicoot Insane Trilogy for the PC and Switch. The PC version is a bit confusing to me, but the Switch is a great idea. It's a perfect game for it. But remember, this is a rumor. How does this affect Spyro though? Well, there is only speculation, but I'll talk more about that later. The big piece of news is that Activision has plans for Crash Bandicoot for the next 5 years. Which means there will be more, and new, Crash Bandicoot games coming soon. Over the week, it's been a mix of people cheering, but with the nagging question behind it. What about Spyro? Is it assumed that the company Vicarious Visions that made the Insane Trilogy will be continuing making the next Crash Bandicoot games? It's not confirmed, but it's definitely assumed. People have been upset because they feel that means Spyro is not being made because Vicarious Visions is too busy with Crash Bandicoot, and I myself felt a little bit as well. Does this mean that Spyro is not happening? Has all this hype been for nothing? What about the statue, the secret code, the LinkedIn profile, Numbskull's upcoming merch, Box Lunch's merch, Sean Lane liking Spyro-related tweets, and all the other tiny nuggets in between? Was it all for nothing? And that is when my mind cleared and a question popped into my head. If Vicarious Visions were to not do Spyro, what other company would? Then an idea smashed me square in the face. What if it's Toys for Bob? Don't know who that is? They are the producers of Skylanders. Alright, calm down, comment section. Before you decide to write hate mail to me and unsubscribe, keep in mind that Vicarious Visions, the people behind the Insane Trilogy, helped make a Skylanders game. More on that later. Skylanders was a hit to kids, with units selling like hotcakes. So, Walmart set up displays. Advertisements were made, and we had to deal with the reign of Skylanders for almost a decade. But that reign is likely over. I have a script in the back burner talking about this subject, but I'll show this graph that I made for it. This is a graph showing the number of units sold through all the Skylander games. The first game sold a total of 5.38 million units across all of its systems. That's great. Then the following year, they hit 5.52 million units. Even better. It's about a 2.6% increase. Then the next year, they sold a whopping 6.29 million units. That's a huge 14% increase. But put your seatbelts on, ladies and gentlemen. This is when the ride gets bumpy. The following year, they sold 4.54 million units. Okay, that's a, 27% decrease from the year before, but they can recover. Well, the following year, they sold only 2.72 million units. That's a drop of 40% from the year before. It can't get worse, right? Well, the last Skylander games only sold 1.71 million units, a 37% drop from the year before. If they were to release Skylanders 7, and if they followed the pattern, even if I went easy on them and say that they would lose 25% from the year before, unless they release something amazing that brings everyone back, they would only sell about 1.28 million units. That's being nice. If I'm being realistic, I think it would be closer to a 32% drop. So, 1.16 million units. So, let's put it into a range. Skylanders 7, if they follow this pattern, would only sell 1.1 million to 1.35 million units. Also, did you know that they tried releasing a Skylanders card game called Skylanders Battlecast? I didn't, and it was a Cards to Life for mobile. It was released in June of 2016, and they closed the servers in September 2017, less than a year and a half later. Do you think investors in companies like Activision and Blizzard want to keep throwing money at this? I don't think so. Meanwhile, Crash Bandicoot has been out for less than a year, and yet reports say It is at 3.25 million copies sold, and that was on one console in under a year. Now we have rumors of it coming to Switch and PC. I think it will be bare minimum to break 5 million units sold. Then, 1 year ago, it was reported that Skylanders was being put on a hiatus, confirmed by an Activision quarterly call. But then, Toys for Bob released a post saying that they were hiring? How? How could they be hiring after its last game as a whole could not break 2 million units over 4 consoles? What, after 2 months did Activision walk up to Toys for Bob and drop an inhuman amount of money and tell them to make another Skylanders game, even though the last 2 were complete failures and had been on a downhill slope at breakneck speed? I don't think so. Remember earlier when I said I would come back to Vicarious Visions? Well, Vicarious Visions is responsible for technically the worst version of Skylanders. Superchargers. How are they the worst when Imaginators sold less? Because they were responsible for a 40% drop in units sold. Meanwhile, Imaginators was responsible for a 37% drop. So the game company that did amazing with the Crash remaster made the worst Skylanders game. If Vicarious can make a game like the Insane Trilogy, I would like to give Toys for Bob a chance at least. So when I broadened my horizon and said, okay, what if Toys for Bob is making the remaster? I looked at the release date of Skylanders Imaginators. It was October 13th, 2016. Now normally when a new project pops up, a company will put a small team aside to start working on it about 6 months ahead of time, just to get the groundwork set up so that when the rest of the company hops on, they hit the ground running. The date that a lot of people are predicting for the new Spyro remaster would be on its 20th anniversary, which is in 2018. If they were to release it around the time the first game was released, then it would be dropped in late 2018, so in the ranges of September to December. If Toys for Bob set aside 6 months before the release of Imaginators, and they aim for that target date, it would be 2.5 years of production. To compare that, reports say that Crash Bandicoot was made in 2 years with only the wire mesh frame of the levels, nothing else. So if Spyro was given the same treatment, it lines up with the amount of time that the game needs to be made. So it very well could be Toys for Bob that makes a Spyro remaster. We may have been looking at the wrong way the whole time. Another tidbit that I found is when Activision acquired the rights to Spyro and many other IPs, they offered Toys for Bob whatever IP they wanted from the new ones that they just acquired. They felt that they could take Spyro and do something with him. And they did alright. Spyro has not left their hands ever since. So what if simply the IP just stayed with Toys for Bob? Who knows? However, there's another company that could be making the Spyro remaster. That company is Bluepoint. Bluepoint is a relatively young company, but they are responsible for recreating the Shadow of Colossus remaster. They also are the ones that made the God of War collection, the Ico Shadow of Colossus collection, and many other PlayStation exclusive remasters and HD collections. A recent report was just announced that apparently Bluepoint has been working on yet another PlayStation classic. What is it? I have no idea. But it is possible that they're working on a Spyro remaster. Here's the thing, Vicarious Visions may be still developing the Spyro remaster, but the news of Crash Bandicoot having a 5-year plan of new future games may discredit that. Toys for Bob could be the ones behind it due to the fact that even though their main franchise was put on hiatus, they were still hiring for more people. The timing also lines up, even if they started right when Imaginators finished. Personally, I do not care who makes it. All I care about is about 2 things. Stay as true to the source material as you can and make it good. As long as the company that is making the rumored game does that, I'll be a happy man. What's up guys, Canadian Guy here and back with an unexpected video. We have a plausible official leak from Kotaku.com talking about a Spyro remaster. Let's read it all and then let's break it down. Spyro Trilogy remaster coming to PS4 this year by Laura Kate Dale. According to the multiple sources familiar with the project, Activision is currently working on a Spyro the Dragon Trilogy remaster, which will be announced in March 2018 and released in Q3 of 2018. The trilogy will, much like the highly successful Crash Bandicoot Insane Trilogy, will feature new assets, lighting, animations, and cinematics, as well as a remastered soundtrack. It will also feature updates to the save feature, much like occurred in the Crash remaster, which replaced the original game's password feature with something much more user-friendly. The remaster will include Spyro the Dragon, Spyro Ripto's Rage, and Spyro Year of the Dragon. And there is the tantalizing promise of some content cut from the original releases of those games. The Spyro Remaster will be announced for PS4 with PS4 Pro support sometime in March 2018 and will be releasing in Q3 2018. One source suggested that September would be the launch month and would be in line with Spyro the Dragon's 20th anniversary. While this detail will not be a part of the announcement in March, the game will be a one-year timed exclusive for PS4 before being ported to other systems in 2019. Apparently, the Crash Bandicoot Insane Trilogy is tied to similar one-year exclusivity window, so expect to see multiple ports of that in 2018. Spyro the Dragon Trilogy Remastered is currently under development by Vicarious Visions, the same studio who handled Crash Bandicoot Insane Trilogy. Given the Bandicoot's success, this release makes a lot of sense. Soon enough, we'll see whether the dinky purple dragon is remembered quite as fondly. Oh, that gets me excited! Now you might come up with doubt. It only says sources close to Activision and does not cite actual sources. So I did the next best thing and looked to the author. Her name is Laura Kate Dale, a journalist at Kotaku. She had made previous leaks for the, well, at the time, it was called the NX, or the Switch. She had said that one of the games being released had a title simply called Mario and Rabbids, which made everyone laugh and spread doubt. Yeah, then 1 year later, guess what was announced? Mario Rabbids Kingdom Battle. She also leaked other ports like Dragon Ball Xenoverse and Mario Kart 8. Now, there are some leaks that she has said that were a bit wrong but were close. Likewise, that a 3D Mario game like Super Mario Sunshine or Super Mario 64 would be coming on release day. She was right that a 3D Mario game was coming, just not quite on the opening day. Also, some leaks, like a Pokemon title coming, was not announced until much later on in the year. Some games that only have become rumors now, like the fact that there's a Smash Bros. Port that would be coming to the Switch with added gameplay as well. So to her defense, things can be shifted and shuffled around. The information that she was given could have been right at the time, but then was changed. But also she could have been receiving mixed information. So let's break down the important details. I'm going to skip the stuff like it will include remastered animations, because we already have seen the Crash Bandicoot remaster. We know already what to expect. The Spyro the Dragon Trilogy remaster, which will be announced in 2018 and released in Q3 of 2018. At first I raised my eyebrow at the announcement date. Why March? Why not E3 or even PSX? But a few things popped up supporting it. Numbskulls, a nerdy specialty novelty store, had teased that they were announcing Spyro merchandise in March or April. So that kind of lines up. But also, the CEO of Activision, Eric Hirschberg, is supposed to be stepping down in March as well. Perhaps he wanted to give one last heave-ho before he left. Also, it says announcement. It does not say trailer or anything of that kind. It might be a 15-second tease with a quick peek at Spyro and then smash cut to black with more details coming at E3. I also looked at what dates fall under the Q3 area, and it's July 1st to September 30th, which lines up with a lot of the theories of the game coming out on its 20th anniversary. There is also tantalizing promise of some content cut from the original releases of those games. Like Crash Bandicoot, there was cut content from the games. The Crash Remaster released Stormy Ascent, which was previously only something that you could access if you had a Game Shark. So that detail greatly intrigues me. The game will be a one-year timed exclusive for PS4, before being ported to other systems in 2019. Apparently, the Crash Bandicoot Insane Trilogy is tied to the similar one-year window, so expect to see multiple ports of that in 2018. So this is kind of interesting because it ties in with the leak that was slipped up from GBI, which we talked about last video, where Crash is being sent to other ports, being PC and Switch, but not Xbox One. So for this leak to line up with another leak is, well, quite good and reputable. Under development by Vicarious Visions, the same studio who handled Crash Bandicoot Insane Trilogy. This detail shocked me a little. Where did they have the time? I want to release a video based on this small detail because there is a long-winded explanation that I don't want to go into. But a quick thought. Toys for Bob is making a new game. What game? No idea. But maybe they are helping Vicarious Visions with it because they have been partners in crime a lot in the previous Skylanders games. That's all I'm going to talk about for now. More details later on that. Also, just about every single big gaming news organization has reported this leak, from IGN to GameSpot. So apparently, to them, this is pretty legit. Also, tweets from the group of Kinda Funny and other reputable sources that are close to either Sony or Spyro have popped up retweeting this leak, including the original voice actor himself of Hunter and Ripto. Apparently to them, it seems pretty real. I am so excited. Now remember, there is always that possibility that this could be fake. There is always that chance, and I hate that I have to say it, but it is true. But lining up with the evidence and what this person is saying, and also what they have said, is looking pretty kosher to me. Could we have even more details about the Spyro remaster?
Let's find out.
Hey, that's my line. What's up guys, Canadian Guy here, and back with a great friend of mine, Mechanizer.
What's up everybody, this is Mechanizer8 here, happy to be here, friendo.
So earlier this week we were greeted with some quite, well, earth-shattering news about the remaster that we only have been talking about for the past 7 months.
According to this article by Kotaku, it predicts a March announcement and a Q3 release, and to be made by Vicarious Visions. And so Canadian and I are going to be going over all the details that support this prediction.
Mecha has some quite tantalizing details that might make you drool, which we will go over after. If you want to read the article yourself, I'll put it in the description below. But let's go over the major details. The leak states that the game is going to be announced in March, which we all kind of pause for a moment. Why? With E3 being 3 months away from March, why announce it then?
The prediction of it being in March, though while random at first glance, let's look at what else is happening in March, shall we? So the most notable piece of detail is our good friend Numbskull Designs. When asked about Spyro merch by Spyro Universe on Twitter, they responded with there will be an announcement in March or April. On Spyro Remastered Day 2, or somewhere around that time, they also said, watch this space. Then when asked about specifics by Josh Gaming, they said they don't know any of the assets yet. Now you might think this might mean that they know nothing, but they're announcing merch next month at the time of this video. They have to play dumb here to keep it a surprise. They could have just said it was for his 20th anniversary, but they didn't. Now, the next piece. Eric Hirschberg, who is the CEO of Activision, is departing from them in March due to the expiration of his contract. Now, what does this have to do with Spyro exactly? He wanted Crash to come back, and he did. He said they're looking into other IP, and we believe it's Spyro, and that he'd want one of his biggest IPs to return for his last hurrah, so to speak.
Also, there was a small conference in March called the GDC, but don't get your hopes up about that one, because it's a conference more for indie titles and VR games. But do not fear, this is not the first time that Activision has dropped a game randomly. Back in March of last year, Destiny 2 was dropped out of the clear blue sky to everyone's shock and surprise, with more details shown at E3. Destiny falls under the Activision franchise, so history might repeat itself and Spyro could be the next random drop.
With those details in mind, it makes March seem a lot less random if you ask me.
The targeted release date of the game is supposed to be around September of this year. This definitely lines up with what we have been saying for the possible 20th anniversary. My question is where did they get the time? Well, this is where we take an idea from one of my previous videos and look at Toys for Bob. Toys for Bob has been hiring new people for a project that we are unaware of, with Come To Us making a Skylanders mobile game, and a console series being on hiatus. Something seems up. Why would they be hiring if their main game has been shoved aside?
According to the article, VV is to make the remaster, and while Toys for Bob is hiring, let's look a little deeper into that. VV and TFB both have worked together, most notably on Skylanders. I have a theory that Spyro being as gigantic of a game as it is, what if VV and TFB both are working on this game? More hands on deck means faster production time.
So it could be possible that Toys for Bob helped Vicarious Visions get this game done at a decent amount of time for the 20th anniversary. Now, before I talk about the tantalizing evidence that Mecha has, there's one more thing I like to mention. After this whole ordeal, Spyro was in the top 5 trending page of Twitter, and we heard nothing from Activision, Vicarious Visions, or Sean Layden. Every gaming news source from IGN to GameSpot reported on this matter, but no one came out to debunk it. Do you think that if it were fake that they would let it go this far?
That's a good point. One thing to remember is that this is their job. Unlike Canadian and I, these people do this for a living. I would assume they'd do some form of research to check the legitimacy of their sources. As big of a company as Kotaku is, I assume they would definitely have some sources in the industry. Larkade Dale, who is the author of this article, has gotten numerous things right before, such as the Switch and Mario's and Rabbids and so on and so forth. So I find her to be a credible source of information. Not only was it shared by other news sites such as IGN and GameSpot, it was also retweeted on Twitter by voice actor of Ripto and Hunter, Greg Berger.
Now remember that tantalizing information that we talked about? Mecha, take the floor please and make the audience drool.
Okay, so I'm not able to say too much, but what I can say is that a source has informed me that beta testers have had access to the game since January. Now, before you say this is fake, a YouTuber by the name of Hedox on Twitter with a conversation with Skyfan91 has said that he's known about the game since January. And he said he bets his whole channel that the game will come out this year. That is how serious he is.
Kind of like how this leak works with the GBI leak about Crash Bandicoot.
Exactly. Though unlike Crash's news, this spread like wildfire, and we have 7 months worth of evidence to back up our claim.
Now remember guys, we have to say that the best thing that we can have is seeing with our own two eyes a trailer and announcement. Until then, we can never be 100% certain, because these leaks sometimes come up as fake or not very credible. But the leak came from quite an interesting source.
And from here, we will be switching over to my channel. Canadian and I are doing a dual collab. I do a video on his channel with him, and vice versa. We'll be talking about the author of the article, Laura K. Dale, and aforementioned correct predictions. If you're not subscribed to Canadian Guy yet, what are you doing? I'm just going to assume that you haven't found it yet, so don't worry, I'm gonna help you. The button's right down there. You know what else is down there? The button to like the video, and also to share the video.
The link, as usual, is in the description below.
Well, it's been pretty quiet on the Spyro front. Maybe I'll make something non-Spyro related. Well, never mind. What's up guys, Canadian Guy here, back with a quick video because wow, this news dropped fast. At midnight last night, you heard right, midnight, a Twitter post was dropped by Jump Button, Resurrect Fortusk, and Motwera. 3 images were brought up and boy, do they hold a lot of info. They possibly hold the confirmation of the Spyro remaster. But before we get to that, there were some news last week that I did not get to cover because it was not quite as big. But here's a quick summary. Box Lunch, the company that started selling Activision licensed Spyro teas, said that they will be bringing more merchandise in as soon as the month of March, which once again lines up with Numskull's schedule for their Spyro merch. But the big detail is that Activision had also made a statement, and I quote, as well as releases of remastered versions of titles from our library of IP. Yes, this was huge news. Remember, there is an S on the end of that. Titles. More than one. So there could be other games on the way. Also, I want to debunk this. People have been saying it's a Modern Warfare 2 that's being remastered, but that's being released in 2019. Spyro has already been leaked and said to come in 2018. Now, onwards to the bigger finds. A Twitter profile by the name of Falcon McBob showed up with the Twitter handle Spyro the Dragon and then became protected, as in no one can message them or follow them. The name cannot be taken, etc, etc. It's locked in. People were freaking out because of the Twitter handle. Now, this did not convince me at all. I was like, okay, cool, and? Anyone could have given the terrible name Falcon McBob and was a huge Spyro fan, so they made their Twitter handle that name. Then turned out that they hated Twitter because you can't edit your tweets and made an embarrassing tweet. Then he just decided never to delete his account. So, what's the point? However, the next post, it made me a lot more convinced. Someone tried to say that they forgot their password on the account and attempted a password recovery. Twitter then fired back a password reset has been sent to, quote unquote, and gave an email, but with stars covering up most of the letters. But we were able to make out the first word being Spyro. Then the email header started with the letter A. Now let's fill the rest in, shall we? C-T-I-V-I-S-I-O-N. Oh my goodness! It's an official Activision email. This blew my mind. I also did a ping test, fired an email to them, and I did not get a rejection letter back. Is this it? Could we finally have found the Twitter profile that will be used for the Spyro remaster? Why would an official Activision account make a profile with the Twitter handle Spyro the Dragon, but with a name that's so random? Well, I got one more picture that might make you freak out, but also, still have doubts? This was the same password request done for the official verified Crash Bandicoot account. And once again, we got the same result. The A followed by 9 letters. The name Crash Bandicoot across the email and email server is Activision. Like I said, I got one more image to show you though. Activision has a project applied with the Voice Actors Guild. The project went into development at the same time as when Crash Bandicoot did. Sources say that the project has been in development since 2015. The name of that said project is currently slated Project Falcon. Sound familiar? When we go back and look, the Twitter profile's first name is Falcon. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is it! Spyro has been all but confirmed. When the remastered trailer goes live, they'll turn this account on, change the name, and let the madness begin. This is crazy stuff, but there's one more thing that is nagging me. There were 3 details looking at this Twitter profile. 2 out of 3 of them we can fully explain, but the other seems, well, random. The name Falcon, referring to the project name, and the Twitter handle, Spyro the Dragon, obviously referring to Spyro. But what about the last name, McBob? This had me thinking, is it random? Did they just type in a random last name? Or is there a detail that we are missing? Perhaps referring to one of my previous theories. Vicarious Visions may not be doing Spyro, but maybe Toys for Bob. This is just guessing. Like I said, the last name could mean nothing, but Toys for Bob could have helped Vicarious Visions get this project together. They are both under the Activision branding and have helped each other many times before. Who knows? What I do know is that Spyro seems to be all but have returned, and I cannot be more happier. This is insane. While I was writing the script too, the Twitter account turned the name to Joe. We all started laughing, and about 20 minutes later, they put it back to Falcon. Why? I have no idea. Maybe they tried covering it up, but from us laughing, they figured that they may as well just put it back. Who knows? Has the official date for the Spyro remaster been leaked? Laura Kate Dale talks about Spyro again? An Activision employee actually says something that could be related to Spyro? Let's find out. What's up guys, Canadian Guy A here, and we are coming to the end of March, and we still haven't been given an official announcement from Activision, or any of its affiliates. So, I have not been active on YouTube because of this. Week to week, there is more information being leaked, but nothing gigantic or too big. Until now. Over the past 2 weeks, in between false leaks and rumors, there has actually been evidence that has surfaced. Activision has been on a spree of re-enabling and reapplying for their copyright for our little purple buddy. From UK to Canada to Australia and even Japan, Activision has been making sure that the copyrights for Spyro stays to them and no one else. Something that I also want to correct from a previous video that I had published. I had said that Eric Hirschberg, the CEO of Activision, was leaving the company on March 8th. However, this was wrong and I would like to correct that it is the end of March. Another smaller detail is when you go to www.spyrothedragon.com, it's different. Before, it would search and search and search and search, and well, it would eventually just time out. But now, only after a couple of seconds, it comes up as an error, could not find server. Does this mean anything? I'm honestly not sure. Some people have said yes, and some have said no. But on Twitter and Twitch, something, well, interesting happened. A huge company, as in a company that 99% of all North Americans know, walked straight out and said, yes, the Spyro remaster is coming. So who was it? GameStop? Best Buy? Eurogamer? IGN? GameSpot? Who? Target. Yeah, so that happened. Not any sort of a gaming company, but a retail giant leaked the fact that a Spyro remaster is coming. As Target on Twitter went on a replying spree when one person asked when the Spyro remaster was coming. They promptly replied with a very cute and awesome message. But this was not the only person. We understand your excitement for the Spyro remastered game. Due to the magic spell that Nasty Nork put over the Dragon Kingdom, we do not have any further information. We'd encourage you to check back regularly for updates in online and in our stores. Did Target seriously just blow the lid? But it doesn't stop there. In fact, Target was so eager in telling us that Spyro was coming that this happened. At Ask Target, when can I pick up Super Smash Bros. For the Nintendo Switch? The only information we have at this time is that we anticipate Spyro Treasure Trilogy will be coming in late 2018. Thanks for reaching out!
Good job, Target. You done goofed.
Target also seemed to blow the lid off of Modern Warfare 2 Remaster with another interesting message, but with no additional information. Now, there was something else that a lot of people had pointed out. Target had said Spyro the Treasure Trilogy, and a lot of people pointed out, hey, that was the name that the false leaker from Reddit said it was going to be. Is Target relying on a false leaker? And the answer to that is no. No, it's not. You see, there were two types of automated messages that apparently Activision had given to Target if they were asked about Spyro. Unfortunately, Target jumped the gun a little bit, but there were also real-life humans responding back to people about it. Hence the spelling mistake here in one of the responses. The human responses talk about it being the Treasure Trilogy, while the automated ones from Activision do not. Now, there's one more detail to help to prove that Target has info about Spyro. Legit info. A friend of mine, Josh Gaming, you may have heard of him, I was a guest on his channel a few months back, go check it out, tweeted that he has a friend that works at Target. I will read the tweet to you quote for quote. Upon Josh's request, however, he did want to mention that he only wrote what he saw and what happened. If something happens to contradict what he has said, then to not fire back at him and be angry. So he asked to take all this with a grain of salt. I went to Target today and I have a guy who works there. I asked him about the Ask Target info and he told me that if Ask Target is sending these messages, it's on a corporate level. I showed him the tweets and everything and he said, yes, these are legit. I asked him if he could look it up on his device and I wouldn't have believed it if I didn't see it for myself. It said, Spyro the Dragon Remaster, PS4, Q3, Q4. We also looked up Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 Remaster, and it said basically the same except the release date was to be announced. Now, he said, changes can happen, but with the trademark renewed and the website, it's pretty much confirmed. I asked if pre-orders are ready soon, and he said that the local store doesn't have them yet. He told me that this is 90 to 95% real. Now take all this with a grain of salt. I trust this guy, and still things can change, and heck, he could just be pulling my leg. But what I saw has pretty much convinced me. You know I don't like to lie to you guys. I'm not like bad butt. So again, I can't stress enough to take this lightly. But yeah, he told me that if it's in Target's system and that Ask Target is giving these automated responses, that pretty much confirms it. Again, I say please take this with a grain of salt. I don't want you to all turn on me if this isn't correct. There it is. It seems that Target does know information about the Spyro Remaster. What doesn't help is that it seems that more than Target has been spilling the beans about Spyro. People have been messaging and asking retail giants like Walmart and Amazon. People have been getting mixed answers at best, but the one thing that has been true across the board is that Spyro is coming in September of 2018, which lines up with the Kotaku leak. Another detail that seems to be seeping through is that pre-orders for the game are going to at least become available soon, ranging from next week to 2 weeks from now. All this information could be false, however, but it is interesting that all of them are saying September, and a lot of them are giving a range as to when the pre-orders are coming. To add on to the hype train, I got 2 new pieces of evidence talking about Spyro merchandise. According to this source, which apparently has been correct many times before, Funko Pops for Spyro the Dragon and Sparks on a 2-pack showed up on a German website but was taken down before the screenshots could be taken. Now, I know that a lot of people are going to say, Pixar, it didn't happen, but according to many people and a friend of mine, they are a trusted source. But also on Twitter, this new Activision licensed tee for Spyro showed up and, oh, just look at it, it's gorgeous. Apparently, you can only buy it in the States right now at Hot Topic or Box Lunch, but I'm gonna find a way to get it to Canada, because this shirt looks great. But there's more, a lot more. Josh Gaming again made a tweet saying that if the Spyro Remaster is not announced this month, then to not fire and attack Laura Kate Dale, the original leaker from Kotaku that claimed that it would be coming in March. Then, she actually responded and gave a little bit more information about Spyro and the remaster. I will read the tweets that she had said in response to some of the questions that fans asked her. I can only report information as it comes to me, fact checked.
These issues are things that get delayed or pushed back. Marketing plans change, or sometimes I just learn multi-source but outdated info. The potatoes I get, I'll survive. I've privately seen things I cannot share due to safety of sources, but I have 100% faith the remaster is real. It does exist. It is coming. It's far enough into development, it's happening. Nothing will change that. I guarantee you this game exists. If it doesn't get announced this next week, I'll have a few months of potatoes thrown my way. Then it'll get announced later, and I'll just be written off as having guessed blah blah blah, rinse and repeat as ever. I'm deliberately not talking name yet, but how about this? It's original look Spyro. It's not Skylander Spyro, thankfully. Yes! The Spyro model is based on the original model and not the Skylander one. This is a huge relief to me, and I am sure it is a huge relief to a lot of the Spyro fanbase, because I know a lot of people are not very fond of, well, this. Ugh, just please, remove it! Remove it! Thanks. But like I had said, and I have said it numerous times, when it comes to this leak by Laura Kate Dale, her info is normally correct, but it's when it comes to announcements and releases is where she is off. Like I explained before, dates are not locked in stone. Things get shifted and moved all the time. It's just the nature of business. But last, and certainly not least, from the mouth of an Activision representative, we may have finally have the announcement time of when they will officially announce that Spyro is coming. While I was doing my Sly Cooper live stream, there was another stream going on at the same time over on Twitch on Call of Duty World War II. The person who was streaming is a representative of Activision. In the middle of the stream, someone made a comment on something that the representative had said. He wanted to clarify his comment, and well, here, I'll just play it for you.
I said by the end of the month you will see something. So it was a slightly different version of what you said, but then the second part was not something I said. I did not say COD players will be happy about the announcement because it's not COD related. Or is it? I actually will say no more. You'll find out very soon.
Hold up. What was that he just said?
I did not say COD players will be happy about the announcement because it's not COD related. Or is it? I actually will say no more. You'll find out very soon.
Okay, I'm freaking out. Notice how he changes the subject really quickly and does not want to continue talking about it. When he said, because it's not COD related, it was an offhanded comment that he quickly tries to recover off of.
I actually will say no more. You'll find out very soon.
At first, some of us thought, what if it was something to do with Destiny? But DLC was already announced for Destiny 2. So if it's not Destiny related and not Call of Duty related, what could it be? With Target leaking their answers early about Spyro, with Laura Kate Dale all of a sudden talking about Spyro again, and with her original leak saying it was coming in March, and a representative saying that there is going to be an announcement of something new by the end of the month that is not COD, and while Destiny already has their DLC announced, what could it be? Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Spyro could be announced between today and the end of next week. But I have my doubts it would be today or tomorrow. Also, it's Good Friday next week, so I think that they would announce it before then. So it could be between Monday, March 26th to Thursday, March 29th. Now I got one more piece of news before I go. Activision is apparently going to be announcing a new game during their live stream on Wednesday at 7:30 Eastern Standard Time on Twitch. Now, if it's not COD and not Destiny, what could it be? We really don't know, but let me tell you, I'm going to be tuning in. But if I were a gambling man, I would say that they are going to announce the Spyro Remastered Trilogy on Wednesday, March 28th. But don't throw torches at me if I'm wrong. I can only go off of my predictions based off of the information that I have shown you guys.
How many times do I have to say it? I said that I would not cover anything Spyro until we got actual physical evidence. Well, that looks physical enough. What's up guys, Canadian Guy A here, and I honestly did not expect to be making another Spyro video so soon. After March had passed with no Spyro announcement and a disappointing stream, which I'm still really salty about, I was thinking, okay, I'm gonna slow down on the Spyro videos until we get something huge. And then, the next day, we got something huge. Before we get to this huge thing though, there are 3 other things that I want to talk about quickly. Here is the Amazon conversation that I had with an Amazon employee that actually seemed interested in Spyro. I have mentioned this before and was burned. A Reddit post said that I was spreading false information, so I just wanted to set the record straight. Hello, my name is I'm here to help you today. Please let me check on that game. Thanks so much. I'm looking for any info, like when you guys get updated. I really want this game. No worries, I have a brother who likes this game as well. I know for a fact that it will be released in between August to October. About the pre-order, please give me a moment. Thanks so much. Thank you for your patience. For the pre-orders, you can expect it by end of April at the earliest, unless the publisher changes their minds. But by June, we will definitely have it for pre-order, as most publishers would like to get their hands on some cash before the release. This is the best I could dig up. Were you able to find anything to do with an announcement window, like when the game will be made public from Activision? A moment, please. No problem. Thanks for waiting. 'Twas supposed to be announced this month, but it was postponed due to some technical issue with the game engine. It seems they wanted to give a gameplay announcement release. From my experience, I think the game will release on September. You know, in 1998, they released the game in September. It will be like the 20th anniversary release publishers to do this kind of stuff. Keep in mind, this was the day before the live stream that we all tuned into, so that's why the wording is a bit awkward. But the person talks about the fact that pre-orders will be going up in April, and that they had initially planned that Spyro was going to be announced in March, but they had some technical difficulties, which lines up with what Laura Kate Dale had talked about. But it also lines up with some of the teasers that we have been getting, so perhaps she just got old information. And before we continue to the exciting news, that's a hint, I got one more piece of info to show you guys. Remember Falcon McBob? How could you forget? Well, we just got something massive. Falcon McBob now has 1 follower. Wow, nice news, eh? But what if I told you that we know who that 1 follower is? We did a quick check on Spyro's favorite marsupial pal, and oh look, guess who the verified Crash Bandicoot Twitter account is following? Falcon McBloodyBob! What does this mean? Well, it simply means that Falcon McBob is, well, official. So, to those who thought that we were all dumb for thinking that this was anything related to Spyro, I have one thing to say to you. Now, onwards to the big news and teases. The first tease that we got about this whole hype train, it was at 10:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on April 1st. Vicarious Visions tweeted, "What's your favorite Easter egg?" Some of us paused and thought, there is no such thing as a specific kind of Easter egg. Does he mean Easter eggs in video games? So our thoughts went to the code in Crash Bandicoot Warped Screen to act as the demo for Spyro. We're not the only ones that thought of this. A lot of the community thought the same. But on the morning of Easter Monday, PlayStation France tweeted this. It's in French, but this is the rough translation. On this Easter Monday, if you do not find your eggs in the garden, you can recommend a friend. Now this is a rough translation, but with it, they posted a gif of Spyro taking out one of the egg thieves and collecting a dragon egg from the very first game. So, we got Vicarious Visions talking about Easter eggs, we got PlayStation France talking about Easter eggs and referring to Spyro. What else is there? Simple, an actual egg. Jonathan Dornbush, an associate editor at IGN, had tweeted that IGN had received a mysterious package from someone that contained a purple scaled egg. Here, I'll play the video for you.
Hey, what's up everyone? My name is Jonathan Dornbush, and I just got a very mysterious package in the mail, but I got in this package this little note that says, something's about to hatch, from Falcon McBob, not a chatty person, and then also this purple egg. It's very scaly, it's metallic, it's hard to the touch. It is not like a smooth, nice Easter egg. Nothing in it, can't hear anything rumbling around, but it came with this nice wooden stand. I don't exactly know what this is. It's obviously purple and scaly, which makes me think of a dragon, and we did some digging, and if you go on Twitter, @Falcon McBob is actually @Spyro the Dragon is named Falcon McBob, but there are no tweets, there's nothing there, it's not verified, so I don't know if it's real just yet, but this is an exciting first step, and I hope there's some good news to follow. If we do find new things out, please come back to IGN.com, we will keep you updated as we go, and I'm going to take this with me for the rest of my life.
Hype meters breaking! Now, some have said that this may have been a late April Fool's joke, but Dornbush assures us that this is not an April Fool's joke. Some have said, well, what if it was a joke that had came in late? And I don't think it's that at all. I mean, come on. Vicarious Visions talk about Easter eggs, the PlayStation France talks about having Spyro help you find your eggs, and then an egg was sent to IGN? Come on now. Also, I think that IGN is playing dumb. There is no way that they would let some schmo package come up and for the sake of funsies, then make a video about it on Twitter, and then type an entire article about it without having some sort of background on it. But, oh, this is driving me insane. But this is also making me so excited. One of the things I wanted to point out too is that if you look at the font, it's looking very Spyro-esque, don't you think? But there was a detail that was removed. A detail that was in an earlier video, but someone had gotten a snapshot of it before it was taken down. You can see the mailing address on the box of where it came from. 3100 Ocean Park Boulevard, Santa Monica, California, 90405. So let's type that into Google and see where it leads us. Well, it leads to Activision Blizzard HQ. I'm done. But wait a second, I've seen this guy before. Back on January 15th, 2018, a video by IGN was brought out talking about their 2018 predictions. And guess who was in it? This guy. And guess what he had predicted to come in 2018? You'll never guess.
This year at E3 2018, we're going to see a Spyro Trilogy Remastered Edition that's going to come out this fall, and it's going to get that lovable purple dragon back in the spotlight where he belongs.
That's it. I'm broken. Judging by the fact that the letter says something is hatching soon, something may be brewing to come soon. But guess what? IGN was not the only person to get an egg. At the time of the recording of this video, 6 other eggs have shown up to multiple gaming news networks and YouTube personalities. That totals in 7 eggs. Now, since this video was uploaded, more eggs could have been found. If you want to stay up to date on this, follow me on Twitter. I've been reporting on these bad boys since they dropped, but I have a prediction. Remember how PlayStation France had posted a GIF of Spyro hitting the egg thief from the first game? Well, there are 12 eggs in total in that game. I think, now this is only my personal belief, that they may have been 12 eggs made and sent to different people across America. The 12th egg may be opened by Activision themselves, or maybe after the 12th egg is found, a trailer will drop, or something. I don't know. Please don't quote me on this. It may come later in the month, but this is just a ploy to keep us happy and keep us quiet. But maybe we're going to be getting what we want in April, which, funny enough, ties in with what the guy from Amazon said. Oh, man! What's up, ladies and gentlemen? Canadian Guy A here. Finally, I am home. And finally, I have the Spyro Reignited Trilogy trailer. I'm shaking. I'm shaking. All day I've been avoiding it. I've seen screenshots, but I haven't seen the trailer. All day I've been avoiding it. All day! And here it is. Okay. Finally, we are here, guys. We're here. We made it. We finally have a trailer. We have an announcement. We have it. We have it. It's here. And we finally get to watch it. Okay. It's only 1 minute long. I don't know what they can cram in a minute. But let's find out, shall we? Okay. Here we go. Play.
Peggy 7.
Ooh. Ah! The Crystal Dragon!
Bring him on.
Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! The deer, they have the little custom Toasty! Whoa! Oh, that was weird. Oh! The Norks, the charge! All these levels! Oh, man! It's so good! It's so good! Oh my gosh! I gotta play it again. I gotta play it again. Just to try to,
Peggy 7.
really draw it in. Oh, the art style is so good. Oh, it just looks so good. All scaled up. All the dog. It looks so smooth. It looks so good. Oh my gosh. I'm speechless! It's happening! It's finally happening! Oh my gosh! It's so good! Oh man! I feel like I'm gonna cry. Oh my gosh. I can't believe this! I love it! I love every second of it. It's only 1 minute. Oh, I want like 10 more. Oh my gosh. Toasty looks so evil, but looks so cool. Oh man. Oh man, I tried calling. Oh man. I'm gonna wrap this up now. Oh, thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed my first reaction of the channel. Click like, comment, subscribe for more, and I'll see you guys later, and I'm going to be reporting on this. I'm going to be making so many videos. I'm so excited. Take care, guys. Bye-bye. Woo! The remaster has finally been announced, but even now, more details are coming through. What are they? Let's find out. What's up guys, Canadian Guy A here, and boy, this is the first video since the trailer was dropped of the Spyro Reignited Trilogy, and whew, it's just so beautiful. I'm good. But since the trailer has dropped, literally the gaming community has been losing their minds about this remaster. It's absolutely gorgeous, and most of us just can't seem to get enough of it. But while in the chaos, more news and rumors have slinked past some of us, and I'm here to let you know of some of the details that have come out that you may have missed. So, first and foremost, when is this sucker gonna drop? Well, it's already up for pre-order, and the release date is September 21st, 2018. Which lines up with what we were saying that Spyro would be dropped on its 20th anniversary. Excellent timing if you ask me. If you are in the States and you pre-ordered digitally, you get a dynamic theme for your PlayStation 4 that also plays the remastered theme of Dark Hollow. Which then segues into my next question. What consoles will this game come out on? Just PlayStation 4, right? Then after 1 year, go to other consoles, just like Crash Bandicoot, right? Wrong. In fact, the game will be available for PlayStation 4 and Xbox One on day one. Xbox fans, rejoice! You too can experience the greatness of the Purple Dragon as well. But, what about the Nintendo fans? Will they be able to play the Purple Boy on the go with their switcheroos? Well, at the moment, the creators have no comment on a Switch version of the game. However, Nintendo UK had a listing of a Switch version that's apparently coming. No release date, however, but it would be a crazy choice to not put it on the Switch. Perhaps Nintendo wants to announce it on their own Direct. Maybe they have an amiibo set up. Who knows? But there are lots of rumors floating around that it's coming to the Switch. So, how much will this game cost you? Well, to those who are cheap like me, you're gonna like this. For all 3 games, it will cost you only $39.99 US, just like Crash Bandicoot. This game seems to be sounding better and better. What could improve it? How about the voice actors? Tom Kenny, the original voice actor for Spyro 2 and 3, will be coming back to reprise his role. He will also be replacing Carlos's role for Spyro 1. So, we get Tom Kenny for all 3. Tom Kenny is also the voice for other characters in the Spyro franchise, including the Professor and the Electrolls. But, what about...
Well, someone forgot to invite me to the party.
Yep, Greg Berger, the voice actor of both Ripto and Hunter, is going to be returning to reprise his roles. He also voiced other side characters, one that has sparked a legend on this channel.
Trouble with the trolley, eh?
Ah, yes. I cannot wait to suffer in HD. Hold left! Hold left! I'm holding left! I'm holding left!
Trouble with the trolley, eh?
Now who remembers the over-hyperactive ape Agent 9? Richard Tatum will be back to voice him, and Bartholomew. He also reported that he voiced a few other characters as well for the trilogy. The last voice actor is only, well, a rumor at the moment. Wampagem, a Twitter account that covers both Spyro and Crash news, tweeted to Andre Soglizio? Sogluzzi? I'm sorry, I'm butchering this. The original voice actor for Sparks. He never responded, however, he did retweet the question. What does that mean? I have no idea. The only thing I could come up with is that he said nothing because Sparks doesn't really talk, so I don't know. I guess we'll have to see. What do you think? Now, there is no word on if Stuart Copeland, the original genius behind the music in all 3 games, is being involved. However, it is confirmed that they are remastering his tracks. Whether they are simply going to copy it, recreate it, or whatever it is, they're going to try to continue the music with Stuart's track in mind and to keep it faithful. Now, there already has been 1 track released, Dark Hollow. Here, I will play a comparison between the original and the remaster. The original? The remaster. As you can tell, it still holds the spirit of Stewart quite well. Mind you, this could change in the final version. The game is being made with the Unreal Engine, which is an intense engine if anyone is familiar with it. This means that we can expect top quality graphics from the game. But also, here's the shock, it's not being made by Vicarious Visions, but by Toys for Bob, the original developers of Skylanders. I had made a prediction back when, and some people called me stupid for even thinking it. But here you go. If Vicarious Visions were to not do Spyro, what other company would? Then an idea smashed me square in the face. What if it's Toys for Bob? Ha 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 ha! I was right! Yes! Anyway, I also wanted to quickly add that dual analog support has been added to the game, which was something that a lot of people have been asking for. In a developer review as well, Toys for Bob had said that just about every choice and creative decision that they did, they threw it past Insomniac, the original developers of Spyro back on the PlayStation 1. This gives me a wholehearted confidence in the game. They are making sure it stays true to its original roots, and I think that that is amazing. How did we miss this? What's up, guys? Canadian Guy A here, and I am here with a bittersweet video. A video showing the evidence of the Spyro remaster 3 weeks before it was announced. I wanted to slam my head into the desk. Honestly, we could have known that Spyro was 100% coming and who it was coming from weeks before it was announced. And not one person knew. Here, let me explain. The Kingdom Wayfinder on Twitter had said that Toys for Bob, the company making the Spyro remaster, had released a video weeks ago about their company, and there was a hint of Spyro in there. It was kind of a, welcome to Toys for Bob, we are awesome and we love each other. You know what I mean? But in that apparent heartwarming video is nothing but cold, hard secrets about Spyro. And we missed it. We spent too much time staring at Vicarious Visions, Activision, and the color of Sean Bloody Layden's socks. Granted, Toys for Bob never had an official YouTube channel before this, and for them not to advertise it was quite interesting to say the least. But in this video that they posted, which was released 3 weeks before the announcement, on March 14th, 2018, has not just one, but 5 hints in the video that literally point to the fact that Spyro was coming. Ready? Let's go! The first 2 hints are in the same screenshot right here. Okay, so the first one is really obvious. As you can see here, this artist is working on one of the new dragons from the game. As you can tell, he's not wearing Nestor's hat, so this is not him. But nonetheless, a new dragon. Now you might jump up and say, well, duh, Canadian Guy. How would we have known that this was a new dragon for the remaster? And I would normally agree. Hindsight's 20/20. If this was the only hint in the video, then I would understand why no one saw it. But the second factor, where is it? Let's zoom in a little bit here. And oh, what's this? Could my eyes be lying? Or is this the tip of Spyro's tail? And before you say, well, that could have been Skylander Spyro's tail, look at Spyro's tail. It's massive, not even close to the same size. It is most definitely the remastered tail, and we probably could have seen that if we paid attention. Now, onwards to the next hint. The next one is here. We have a wide shot of the office cubicles, and if you look on the right side of the screen, in big capital letters, it says Spyro. Seriously? I feel like this whole Spyro fandom was just staring at Vicarious Visions and Sean Layden, and literally standing 4 feet to the right was Toys for Bob with a giant neon sign saying Spyro here. How did we miss this? I'm done. Now, onwards to the next hint. Let's see, it's here. So, right here is another 2 hints. If we look at the first corner, we see a Nork from the Peacekeeper's homeworld dressed in his Napoleonic garb. But, no Nork booty, not yet at least. Above that Nork looks like there's another one right above it, but I can't recognize what level it's from. But it does look like a Nork. Then, the next hint is simply right here. The one, the only, the Egg Thief, standing right there, taunting us. I can practically hear him now. But also, if you look right beside it, it looks like a side-by-side comparison to something. Now, it's hard to make out, but the blue looks a lot like the Egg Thief from the trailer. I can't be certain, of course. It could be another angle of the classic Egg Thief, but it could be the new one. Now, there's one more. It's not as exciting as the other ones, but it's something. And that something is here. On this whiteboard, we have a bunch of coded numbers and projects. I have an explanation for some of them, but that would take up a whole video and it would be incredibly boring to watch because that's my nerd broadcasting coming out in me. But there is one thing that I can clearly see. Look at the text here. The camera cuts off the first letter, but it says Alismans. Now, what could that be? Nailismans? Palismans? Railismans? Come on, it's talismans, the ones you get at the end of each level in Spyro 2. Literally, this whole video is plastered with Spyro hints, and we missed them all. Ugh, I'm so mad at myself, but that's okay, because we got a remaster now. But goodness, we missed these. But anyway, I just thought this was really interesting, and I wanted to point out to you guys. What could be Spyro's future after the remaster? Let's find out. What's up, guys? Canadian Guy A here. I know that we have gotten confirmation of Spyro's comeback, and even a release date. And of course, you guys know I am pumped through the roof about it.
I feel fired up, Bob.
But the question is, what about afterwards? After the game has been finished, our childhood nostalgia rekindled, and we've platinumed the game twice. What will happen to Spyro afterwards? Like I said, I know that we got the announcement already, but still, I can't help but think about it. See, Toys for Bob designing the game is actually a huge detail that cannot be overlooked. A lot of people thought that Vicarious Visions was making the remaster, but when the Toys for Bob logo popped up, people were shocked. Even though I made a video about the idea of Toys for Bob making the remaster, it still shocked me. How does Toys for Bob play into Spyro's future though? Toys for Bob's launch pad into the place that they are now was Skylanders. Suffice to say, Skylanders is not doing so great in the gaming market. However, Skylanders over on Netflix is doing quite well. Award-winning, actually. So that kind of leaves the franchise in a weird limbo. But this is where things also go for a turn. A huge misconception is that Toys for Bob was behind every single Skylanders game. But actually, they weren't. Toys for Bob had a partner company that also did Skylander games. Hence, they were able to pump out a Skylander game almost every year. And that company was Vicarious Visions, the creators of the Insane Trilogy. Vicarious and Toys for Bob had the exact kind of a relationship that Infinity Ward has with Treyarch when it comes to Call of Duty. This is why they can constantly release new Call of Duties every year, because they have two completely different teams working on different titles. In some of the Skylander games, Toys for Bob sometimes helped Vicarious Visions, and likewise, Vicarious sometimes helped Toys for Bob. But in Skylanders' worst selling game in the franchise, Skylanders Imaginators, Toys for Bob was left by themselves to work on the title, because at that time, Vicarious Visions was working on the Crash Bandicoot trilogy. They could not reach out and lend a hand, which, in my theory, contributes slightly to why Imaginators performed, well, so poorly.
How about this one? I call it bold and brash.
More like belongs in the trash.
Sorry, I must have missed that one.
So Toys for Bob was given the reins for the Spyro remaster, and judging by the reaction so far, people are in absolute love with the game. So is Toys for Bob going to go back to making a Skylanders games after Spyro is finished? Honestly, I don't think so, because I think that we may be in for a ride for a few more Spyro games led by Toys for Bob. Let me explain why. Way back when there was a leak by a magazine called GBI, it had announced a few things about the Crash Bandicoot Insane Trilogy before it was taken down quickly. One of those things was said that Crash would be coming to the Switch and Xbox One later that year. This was before Laura Kate Dale's leak about Spyro. Then, at Nintendo's Direct, Nintendo announced that Crash was coming to Switch, and then Xbox announced that it will be coming to Xbox One as well. So this leak pretty much hit the nail right on the head. But there was another detail that originally was the detail that people deemed the article as fake. They had said that Activision has a 5-year plan for Crash Bandicoot. Like I said, people thought it was fake at the time because of the opposing rumors that Vicarious was making the Spyro remaster. If Activision had plans for Crash Bandicoot for the next 5 years, then why would they hand it off to anybody but Vicarious Visions? That would stop and interrupt the Spyro production, which is what the rumors had said. But with Toys for Bob doing the game, this alleviates that worry and requires us to take a look at the leak again. If it got everything else right, with evidence backing it now, then its claim that Vicarious Visions has a 5-year plan with Crash seems pretty legit. But what is the rule that I always keep saying between the relationship of Crash and Spyro? Whatever happens to Crash, happens to Spyro. I honestly believe that Spyro will also get the same treatment that Crash is getting. He too may be given a plan for the next 5 years. But here is my theory as to how all this is going to go down. Either at E3 or PlayStation Experience this year or next year, we are going to be getting a new Crash game, either revealed or released. It will be an entirely new Crash game, likely based off the Crash from the Insane Trilogy. Then the following year, we will be treated to the same thing for Spyro. Then, for the next 5 years, there may be a pattern bouncing back and forth, just like how Skylanders or Call of Duty's relationship was done, except with 2 legendary platforming IPs. 1 year will be Crash, then the next Spyro. Back to Crash, then back to Spyro. It'll be like a ping pong match. But do they have enough time to be able to do all this? Well, according to some sources, Crash took about 2 years to make, but we will say with pre-production, with a small team set aside, while Vicarious was finishing up their current project at the time, let's add an additional 6 months. So 2.5 years. Crash was made on the Alchemy engine, and they had said that this was the farewell to that engine, as Crash would be the last game to run on it. So, they're going to have a new engine for Crash. He might join Spyro and run the Unreal Engine, but honestly, it's just a guess at this point. There was no report on how long it took for Toys for Bob to do the Spyro remaster. However, if we look at the release of their last game, it was in October of 2016. When the Reignited Trilogy comes out, it will be almost exactly 2 years, just like the same production time for Crash Bandicoot. So, once again, with a small crew set aside to start pre-production while they finish the Imaginators, probably about 2.5 years. Now, there might be a 1-year buffer before we get into the rhythm of the new Spyro and Crash games, so 2019 could be barren when it comes to these 2 IPs. Crash needs to go to a new engine, and I honestly don't think that they were prepared. Activision had admitted that they did not expect Crash to do as well as it did, so there may not have been that small crew set aside for the future Crash game, or even money for that matter. However, Activision was prepared for Spyro. The evidence was shown through the teases, social media campaigns, etc., etc. I could be wrong, however, and they may have something planned for this year, but I think 2020 and onward, we might see these guys come back into the limelight again with new games and new experiences. We got Spyro gameplay? Oh my goodness! We got Spyro gameplay! What's up, guys? Canadian Guy here, and if you couldn't tell by the title and my fanboyish meltdown, we got Spyro gameplay. The Spyro Twitter posted close to about 20 seconds of actual gameplay. Not mocked up gameplay, legit gameplay that you and I are going to be able to sink our teeth into in September. But you know what? I'll just stop talking and just show it to you, because afterwards, there's a few things I want to point out. And spoiler alert, it's amazing! Oh, it's so good! For those who don't know, this is Stonehill from Spyro 1. Very likely the first level you have ever played when you played Spyro 1 other than Artisan's Homeworld. So I want to point out something right off the hop. The colors. The colors are so beautiful. They are vibrant, beautiful, gorgeous, even mystical. The new art style for this game is just spot on. But from an earlier screenshot we got of Stonehill, it does look quite different in terms of color palette and lighting. The tones were almost all yellow back then, which was actually a fairly largely spoken critique. Now it looks a lot more along the lines of the original, and it just shows that Toys for Bob seems to be listening to us, which is something very exciting and pleasing to see, that a company is listening to its fans. Another thing I want to mention is that we actually have music and sound effects. They sound gorgeous, but also still sound a lot like the original, especially the shepherd. This time, just take a listen. Now here's a side-by-side of a screenshot from the original and the new, and it's just, I can't even. It's just so good and just brings a flood of memories to me. One last detail I want to point out is the fact of how Spyro's breath interacts with the environment. Not only does it directly burn the grass, but you can actually see where the source of heat is coming from and where it's dissipating to. Notice how the center is darker but gets lighter as it goes out. This is what it would actually look like if fire was breathed on like this on the grass. Why? Because science! Anyway, guys, I'm gonna go back to, watching this clip another 4,000 times. IGN, you sly dogs! What's up, guys? Canadian Guy A here, and back with even more gameplay of Spyro. IGN tried sneaking past these little comparison videos, but a good friend of mine on Discord sent it to me, and I got my eyes on you, IGN. So let's stop talking about it. Let me show you back to back the 2 extra clips. It's another 18 seconds of pure Spyro footage. Keep in mind that actually this is a bit lower quality, so the lighting is going to be a bit off. But anyway, here, just take a look. IGN, you sly dogs! Also, here is the comparison videos that they posted this with. Take a look! There's the RAM that everyone was talking about! The RAM that everyone in the first gameplay video was like, where's the RAM? Where's the RAM? There's the RAM! The RAM is right there! And once again, we got another set of angles from the first gameplay clip, or at least looking similar to the first gameplay clip. And oh, it looks so good! I want to do another in-depth video, but I quickly wanted to get this out for you guys. Game Informer just dropped pictures and info about Spyro. So, let's break it down. What's up, guys? Canadian Guy A here, and for the past few days, there has been nothing but Spyro news and footage. It's really painful to see information come out while I'm at work, so when I get home, I immediately have to get to editing and script writing. And today was no different. Game Informer was able to try a few levels and wrote about it, and they got some screenshots and concept pieces along with it. I'm making a 2-part video showing off all the stuff we have gotten so far from the Spyro and Toys for Bob Twitter, so keep an eye out for those. But not only that, but they included a bunch of info about the actual development of the game and how it was brought together. Before we get to that though, let's go to the images and see what we have here. First off, we have the Druid, who honestly looks amazing. You can see though, however, that he is going to annoy the bits out of you. Next up, we got the electrifying Nork from Beastmakers, and he honestly looks amazing. He looks like the 90s punk cool kid who thought the Power Glove was cool. Next up, we got another image of the snowballing Norks from Ice Cavern. We have seen this guy a few times before, and still, it's really cool to see pretty much anything coming from these games. Here's another angle of the same picture, seeing more of what is behind Sparks. Next, we have a wide shot of Magic Crafters. Once again, it's only a concept art, but just to see what they're thinking and going with is really intriguing and, well, awesome. I love the water down here. It just looks so nice. Next up, we got a double whammy. We got this image of the Beast from Alpine Ridge. And honestly, this is my favorite image out of all the ones that were released today. They captured the look and the feeling of the first Beast. And man, was I scared of him as a child. Looking back now, he doesn't look that scary. But now they brought the fear back with this animal, and now went back to square one again. This thing is terrifying. But a quick shout out to Blaze over on Twitter, as she pointed something out. There was this second picture of the Beast chasing Spyro, but there seems to be a subtle difference, like a camera angle change, like as if there was a few frames forward of a video clip. This might mean that there is a new trailer floating around. If you look at the other two angles from before as well, of the snowballing Nork, there's a subtle difference. Could these images be the trailer to be played at E3? Perhaps before E3? Who knows? Next up, we got some concept art for Toasty. Still looking as creepy as ever, but let's remove that disguise. There we go. That's the Toasty we know and love. To be able to see the thought process behind these characters is honestly so cool. I got two more pieces and then we will go to the news pieces. The first one is concept art of, once again, Ice Cavern. It looks really great, but also has an ancient creepy vibe to it, like as if this area was inhabited before by some kind of ancient race. The last piece is a part of a banner from Game Informer talking about the games announced coming this year, and in it is a new position of Spyro with an expression looking up in, once again, Ice Cavern. Now, I know over the past few days a lot of concept art has been coming out, but do not worry, I'm going to cover it all sometime soon. Now, onwards to the news bits. There's really 4 areas that were talked about in the Game Informer article. The first one is, quote, Crash Bandicoot Insane Trilogy was a critical and commercial success, leading many to believe that Activision would explore Spyro the Dragon's history next. Activision made this decision well before the launch of the Insane Trilogy. So Activision had plans that Spyro was coming quite a bit before Crash had come out. We can assume that even when Crash was pitched for a remaster, Spyro could have been right beside him, or right on his coattails. However, with Spyro being such a larger game to contend with, they likely needed more time. This correlates with the fact that Crash had the Spyro demo code on it. The next piece of information is really interesting as well. Quote, the big change fans of the PlayStation games will see is every Elder Dragon has been redesigned. We had a chance to see one, which Spyro frees after exiting the art gallery. Toys for Bob wants each dragon to hammer home the theme of the world they inhabit. This particular one holds a paint tray, wears a stylish cap, and sports a tiny mustache. None of the dragons are just palette swaps. I shall call him Francois. This is quite interesting because there are a lot of different kinds of worlds in Spyro, from bogs to robots, and if a dragon is going to be a representative of each world, we're going to see some interesting looking dragons. Now the next piece of information was something I was wondering about for, well, months, and finally it gets answered today. Quote, Toys for Bob rebuilt all the games from scratch in Unreal Engine 4 and developed tools to extract as much data from Insomniac's games as possible. It wasn't the actual source assets, however, says Peter Kavik, senior producer at Toys for Bob. The tool allowed us to map out the precious placement of objects in the world and the lines things traveled on. We have all of the accurately captured and recreated here. Insomniac was able to rely on the exact level meshes and use them for paintovers for the artists. They also use the original collision meshes to deliver what is essentially the exact same experience, but with a fresh coat of paint. The original game is basically running under a bunch of layers. Just like the Crash Insane trilogy, they were able to extract the exact placements of the items and the levels, and were able to make the same collision mesh. This game will pretty much be exactly the same as the originals, and that makes me incredibly happy. Now, something that people have been talking about in my comment section a lot is the music by the masterful Stuart Copeland. Well, I got one more piece of info for you guys, and it talks about it. Quote, composer Stuart Copeland's original scores are being used, but the music is now dynamic, shifting in tone when Spyro moves from exploration to combat. It's a small change that goes a long way in heightening the moment of facing off against Toasty the Scarecrow. They are using the original scores! They are not faithfully recreated like Crash's. It is Stuart Copeland's originals, but according to a great friend of mine, Mechanizer8, who is a fantastic composer, said that they would be using the original MIDI files, which can then be put to different instruments. Now, you might say, yeah, well, he's just a small YouTuber. Why should I believe him? Well, he has put together faithful recreations of Stuart's work before. In fact, for the past few minutes, you have been hearing his recreation of Glimmer. Yeah, he's that good. This is his. So why don't you go check out his channel in the description. But the article also mentions that they are using dynamic music, so that when Spyro goes to the battle, the music changes slightly. Some voiced a little concern, but I honestly think it's going to be very subtle. Almost like you feel it, instead of really hearing it. They're here. What's up, guys? Canadian Guy A here, and here we go again with even more Spyro content. We got about an hour before it was officially dropped by the official Spyro what seems to be the official cover art for the Spyro Reignited Trilogy. I am so hyped and pumped because there is so much here to show you guys, including the villains from the 3 games. So here, I'm just gonna do a pan to show the image. You ready? Go! There, that was slow enough, right? No? Okay, maybe I'll go a little bit slower. Look at all the assets shown here. It's really amazing. You can also see that they went the same style as Crash with the 3 different games split up in the different sections. I'm going to break down each asset that is in the image and show it off to you guys slowly. So, right off the hop, we got, well, Spyro. Big, prominent, right in your face. But moving past our purple boy and starting from the left side, we got 2 gems and the shepherd and his sheepdog. We have seen these guys quite a bit before in various gameplay trailers, so I don't think we need to get into too much detail. Next up, we got this sheep that looks like he just doesn't give a sheep about anything. Now, we pan over, and before we look at Nasty, we got this door. Now, this is interesting because this is the door that is behind Spyro at the start of the first game in Artisan's homeworld. And here, it's open and glowing. Could it lead somewhere into the game? Perhaps an art hall? Who knows? Now let's pan over and look at where we can see this dim-witted Nork that has the best reaction to anything possible. He honestly looks like he's about to charge in and do something stupid.
Dragons!
Oh, and right in front of him is his big, angry boss, Nasty Nork. Look at him. He looks so epic and just angry. This pose looks like he's actually casting the spell to crystallize all the dragons. Very menacing looking, very cool. But speaking of crystallized dragons, right up here we got in the distance a little crystallized dragon. Now let's pan up a little bit and we can actually see one of the dragons from the minigame of the Fireworks Factory. To the right, we can also see a ninja Rhinoc looking awesome as ever. Also, if we go to the right, we can also see the other dragon in flight from Fireworks Factory. And, oh, who's that on the platform? Well, if it isn't the sorceress herself. Notice her look actually looks more like a crocodile now, which still is amazing and less of the dinosaur look. Next up, we go to the Skelos Badlands with a lava lizard in the back by one of the Bone Builder's huts. As we continue to the right, we pass by some gems, and we see one of the lava elementals guarding a passageway. Below him are some more gems, and then once again, another lava lizard. This one's a bit closer and a lot more clear than the other one. But how could I forget the small, tiny, itty bitty dragon hatchling from this little egg? It looks so cute. Now, who else could we be forgetting?
You despicable little creature! I'll kill you!
Oh, of course! We have to include Ripto. Now, a lot of people are split on the way he looks. I want to iterate that this is the cover and likely the game model will look vastly different in motion. Just like how on the cover of Crash, there were things that look different compared to in-game. If you don't like it, I would reserve your judgment until we actually see gameplay, because that's what I'm doing. I'm not too crazy about Ripto right now. However, I got a feeling it will grow on me. He's got the Plankton look, like the tiny master of evil, or like the Invader Zim idea. I'm not crazy about it right now, but I think it will grow on me if I saw it in motion.
3 new levels to show off, plus more of Toasty and Treetops. Let's get right into it. What's up, guys? Canadian Guy A here, and back with more footage from the Spyro Reignited Trilogy. So we had gotten footage yesterday of Toasty and Treetops. Sadly, the presentation was not so good because of the input lag to record the game for the audience. But now we got even more footage of Toasty and Treetops. But that's not all. We also got footage of Sunny Flight. And somehow, we also got footage of the Artisan's Homeworld and Magic Crafters. How? I'm not actually sure, but I'm not going to ask questions either, because this is going to be a particularly long video. I will do my analysis in a later video, but for now, let's go straight for the gameplay.
Nasty Nork has put one of his most devious henchmen in charge of the Artisan world.
Bring him on! I think I smell a barbecue.
Be careful, Spyro. Toasty has many tricks up his sleeve. Spyro, if you jump at the end of a supercharge ramp, you can really go far.
I'm all over it.
We got Lofty Castle and Cliff Town. Let's get right into it. What's up, guys? Canadian Guy A here, and it feels good to be finally back to YouTubing after my beautiful son has been born. But during my absence, a lot of Spyro content has come out. But today, we're going to be looking over about 12 seconds of footage from Lofty Castle and Cliff Town. There is no audio, so I'm just going to put the Reignited music underneath, just so that it's not as boring. Alright, so there isn't so much to go off of, but let's take a look at some of the details. First off, they definitely changed up Lofty Castle from when we saw in the trailer. The purples are a lot more pink and toned down. The lighting is also changed, well, quite a bit. Overall, however, I feel that this is an improvement. This just goes to show that Toys for Bob has been listening to its fans and their requests. It seems that their original idea they were going for the whole game was a sunset coloration, but in recent gameplay they've shown to pull the idea back quite a bit in favor of what the fans actually wanted. The other detail that I wanted to point out was that the Pueblo and his shield. Notice how before they were still very metallic and shiny.
but now it's like a stitched up metal, looking quite different from the big Nork from Dark Hollow defending the hall. So I got a feeling that throughout the games, the characters with the metallic shielding are going to be a bit harder to spot right away. Now I got a feeling that these pieces are from an earlier build, as the gem color is different from what we've seen recently. Also, a previous problem that a lot of people had pointed out before was Spyro's tail, but it was fixed in recent footage. So these levels could definitely change in looks by the time the final game is released. And before I go, let's watch them both again one more time. What 5 features would we like to see added to the Spyro Reignited Trilogy? Let's find out. What's up guys, Canadian Guy A here, and back with a type of video I have not done in a really long time. A top 5 video. So with the upcoming remaster being just around the corner, and with Toys for Bob listening to us so much, I thought that I would put together a little video of some of the features that a lot of the fans have suggested, whether it be my own personal thoughts, what you guys have commented down below, or what I've seen in this giant place that we call the World Wide Web. So, what are we waiting for? Let's get right into it. Number 5. Endgame content. Now, I hear the purists coming out and saying, "No, do not add anything to this game." But hold your seahorses and let me explain. Crash Bandicoot added as a DLC Stormy Ascent, an infamous level that was scrapped and could only be accessed if you had a Game Shark for the PS1. The level was almost completed, so it allowed you to basically go through the whole thing in the original game. According to reports, there are levels in the original Spyro games that have been scrapped, and I would love to be able to see what Toys for Bob could do with those levels if they were allowed to finish them. Better yet, in all honesty, I would love to be able to just play the game even longer with even more content. However, I would not want the scrap levels to affect the core game. So I would like access to these things when the game is finished. But I got a feeling it would come as a DLC later on, because I do not think that Toys for Bob has enough time to actually do that within the production time that they likely have. But hey, you never know. Number 4. Skins. To say that some, keyword here, some, Spyro fans are divided would be an understatement. There are different variations of Spyro that people adore and love. Also other characters. But personally, I love the new design of Spyro, but there are huge followings for other characters in the franchise. So, what if Toys for Bob in a future DLC catered to some of these fans by releasing skins from different characters in the Spyro universe, like a fan favorite, Cinder, or perhaps more simple skins, like Flame from A Hero's Tale, where it's a simple recolor. Honestly, I would just stay with the original skin for myself, because I think Toys for Bob did such an amazing job with Spyro. But different people have different tastes, and that's perfectly fine. Number 3. Easter eggs. This is a fantastic opportunity to add so many Easter eggs to the game. We have already seen one in a recent gift released by Toys for Bob, showing the beast being fed Wampa fruit from Crash Bandicoot. Little details like these are what make people burst out laughing who are fans of the series. Subtle jokes and references from either the Crash IP or previous versions of Spyro could be put in that would pass the untrained eye. These are things that people love to seek and find out. Number 2. Added cinematics. This is a bit of a better explanation, but when the Crash Insane Trilogy came out, there were details added to its cinematics and cutscenes. Nothing overly major, but a few things here and there, and I hope Toys for Bob can do the same. Add more to the cutscenes that are already there to simply improve them. But to go along with this idea, Spyro 2 had these little cutscenes in between entering and leaving the levels. They were dark, weird, but overall hilarious. I would love to see these types of cutscenes used for Spyro 1 and 3. Imagine leaving Stonehill and you see a shepherd and the rams being chased by a massive flock of sheep with one of them holding one of the shepherd's cane. Number 1. Toggleable music. This is something that always pops up in my comment section of my videos. Whenever we talk about Spyro, people have a severe worry over its music. Some have heard the little tidbits from gameplay and trailers, and some are still very nervous. Crash Bandicoot's music was good, heck, it was great, but it was not legendary like Stuart Copeland's soundtracks were. So some people don't want them redone like Crash's was done. Some even argue that Spyro has the best soundtrack of all time when it comes to video games. Now, I don't know if I would go to that extent, but I think that Toys for Bob can make a fantastic soundtrack, but people are still going to be upset because it might be very different and it's very hard to achieve that legendary status like Stuart Copeland did. But what if there was a toggle button, like you could switch between the remaster and the original? I think this is something that is very plausible because it's really not all that hard to code. Maybe you are curious and want to hear what the original sounded like compared to the new one, or perhaps you're a die-hard fan and just want to listen to the originals. Either or, I think that it would be a good compromise and that it would be fairly straightforward to do. What 5 things could be improved for the Spyro Reignited Trilogy? Let's find out. What's up guys, Canadian Guy A here, and back with a video talking about the Reignited Trilogy. Now, almost every video I have done, I have sung praises of the Reignited Trilogy. I love just about everything so far. However, with the utmost respect that I have for Toys for Bob and the work that they were doing for Spyro, there are some critiques in areas that I think need to be improved. And I'm not the only one either. I talked with other fellow Spyro tubers, Jordan Fringe, Josh Gaming, Mechanizer8, and a few Spyro Twitter folks, like Spyro Universe and Miss Sadie. I then read a lot of your comments in my comment section and on Twitter, and I think we have put together a small list of critiques that most of us would agree on. However, I need to make it clear that if none of these changes happen, it would not ruin the entire game. These are simply changes that I feel would improve the game overall. Now, I'm going to hit the honorable mention right away before we get into the list. That mention is the music. The reason why I have this here is because a lot of people are split on the music. Some love the little tidbits that we have heard so far, some not so much. But in a previous video that I made, I mentioned the fact that if they were to put in toggleable music to switch between the remaster tracks and the original, that it would make everyone happy. With that out of the way, let's dive into the top 5 critiques for the Spyro Reignited Trilogy. Number 5. The booty swish. Now, some of you might be a tad confused by this. Now, it's not the Norks mooning you. I can't critique them yet because, well, we haven't even seen them. But what we have seen is a flying level and areas where Spyro glides a longer distance. Now, there is a small little detail removed in the remaster that was in the original that was adorable. Spyro's booty swish. While Spyro was flying or gliding, he would have a small booty shake as he flew, and personally, I thought it was kind of cute. But in the Reignited Trilogy, it seems that at the moment they have it kind of removed. Now, this won't ruin the game at all, but I think it's a nice cute little touch if they were able to get back his little booty shake. They have changed animation quite a bit due to fan requests, one of them being Spyro's tail animation as he ran. So if they can adjust this, I think they can somehow incorporate the booty swish into his flight. Number 4. Gem counter. So one of the biggest topics that a lot of people have been talking about is the HUD in the Reignited Trilogy, but more specifically, the gem counter. The look itself looks too two-dimensional, when before it was 3D. The icon for the gem just doesn't look quite right. It looks like they missed the mark a little bit. Also, the gem counter is quite a bit off for me. See, when you grab a gem now, the text does this popping animation that's not quite my cup of tea. It's too cartoony and cheesy. I think that if we went back to the way the original had it, with the gem counter counting up in a roulette style, it would be a lot more fitting, and personally, I think that that style of counting is a lot more satisfying. Number 3. The gem chime. So there was this magical sound effect whenever you collected gems in the game. It was this gorgeous chime-like sound effect that sounded amazing. Now, from what we have seen, it's a little bit quiet and seems a touch off. The sound doesn't really resonate quite as well as before. Now, it still sounds really nice, don't get me wrong, so maybe it's simply a volume issue, where all they need to do is turn it up a little bit, but I think it needs a bit more of that magic chime sound that we all know and love. Number 2, Twilight Harbor. Okay, so remember how I said I talked with Jordan Fringe? I know he covered number 2 and number 1 in his videos, but I still want to get it out there and share my thoughts, even though they are incredibly similar. Jordan had shot some B-roll at E3. During one of the shots, we see bits of Twilight Harbor, but with a change to one of the Norks. The Norks now shoot a purple gooey sludge instead of real bullets. Now, of course, Toys for Bob went on to say that they wanted to keep it all kid-friendly, which I understand. I get where they're going with it, but the bullets look too Splatoon-y. It's literally goop. Now, Josh Gaming on Twitter had suggested that perhaps as a compromise, they could change the goop to be less, well, goopy, and change the colors to a yellowy orange, which would be more matching to the original, which I 100% agree with. I feel that it would be a fairly good compromise, but it still begs the question as to why they can't keep it as guns. As Jordan Fringe pointed out, in Crash Bandicoot we had a boss with a giant Tommy gun shooting at Crash with him hiding under furniture, terrified for his life. Crash was rated E10 and up, so is Toys for Bob going for strictly E rating? It's possible, but I think there could be compromises made for it to still work, like maybe change it from a Splatoon gun to more of a paintball gun, or make the bullets look more like cannonballs. I think there's a lot of wiggle room here to just keep it at an E rating. Number 1. The Egg Thief. Once again, I know Jordan covered this, but I want to cover it myself and give my thoughts. My problem is not the Egg Thief designs itself, but the main thing that makes our eye twitch every single time we hear it, the voice. Here, let me play you the voice a few times so you can get a good ear for it. Okay, now let's take a listen to the original voice. Now this is a hugely needed change in my opinion. The Egg Thief's voice was an iconic sound that drove you insane when you heard it, but the sound of this one is just not quite there. It sounds like they replaced the N's with M's and made the pitch deeper. It's just not really fitting in my humble opinion. Now some people have said they like it, and some are not really bothered by it, but I know there are also a lot of people saying that they wish they could have the original sound, or at least for the sound to be adjusted to be closer to the original. Other sound effects like the Spyro Life and the crystallized dragon shake was nailed so perfectly that for the Egg Thief to not be quite there is a bit jarring. I think, however, with a little bit of finessing, they can improve the voice to sound closer to the original. On today's video, I'm gonna talk about how horrible the Reignited Trilogy is. Look at this grass. It's too grassy! Ah! What's up, guys? Canadian Guy here, and back to, well, address something. There has been a video that's been on my mind for a while. I've been trying to hold it back because my channel is normally peaceful and I don't usually like throwing negativity. But today, it's time to talk about a subject that has driven most Spyro fans insane. Some of the immense, over-the-top, ridiculous nitpicking of the Reignited Trilogy. Now, right off the hop, I'm not talking about the people that make comments talking about what they wish they would change, what they don't like about the game, if they're going to buy the game or not. Those are fine. It's a critique in their point of view. They've stated their issue, then possibly provided a sensible solution that they feel would fix said issue. Whether their possible suggestion would fix that issue, or if it's even an issue to begin with, is up to debate and could be discussed, but nonetheless, it's these people I'm talking about. Look at this skybox. Look at it. It's completely wrong from the original. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the Reignited Nitpickers. These are the people that most Spyro fans groan about when they hear them open their mouths. See, these are the people that feel that the Reignited Trilogy is trash because things are different and vary from the original trilogy. People on YouTube, Reddit, Twitter, and all other forms of online social media seem to be nitpicking the game. These are the people that were likely not hugged as a child, so they decided to rain on everyone's joyful parade about the game. I'm not saying if you don't like the Reignited Trilogy that you're dumb or anything, but these are the people that complain about, and I wish I was kidding, the color of grass. I've heard complaints about Spyro's color, voice, terrain, and even eye color. These nitpicks are fine, but what drives me insane is that people are saying the entire game is on the line if these nitpicks are not followed. The worst part is that these people disguise these nitpicks as quote-unquote critiques. No, they are not critiques just because you say that they are, saying that
if the game is not pixel-to-pixel perfect, I'm protesting and never buying the game again. 0 out of 10, game ruined.
Is not a critique. It's a stupid statement. Aha! But then we get people that step forward with this image particularly and say, I know color theory, and I can tell that no one at Toys for Bob knows what they're doing. Here's a still image that I color corrected in Photoshop to show how smart I am. Spyro obviously looks too pink in the previous photo. Well, first off, no one cares about the class that you flunked out of in your local college. And second of all, if you knew color theory, then you would understand that the color of the light source changes the color of the object it hits. In basic terms, a blue light would make things look more blue. So, if let's say the source in this image, the sun, is pink because of a sunset, what would that do to Spyro? Oh, that's right. Make him look more pink. This is basic concepts that we learn in kindergarten art class. Wow, the more pink I add, the pinkier it looks. Your complaint is not Spyro himself, but your complaint is the skybox. And to be honest, I agreed that the skybox was looking too much of a sunset feel, but Toys for Bob addressed this and actually fixed it as revealed in recent footage. If you're going to give criticism, you need to be able to understand where the problem lies, and in this sense, it lied within the skybox and the lighting itself. Companies like Toys for Bob need a clear criticism, because if your problem is the skybox and not Spyro, and they change Spyro, then you got an interchanging problem. You need to be able to give clear, concise criticism that actually makes sense. I think the worst part is that when Spyro fans approach these people and try to talk to them, but they respond with hatred because they do not agree that the issues that they are pointing out are issues at all. When people take such tiny, insignificant, small details and blows them out of proportion and say it ruins the whole game, it's absolutely ridiculous. For example, someone had commented that Nevin was their favorite dragon and that Toys for Bob ruined him. Therefore, it ruined the whole trilogy because they loved and connected with that dragon. So let me get this straight. A dragon who was originally just a color swap with 10 seconds of screen time in the whole trilogy ruins all 3 games for you? If this is the case, then you are way, way, way too sensitive. Just go back to playing the originals. We wouldn't want a random flower on the ground to be changed and for you to have an emotional breakdown over a plant. The game is going to be different from the originals. If you want to play the originals, then by all means, go play them. There's nothing wrong with that. But this game will never be 100% the same, no matter how hard Toys for Bob tries. The original Spyro was not in any means perfection either. There are things that could have been improved, just like any other game that gets critical acclaim and praise. Even more recent games like God of War or even The Last of Us have areas that could have been improved. Toys for Bob is likely going to hit the mark in some areas, do better in others, and then maybe miss the mark in others. But if the thousands of hours of work that Toys for Bob is investing in this game becomes mute because of a placement of a single flower or the color of grass in a single area, then you need to get your priorities checked. Criticism is good. It points out a weakness and allows a creator to repair it. In fact, I just made a video talking about my critiques, but they are so small, it speaks volumes to Toys for Bob if my 5 critiques are just such tiny details. But when you hold the balance of the whole game on such minor, insignificant details like the shade of green in the grass or a slight change in color in any object, then it's no longer criticism, it's open bashing. You are only looking for things that are wrong instead of the whole picture, which includes what they are doing right. People take everything that they think is wrong, no matter how small, compile all together and say it's a representative of the whole game. But Toys for Bob have been working so hard. They have been listening to everyone's critiques, and it shows. From the update to Stonehill to Artisan's Homeworld, they are trying to appease the game's fans, but also are trying to make the game great for all fans. It's okay to have nitpicks. I have mine, but don't let such small details dictate the balance of the whole game. When will Ripto's Rage be announced? Let's attempt to find out. What's up, guys? Canadian Guy A here, and back with a question that is littering my comment sections. Where's Ripto's Rage? And this is a legit question. With less than 90 days to go before the game drops, we only have seen one game. This is causing people to get nervous and, well, be worried. So recently, we expected that Ripto's Rage would have been shown off at E3 during PlayStation's E3 event. And guess what? It didn't happen. This shocked me and, well, many others. They had the Spyro booth there and everything. How could they not show the new trailer off? I'm a person who likes to find patterns and figure out solutions. If, well, you haven't noticed yet. So I took a skip down memory lane and took a look at Crash Bandicoot, and also the time before we knew that Spyro was officially coming as a remaster. Crash Bandicoot was officially at E3 after the fan freakout when Sean Layden wore a Crash Bandicoot t-shirt at the PlayStation Experience, and, well, afterwards there was no Crash. This let PlayStation know that there was a huge fan request for the return of the Bandicoot. Then the following PlayStation Experience, the first trailer for Crash was shown off, then was released in June. Then during E3 of 2018, we got a new level for Crash Bandicoot, Future Tense. So following where Crash is going is actually quite simple. Like most other games, whenever the game is announced or shown, it was during a huge gaming press conference. In Crash's case, the PlayStation Experience and E3. So I took a look at Spyro, and it was announced during PAX? What? PAX is normally a place for indie developers to show off their content, and for some AAA companies to show off perhaps DLC or upcoming content for their already announced games. But to announce Spyro? You would think Spyro would follow the same path as Crash, right? Like almost every other game. I tried to find a pattern, counting days, details as when the Spyro would come out, trailers and all sorts of stuff, and I could not figure out the pattern. But that's when I figured it out. There is no pattern for Spyro. Therefore, there is a pattern. Let me explain. Spyro seems to be avoiding the massive conferences where massive games are announced and dropped, like E3 and the PlayStation Experience. But why? Isn't that where most eyes are going to be? You would be right that yes, E3 and PlayStation Experience is where a lot of eyes would be, but the marketing of Spyro is seemingly taking a different route. When Spyro was announced at PAX, it took the convention by storm. Ads were played on the Jumbotron and people were freaking out, so obviously this was not just a coincidence. And Spyro stole the whole show pretty much. And that is when it clicked. When they drop a new Spyro trailer, they want to steal the show, or at least get a lot of media attention to Spyro specifically. During E3, so much is announced that it can be overwhelming, with titles like Smash Bros., Halo, and The Last of Us, and many other new titles. Spyro could easily be drowned out in all the chaos by the non-Spyro fans. But if you show off the trailer of a game during a time where you can get more media exclusive attention, then you can get more eyes than you likely would have if you just shown it off at E3. So we have to break away from what we think this game would follow and think of where it could go. So I took a look at all the conferences that are coming up, and I think Spyro could be shown off at 2 different locations. Either Gamescom in August or Comic-Con in July. There is a third one in there, but it's a little too close to Spyro's release date. But at the end of August and leading into September, it's PAX West. So normally Comic-Con is for movies and TV shows, but in recent years, gaming has become a lot bigger to this convention. It is entirely possible that Spyro could be shown off during that time, but I'm unsure. Then there's Gamescom, which I think is following that pattern, which is really predictable and really late to show off Ripto's Rage. So I think it's entirely possible that we're actually going to get this trailer for Ripto's Rage at Comic-Con. However, we could then get the trailer for Year of the Dragon at Gamescom. Or I could be completely wrong and we get the trailer at Gamescom of Ripto's Rage and then Year of the Dragon at PAX West. Or the Spyro marketing team could just throw a curveball and just drop it out of the clear blue sky. I honestly am unsure at this point, but you never know. All that I am certain of is that I will report on it as soon as that happens. Bubba is here, but he does sound familiar. I wonder. What's up guys, Canadian Guy here, and I got a really quick video for you guys. We got a new clip from the Spyro Twitter. It's footage from one of the dragons of Misty Bog, Bubba. Here, let's take a look.
I'll tell you what to do with those creatures. Smash them, Spyro. Stamp them out and squish them and squash them.
Yeek! Let's watch it again.
I'll tell you what to do with those creatures. Smash them, Spyro. Stamp them out and squish them and squash them.
Now, let's take a look at the original.
I'll tell you what to do with those creatures. Smash them, Spyro. Stamp them out and squish them and squash them. I'll tell you what to do with those creatures. Smash them, Spyro. Stamp them out and squish them and squash them.
Okay, so there is one more thing I wanted to point out. The colors, once again, seem a bit different in Misty Bog from what we have seen before. There's, well, a lot more fog, but they also greatly reduced the sunset feel, and now it feels a lot more atmospheric towards the original. A lot of people were criticizing Misty Bog for being off with the colors, but now I think they hit the mark a lot closer and better now. Props to Toys for Bob. But Bubba's voice does sound familiar, especially his laugh.
I'll tell you what to do with those creatures. Smash them, Spyro. Stamp them out and squish them and squash them.
Could it be?
Ah, my friends, that's resources standing around. There's glory to be won.
A few friends and I have talked about it, and we think that this might be the voice of Reinhardt from Overwatch, who is Darren Day Paul. But we are unsure, but I think I would put my money there if I was a gambling man. But honestly, I think whoever voiced it did a great job. Is this really Nestor? Let's find out. What's up guys, Canadian Guy here, and I'm back with a video regarding one of the few controversies that the Spyro fandom has dealt with. When the initial trailer for the Spyro Reignited Trilogy came out, almost all fans were liking what they were seeing, except for one detail that I think a lot of fans were, at the bare minimum, confused by: the look of Nestor. My problem with it is that it just doesn't scream Nestor. Nestor is the first dragon you save. He has this strong sense of leadership, and to be honest, I'm not seeing it in this dragon. He seems wise, but old and frail. I'm not even talking about his turban, just his size and his look is just not really meshing well with me as Nestor. So as the weeks went on and we saw more and more details about the dragons, something hit me. You see, Paul Yan went on to say that all the dragons in the artisan's homeworld were artists in some way, shape, or form. This is shown off by Nevin being a painter. But apparently there are others, like baristas and sculptors. Artisans is not the only one with the theme either. We got a great look of the 4 dragons from the Beastmakers worlds, and they all have a common theme. They all follow a tribal, native, almost voodoo vibe. bone necklaces, beads and piercings, skulls, and many other factors related to dragons from the wildlands. So it would seem that all the dragons from the worlds have matching themes. So, back to artisans. If all the dragons from the artisan's homeworld are artists, what is Nestor supposed to be? There is no clear indication at all of him being a part of a certain art trade. Once again, let's take a look at beast makers. These dragons have a similar look, especially in the face of Lyle and Bubba. They have a rougher look to them, they're all scarred up, and they have decorative horns and even fins for Isaac. There's a unification in terms of look and style. But if we look at Nevin and the apparent Nestor, they definitely don't look like they belong in the same world. Now, some of you might say that maybe there was a style change since the trailer. There has been many things improved upon that we have seen since the trailer, like Spyro's tail animation and the lighting in the levels. Perhaps Nevin looked like Nestor at one point, and then when the fans started complaining, they changed his style. However, that is untrue. Back in March, when Toys for Bob made that troll-tastic video talking about their company, they included little details of Spyro in there to try to give a hint to everyone that they were working on it. And no one caught it! I'm still salty to this day. I made a video pointing out all the hints, and still, it makes me upset. But there was a dragon that one of the artists was working on, and if you look, it's actually Nevin, and that would mean that they had Nevin's design planned out for quite some time, and therefore shoots down the theory that they changed Nevin's design after the trailer freakout when this video was released before the Spyro trailer had even come out. So let's answer the question. Is this really Nestor? My theory is no. No, it's not. Let me explain. The game has dragons following the same theme. He does not match the idea of being an artist. If this is not Nestor, then who is he, why is he there, and where should he be? Well, for starters, Toys for Bob came out to say that the very first level they worked on was Toasty. In terms of order of designs, to start on the first boss is kind of odd. Also, why is it that at the E3 demo they showed off treetops and additionally Toasty? Why something from artisans and then something from beast makers? What this tells me is that they're not designing the levels in order. It would seem that they have put together some plan with different levels from different worlds, whatever fits best in their production schedule. Now, to back this up, we have footage of Lofty Castle. Notice how the problem that fans were having about Spyro's tail in the original is now prominent here, even though this is footage after we saw the tail fixed. This means that this is likely footage from an earlier build in the game. We'll come back to this. If we look at the dragon's attire, he is wearing these jeweled gauntlets and neckwear with what seems to be a turban on his head. Now, I know that Toys for Bob would not just throw a turban on this dragon's head for no reason. So I looked up many articles about turbans and what they meant to people, and many times the turban was a symbol of spirituality. So out of all the homeworlds, which one would fit spirituality? In my opinion, it would be either Dreamweavers or Magic Crafters. Another factor is, in the West, genies or mystics are sometimes depicted wearing a turban or a headdress. Once again, what theme does mystic match with? This time, it's only Magic Crafters. Now, some people might argue and say that actually Dreamweavers could fit in that as well, which is possible. However, the one thing that kind of ruins it is that if you look at the original Dreamweavers, they actually have a horn on their nose. Meanwhile, this dragon does not. So that kind of eliminates them from being a Dreamweaver. So it seemed that what we thought was originally Nestor might be a dragon from Magic Crafters. This would also make sense as the dragon looks a lot more slender and frail compared to Nevin, which matches the original design as well, where the Magic Crafters were much more slender compared to every other dragon design. But why is he here? Well, remember the footage that I pointed out earlier? Well, the footage is proof that they may have been working on Magic Crafters earlier in production, because they're not following a certain schedule as in the proper order of levels. They're doing what is best for the production schedule. So what could have happened was that Nestor's design may not have been completed yet, but Toys for Bob wanted to show off the first dragon you get right at the start of the game. So they may have had this dragon completed and used this model as a stand-in for Nestor since they're both green, just so that they still could get the first dragon effect. Also, like I said, they're both green, so they might have been able to get away with it. So, is that it? Do we end the video here? Not quite. I'm gonna dig just a little bit deeper. I'm gonna try to figure out who this dragon is. Like I previously mentioned, Toys for Bob has been following the color palettes of the original dragons. So what we know is that this is a green magic crafter dragon. Who could it be? Once again, I looked at the turban, and it is said that there is a significant piece of headwear that should be highly respected by its wearer. This makes me think of a dragon who is quite important, perhaps like a leader. And it just so happens that Cosmos, the leader of the Magic Crafters, is also green, matching up with the dragon that we see in Artisans as a stand-in for Nestor. In fact, we can see him in his crystallized state here in the B-roll footage. That is only my theory, however. He could be from Dreamweavers, but if I were to put my money on one singular factor, it would be that at least this dragon is not Nestor. That's my only thing that I can say that's almost a guarantee in my mind. This cannot be Nestor. It does not make sense. But that's my theory, however. Comment below if you think that it's Nestor or if it's a different dragon. Do you know these 6 uncommon facts about the Spyro Reignited Trilogy?
Let's find out.
Hey, why do my guests always interrupt? What's up, guys? Kenny Gaia here, and back with a good friend of mine to join me in this lovely video, Rapunzel!
Hey everybody, Rapunzel here, coming at you live from the tower.
But this is a pre-recorded video.
Shh, they don't know that.
With the Reignited Trilogy coming out, there are facts and features coming out from right, left, and center. It can be hard to track what's been said.
So we're here to tell you 6 facts you may not have known about the Reignited Trilogy.
Let's get right into it.
Number 6. Classic camera controls.
Do you really hate yourself? Do you like to wallow in self-loathing? Do you like trying to get platinum on Stormy Ascent like our dear friend Mechanizer?
Well then, the Reignited Trilogy has just the feature for you. As most of us already know, the Reignited Trilogy is boasting new camera controls. The camera can now be rotated with the right analog stick. That's great, but it's not what we remember. Classic Spyro fans know that the camera was originally rotated with the L2 and R2 buttons. Well, camera purists can rejoice because in an interview at E3, hosted by Rooster Teeth, Peter Kavik, who's a senior producer on the Reignited Trilogy, said you can, quote, be torturous to yourself and use the L2 and R2 triggers if you want to. I don't think that's an option I'll be using very often, but much like my car's airbags and that emergency money I've socked away that I'm totally, really, definitely, maybe not blowing on Spyro merch, it's comforting to know it's there.
Number 5. Fast travel.
Are you a speedrunner and just hate walking? Ever want to just zip to a certain level that you've already played, but it's in a different world and you have to run all the way there? Want to just do it faster?
Well, now you can! In an interview with Paul Yan and Maxi Geek, Paul Yan went on to say that they have decided to add a fast travel option in the game. It is assumed that once you completed a level, you can fast travel to it in an option in the menu. I expect that the speedrunning community is going to be in love with this option, and those who just want 100% the game, but missed a pesky gem in Treetops.
What level?
Treetops. You know, the level...
I told you. We never speak of that level.
Sorry? Personally, for me, however, I think I'm going to run through the homeworlds and do it the old-fashioned way. I love the look of the homeworld so far. Plus, it gives me an excuse to keep playing the game late into the night, because as we all know, sleep is for the weak.
Number 4. No Switch version. A Switch version of the Reignited Trilogy has not been announced.
Hold on, Nintendo fans, before you break out the tissue boxes, let her finish.
As I was saying, it seems like bad news, especially since Twilight Harbor now looks like it's something straight out of Splatoon, but it doesn't mean that it will never happen, it just means we aren't getting it on launch, and that could end up being a good thing. This information was confirmed by Jordan Fringe when he personally spoke with representatives from Toys for Bob and Activision at E3. The video where he addresses this is in the description below. He explains they want to make sure the core game is as perfect as they can get it before starting the process of porting it. That's actually really good news for us. It further shows that Toys for Bob and Activision have the right sentiment for making this game. They care about the product and respect the fans enough to give us their best. I certainly don't agree with every creative decision they've made, but I do applaud their mindset when it comes to this.
Nitpicker, yeah. Number 3. Started from scratch. When Vicarious Visions walked up to Naughty Dog to ask if they had the original Crash Bandicoot assets for the Insane Trilogy, Naughty Dog simply smiled and handed them the coding for all 3 games. However, when Toys for Bob went to Insomniac asking for Spyro's codes, all they literally got was a shrug. They apparently lost all of their data in a move. I don't know how you could lose the data of all 3 games of a signature PlayStation mascot.
Perhaps some corporate espionage by a certain Italian plumber?
I'm not quite sure about that, but Toys for Bob knew that they had a massive job on their hands. One of their engineers created a program called Spyroscope, which is short form for Spyro Under a Microscope, where the program actually broke the levels down to its original geodes and exported it to the artist so that it could paint over top the geometry of the original levels. They also got the placements of the items, like gems, and the hitboxes of the enemies. However, this took so much extra time because they had to rebuild the game from scratch, but according to one of the spokesmen of Toys for Bob, the original game is pretty much running under thousands of layers.
Like ogres?
Ogres have layers. Onions have layers. You get it. We both have layers.
Number 2. Possible lady dragons. Now I'm sure many of you out there in the vast cosmos keep late night hours pondering the many mysteries of the universe. Seeing as you're here, you're probably a Spyro fan, so one of those mysteries is no doubt, where the heck are the female dragons in the Spyro universe?
Yeah, and where did those eggs come from?
Maybe you should talk to your wife about that. But fear not, my troubled Spyro scholars. You may be able to take that mystery off of your ponder plate soon. In that same Rooster Teeth interview I mentioned earlier, Peter Kavik was questioned about the possibility of female dragons appearing in the games. He very quickly and mysteriously responded, "I want to leave some surprises." He was also asked if there might be any new cutscenes or challenges, to which he again replied, "There are some surprises we want to keep, and there are some things we can and can't talk about."
So, is that a yes?
This could mean that some of the dragons we free may get a gender swap, or perhaps it means we'll get some new or altered cutscenes with female dragons included, or maybe they're adding entirely new dragons for us to free. Personally, I'd prefer new dragons and or cutscenes. Don't get me wrong, I'm sure any and all of the dragons would look great in lipstick and a matching handbag, but I don't really want them to change what's already been established.
I wonder what they would look like. Gorgeous. Number 1. The roll in all games. Were you one of the few people who love the roll?
No.
Oh. Well, it would seem, however, that Spyro is going to be getting this move back for all 3 games. According to an interview with, once again, Maxi Geek with Paul Yan, Toys for Bob wanted to keep the 3 games as cohesive as possible. So they decided to add the roll back in for Spyro 2 Ripto's Rage, or, Gateway to Glimmer for those over the pond, and Spyro 3 Year of the Dragon. This is going to be interesting as now new strategies could be used for bosses or certain annoying creatures to try to avoid them. Perhaps Spike won't be such a pain?
Of course he will. Get your head out of the clouds, man.
The role could easily help with other areas that were a smidge difficult to deal with. Thank you so much, Rapunzel, for joining me in this video.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me.
And don't forget to check out Rapunzel's channel. She covers not only Spyro, but also pretty much everything gaming, from games to collectibles and even live streams. Her channel is in the description below, so why don't you go and subscribe? What's up, guys? Canadian Guy here, and back with a quick little tidbit of a new video that the Spyro Twitter has released. It's only 11 seconds and there's no audio, so I'll throw in some audio just to jazz it up a little bit. But take a look. It's in celebration of the 4th of July. Let's watch that one more time. So there isn't too much to break down from here, but there is one thing I do want to point out, and something that I am curious about. Right at the end here, Spyro is sitting down looking at the fireworks. Everything that we've seen in this video is animations that we have already seen in the previous gameplay videos. However, with him sitting down and looking up, I'm curious, is this custom? Or is this a possible new idle animation? Kind of like Crash Bandicoot when they added new idle animations for the Crash Insane trilogy. Now, I'm not 100% sure, but I'm fairly certain this is Clifftown. Now, as we can see, in comparison to the original, they took away a lot of that bloomy, sunsetty feel and reverted it back to the way the original should have looked. And this just shows that Toys for Bob and Activision are actually listening to our feedback, as a lot of fans weren't crazy about that. Or this could be Dry Canyon as well. See, I get confused between these levels because it's so hard to tell the difference between the palettes and stuff. Previously on Canadian Guy A. So I think it's entirely possible that we're actually going to get this trailer for Ripto's Rage at Comic-Con. Well, what do we have here? What's up, guys? Canadian Guy here, and back with a little video telling you about something interesting that was just announced. A few days ago, I made a video talking about when we will see the next Spyro game shown off. Myself and a few others, like my personal friend Jordan Fringe, felt strongly that it would be shown at the San Diego Comic-Con. There were two other shows that we thought it could have been shown off at, but we felt strongly for Comic-Con specifically. And hey, look, here's a little article. Let's take a read, shall we? In 2018, Spyro the Dragon is soaring to new heights in the Spyro Reignited Trilogy. This panel will connect Spyro's creation with his present by giving fans an exclusive look into the creative process behind the original games, from the 90s and 2018 remastered collection. Panelists include key members of the Insomniac Games and Toys for Bob development teams, Stuart Copeland, composer of the original Spyro soundtrack, Tom Kenny, the voice of Spyro, and Michael John, professor of computational media at the University of California, Santa Cruz, and former producer at Universal Interactive Studios, who will share their unique experiences in creating and remastering one of the most beloved trilogies in platforming history. So, it looks like we were correct! Spyro is going to have a panel at Comic-Con, but they're not just going to sit around and casually talk like a Sunday afternoon tea time. They are not going to invite Stuart Copeland, one of the most legendary composers of all video game time, to sit around and casually talk brunch. Nuh-uh. We are going to see some action. So I am doubling down on this, that we are going to see Ripto's Rage at Comic-Con. I am the excite! Now apparently there is a theory going around, and I gotta give credit to Jordan and his latest video, but the question that some have been having is, why is Stuart Copeland going to be there? It just seems weird that the old composer would be at the panel. That is, of course, unless they are going to be announcing something epic and new. In a previous video where I give 5 ideas that could be additions to the Reignited Trilogy, number 1 is toggleable music. Jordan also made a video pitching basically the same idea, where you can switch between the remastered tracks or Stuart's original tracks. This was something that many people had asked for. this was the biggest critique that I heard, and I think they are removing that barrier between the fans. I think they could be announcing a toggle for the music. All you gotta do is simply pick the tracks that you are happy with and enjoy the purple boy doing his thing. Even if they don't do that, I still think it's a possibility that it will be added to the final game.
Well, well, someone forgot to invite me to the party.
What's up, guys? Canadian Guy here, and back with a quick little video. So, right after I posted my most recent video, the Spyro Twitter goes and drops this screenshot. Now, I don't normally cover only screenshots, but this is a big one. Like, huge. Well, not physically huge, but you know what? Never mind. Let's just take a look. Ladies and gentlemen, we got the first reveal of officially Ripto. Oh my goodness. I'm sorry, I take back everything that I said before about him in a previous video. They have vastly improved him. Let's take a look in comparison to the cover art. So the cover art had these yellow reptilian eyes and a bit of a different shaped head. But now it seems they have adjusted the model slightly due to some fans only being okay with his design. In my opinion, I was not crazy about his design before, but slowly it grew on me. But seeing this, I am in love with it. He seems a smidge taller, and the fact that he has the cape wrapped around him suggests that we're going to be getting some quite epic animations with the cape. But this post means more than meets the eye. This is the first piece of info we have gotten in regards of the second game from the Spyro Twitter. Everything thus far has been from the first game, with the San Diego Comic-Con just around the corner and them dropping this picture. We can almost be certain that a trailer showing off Ripto's Rage is right around the corner. Now, it could be shown off at San Diego Comic-Con, or possibly dropped right before the convention, and the panelists talk about the trailer and the other details. I am so excited to finally see my favorite Spyro villain, and Toys for Bob is doing such a great job. We got 12 minutes of Spyro Ripto's Rage. Let's get right into it. What's up, guys? Canadian Guy here, and I'm back. Very excited about the fact that we now have Spyro Ripto's Rage footage, and not just like 12 seconds or 15 seconds, 12 minutes of glorious footage. So we're going to be doing another video talking about all this footage probably tomorrow, but for now, I'm just going to post it. This is from an interview with PlayStation Underground as they play through Idle Springs. Here is the footage. Take a look.
Hello my friends and welcome back to PlayStation Underground. On today's show we are playing Spyro Reignited Trilogy, which is out on the PS4 September 21st. I am joined by some Toys for Bob folks, senior producers Peter Kavik and Nick Livingston, and art director Josh Nadelberg. Gentlemen, welcome to the program.
Hello.
Hey.
Oh, hello.
It is good to have all of you here. We are actually taking a look at Idle Springs, which is a level in the second game of the trilogy. And Nick, if I can start with you, this is kind of one of the first deeper dives of Game 2 that we're seeing, correct?
Yes, it is. One of the first levels we're showing off is Idle Springs.
They've locked us out of our temples and stolen our food.
Oh no!
So yes, I wanted to give Foreman Bob a chance to speak and not talk over him, but this level is all about foremen who have been wronged by idle monsters. The big thing about Spyro 2, the big difference between Spyro 2 and Spyro 1 is whereas Spyro 1 was all about collecting dragons and rescuing dragons, Spyro 2 introduced this whole other world of NPCs and mini games and challenges to explore and do. And,
I want to know where that hammer came from, by the way. That
the
foreman snuck that into his pocket. You never know.
The foremen are mysterious, and they will not share that with you.
Some secrets will go to the grave of the foreman.
That's true. We've asked them, so Spyro 2 also introduced swimming. So in Spyro 1, you could not swim. In Spyro 2, you can, obviously, as Rustin, who's playing right now and killing it, is showing you.
And Spyro is able to swim safely as a dragon. This is good to know.
He is.
He is waterproof.
Well,
he learned a lot from the first game.
Moneybags teaches it. Yeah. Spyro 2, that's right, for a small fee.
Locked in here with all our tools, and the giant idleheads won't let the workers in unless we can solve the 3 puzzles they've got.
Okay, got it, bud.
The voices are so fun.
The voice is so good.
I love Foreman Bud.
If you have trouble, come back and talk to me.
Okay, bud.
Yeah.
Hold on a second. Quick lore question here.
Yeah.
Do all the foremen in the universe have names that start with B?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes!
For sure.
Oh, I love it.
And for us, we want to get this right.
The most important thing for all your work is to make sure all the foremen have B names.
But truly, though, like this project has been a particularly challenging and wonderful opportunity for us because fans care so much about every detail, and we do too, and we want to get it right. So all the characters have the same names, and that's all we've done. All the characters have the same names. All the art has been lovingly recrafted. Sorry.
You got this, dude.
It's been lovingly recrafted. All of the levels are. So we actually built a tool for this game so that we could make sure that we were getting all of the gameplay exactly right. So we built this tool called Spyro, which allowed us to, because we didn't have access to the original assets, we had to build this tool internally that allowed us to extract all of the original mesh, original placements, and even the pathing of the characters, so we could bring that into this modern recreation that we're doing now. So I remember when I first saw it at one of our engineers' desks, I was blown away, and it's been a huge undertaking for us to get this right, but for us, getting this exactly right for the fans is
This idol
something we
says
take
he's
super
hungry and
seriously.
won't be satisfied until he's swallowed 10 fish. So watch what kind of fish.
You know what, bud? I also have a sensitive stomach, and I understand. Sometimes 10 fish, you have to make sure
I love that
they're
it
all
reminds
cooked
you
properly.
that the idol is very picky.
Yes,
I love the
very
idol.
picky.
Yeah, and that's another thing, is just the amount of variety in these games is really bananas. There are idol monsters, there are hockey players, it is just those, and no other examples.
Oh, no, nothing else. Just hockey players and idols.
No,
there are
it's
capybaras driving cars and boats.
Josh, can you just list some of the things in these games?
Some of the over 400 characters.
Because it is amazing the amount of content that Josh specifically has led the art direction on. And
oh my
done
god,
an
but
amazing job.
an amazing team of talented concept artists and modelers and animators. Like, I can't tell you how much effort went into bringing this world back to life. Like Nick was just saying, there's 3 games with over 100 levels and 500 plus characters, maybe 600. I haven't counted recently. But yeah, we took the original characters from those games 20 years ago and tried to do our best job of maintaining the spirits of those characters, bringing as much new energy to them as we could, and the team really just stepped up. And
I kind of want to overemphasize this. It's, for our audience, it's not like you guys took the Spyro games and just turned the dial up and you're like, I'm just gonna turn up the visuals to 11 and it's gonna look way better.
By the way, if you're aware of where that dial exists, please let us know.
Oh yeah, please.
Oh my God.
We lost it.
That's actually exactly what we did.
But Josh, to the point though, is that this is very much, as we were talking about before, a craft for your studio. I mean, you guys had to go in there and by hand and very meticulously kind of go over everything.
Every inch of the world, every character. Like Nick was saying with Spyroscope, we actually extracted the original level meshes so that we could take screenshots of important vistas and paint over them and try to find like the best way to enhance it and modernize it. We did that with the environments, we did that with the characters, we did that with literally everything. The animations, we looked at what the original animation looks like and we riffed off of that. Like we were trying to be as reverential to the original stuff as we could possibly be, and there were some cases where we took our liberties where we thought we could improve upon things or make things more fun and playful, because that's kind of what Toys for Bob is about, is like finding great wacky things that get us psyched. So for example, we just saw the idol who had a metal shield, and these guys all have like marshmallows on sticks, so we turned his metal shield into the top of a barbecue.
Of course, because why wouldn't you?
Because why wouldn't an idol who has a hot dog on a stick also have a barbecue?
Yeah, of course. Peter, maybe you can speak to this too, because you've been awfully quiet over there.
I have been.
Sir.
I just chime in a little bit, that's all.
But tell us a little bit about, I know that exploration is key in this game. I mean, is that something that you guys embraced during the development process?
Yeah, I mean, that's part of the heart of what made the original games, especially, like, for me, I can speak clearly for me, but it's this world of awe and wonder. Like, you're a little kid out there saving all of the other dragons and helping all these worlds become, like, free. So making sure that all of the pieces were coming together to give you the sense of wonder and awe as you're exploring and finding all these new places in this gigantic world was key.
And now we're going to see another little puzzle action here.
Yeah, another little puzzle.
Oh, bud.
Can we install this giant glowing stone dance floor into my home? Yeah, that would be really nice to have. I feel it would really bring the room together, I think. I like that it also gives you difficulty level for the challenges.
It does, yeah. That is in parity with the original games.
You're like, and we chose those at random. There's no rhyme or reason to the difficulty settings.
That's right. We feel it out. We just feel it out. But yeah, so this game, I mean, just the amount of puzzles to solve and unique challenges. I mean, so all the levels have these like crazy unique challenges. And the original game it was all about rescuing dragons. This is all about challenges. And the amount of NPCs, too. There's so many different, I mean, we were talking about capybaras, foremen,
ice monsters.
Ice monsters.
Yeah.
Spoilers. Now I know there's ice monsters.
There are ice
Thanks,
monsters.
guys.
I'm sorry.
Ice builders. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and the ice monsters are ghosts the entire time. So I'm sorry to spoil that for you as well.
Wow. I would have never known.
No.
Yeah, it's just it's gorgeous, and it you know, it's just really cool to see something that has such a history and such a huge fandom kind of get the loving treatment from your studio that it deserves. So,
yeah, and
thanks.
we're just, you know, 3 dudes here, and but we are, you know, representing a huge group of incredibly talented people who work so hard on this and really
passionate
care.
about this.
It's really important to us that we get this right. And
so that's why you have everyone's names are the same.
That's exactly.
That was the number one thing on the list.
Yes.
You didn't change the Spyro's name to Frank.
That's right.
Yeah,
Frank the Dragon. No, it's not. Yeah, no, we
doesn't have the same ring to it.
It doesn't. It doesn't.
It was truly a labor of love. Like, everyone was just so excited when we found out we had the opportunity to make this game. And
the hammer. This still gets me. I've seen this already, hammer. And it's so good. And he's just bashing his head with it.
Mm-hmm. I have to say, to Peter's point earlier about going through this world and having that sense of awe, and like moments like that are everywhere in this game. Like every level has that level of surprising thing that will make you laugh. And
you're not just talking about, when you say this game, you're not just talking about Spyro 2. I mean, you're talking about the whole trilogy.
Entire Reignited Trilogy.
Spyro 3, Spyro 1, all of them. They're the amount of work. This is a handcrafted effort, and our team really wanted.
Would you say it's an artisanal effort?
I would say it's artisanal. It is free range as well. That was important to us. Yeah, this is.
I'm happy to announce here on PlayStation Underground that Spyro Reignited Trilogy is organic,
right.
And farm to fork.
No, this is robotica
video
farm
gaming.
to table,
fully compostable.
All right, we're nearing the end of the demo too.
We have a little dancing section.
Levels.
Oh, yeah, this is the best part.
You weren't
ladies and
kidding about your
gentlemen,
dance floor.
It's all been leading up to this. You got a little platforming action in there, though. That's another great example, by the way, of what makes these games so charming. Is that it's a great mix of different gameplay mechanics, right? You have your exploration, you have your puzzle solving, and you have Hula Girl Stella. That would have been funnier if I could say her name.
Hula Ghoul is the
Hula Ghoul.
Hula Ghoul. Haunted version.
Yeah.
No, seriously, like this game. I mean, the games are all about exploration and discovery and puzzle solving. And for us, when remastering this, you know, we wanted the Reignited Trilogy to honor the original game. So from a gameplay perspective, we wanted to keep it the same because the game's already fun. People love these games. So we wanted to find ways to modernize and improve things where we could. For example, we now have camera control on the right stick, and we made some choices to honor the originals, but they're amazing games already. I just cut Hula Girl Stella off.
No, that's okay, because now we can celebrate with a dance routine.
Oh, yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, this has been an amazing look at Spyro Reignited. Spyro Reignited Trilogy is out September 21st on PS4. Peter, Nick, and Josh, thank you, gentlemen, all so much for joining me on the program. And until next time, this has been PlayStation Underground. We'll see you soon.
New Spyro footage just dropped, and there's some details that I want to talk about. What's up, guys? Canadian Guy here, and yeah, I can't predict what Toys for Bob is doing anymore. I thought that we would get some footage of Ripto's Rage after the San Diego Comic-Con, after the assumed fact that they would show off a trailer of Ripto's Rage then. But out of the clear blue sky, we got the biggest gameplay drop yet for this trilogy. 12 minutes of idle springs. I posted the 12 minutes already, so if you haven't seen it already, go check it out. So I'm not going to go through this video and state the obvious facts. I'm going to go through and point out some of the little details that I noticed that you may not, both good and bad. Now I'm going to preface this that when I was watching the footage, I was squealing like a little girl. I was so excited and I basically love every bit of this level, but I will be pointing out some little insignificant details that are minor that I think could be taken as if I'm trying to find something wrong with the game and rip it apart. I'm not. I'm just pointing out details that I noticed that are both positive and negative. Toys for Bob seems to make sure that they listen to its fans, so that's why I'm going to point out everything, because they may not be done on some aspects, but it might be the direction that they wanted to go. And we need to respectfully, key word here, respectfully state our opinions on things that we like and what we don't like. So let's get right into it. So I want to get a big thing out of the way. So the game is looking amazingly polished and well put together. However, I did notice some small issues when it comes to the animation of some of the characters. I feel as though their animation cycle have not been 100% smoothed out. For example, Zoe's idle animation has some popping along with others. Like I mentioned guys, this is very minor stuff. However, the reason why I'm pointing it out is because this shows that this is not the final build of the game. So for those who think that this is the final game footage for the whole game, it still has quite a bit of time to go through a smooth out stage. This is still considered beta. Even though it's an incredible beta, it's still beta. So that means things can still be changed. Next thing I want to point out is the new idle animation. We originally only had the head turn and the eyebrow raise, but now we have the cat-like grooming animation with a cat stretch that literally has every person swooning over it, including me. The next thing I want to point out is something that I noticed with the gem counter. So every time we have seen the gem counter, it's been different colors, from a pinky red to green and now blue. There was something else that I noticed, and it was the color of the names of the builders and the glowing colors behind the text box match the same color as the gem. I am curious to think the color of the gem changes for a specific reason, and the chat bubble mimics the color of the gem. Perhaps the color of the gem changes when you go to a different homeworld and all the levels within that homeworld have the same color aspect? Who knows? While we are here, I wanted to point out the text box. I think it has too much going on. We got a moving gradient background, a very swirly font as the text, and a different font for the name of the character, and I think it all just really clashes. I think if it was a bit more simplified, it would help with the clarity. Perhaps just one type of font, and reduce the opacity of the background of the text a little bit would do the trick. Also, the font here is a touch too swirly in my opinion. It's still easy to read, but I think the swirls could be toned down just a little bit. The baskets here, compared to the original, is like a wicker and ceramic combo that I actually really like. They're unique, but still holds to their original look. But while we were talking about the new ceramic baskets, the vases here for some reason are not quite hitting it for me. I think the stripes need to be a bit darker blue. I like the metal refraction that was not quite in the original, but I think the stripes just need to be a bit more defined. I also love the sound of the gems now. They're not quite as loud as the original second or third games, but I still find the magical chime to them really satisfying. Another thing that I think that they changed, which I feel was heard from the community, was the gem counter. It's still not the roulette style, however they did change it to count up instead of the numbers just jumping to the total amount immediately, which is a nice change that I can be on board with. Now another small detail that I just wanted to point out is how hilarious it is that the mini tikis are using a barbecue lid as their shield. Like, it's perfect. It could not be any more of a perfect choice of shielding in this level. Great idea, Toys for Bob. Another small detail that I noticed is the autosave feature. When you get zapped by Zoe or star specific challenge, you see this blue shadowed Spyro running animation in the bottom right corner to signal that the game is autosaving your progress, which is of course a perfect modern update to the game. While on the topic of Zoe, I just want to say that I love her design and her new dress. She now looks like a wood nymph and is adorable. Now, she was inside each time we saw her, but she might be a bit too dark, maybe too much brown. It's a bit hard to tell, but I think even in the shadows her dress is not quite yellow enough. But a minor boost in the yellow would make it perfect. Now the ending scene where you see the Hula Girl Stella seems really fast. There's no cloud, no lightning, and no rain. But like I said before, this is not a complete build. I think simply the cloud and lightning are not in the game yet, simply because they're not created yet. I'm sure it's being worked on as we speak, so don't worry. Now I have 3 concerns that a lot of people have been commenting about in my comment section and on Twitter. The first being the fact that the sides of the level are incredibly tall, like much taller than the original. This is a problem for some because it blocks out the skybox, which also a lot of people were asking to be changed to look more like the original. Personally for me, however, I love it the way it is, but I think I can give an explanation as to why they have it look like this. They changed the environment to seem like you're in a mountain, and since the level is called Idle Springs, it would seem that they made the area a mountain spring on top of a mountain, which makes sense of the skybox being changed. The next concern is the swimming. Some people are saying it's a bit off and stiff. More specifically, the charging underwater doesn't seem smooth enough for people, and I can see why some people are bothered by it. Now, of course, again, this is not the final build. We still should just point it out just in case, however, this is the direction that they wanted to go and we want it changed. The last thing I want to cover, which I think is the biggest outcry, is the orb. The orb animation is just over the top for me. The light going off is like a nuclear bomb, and then the orb simply floats there for just a short amount of time before it disappears.
What the
It may not be final, but I'm not 100% fond of the direction that they're taking it at the moment. I think this could be improved by greatly reducing the light. The orb shows up, bounces in place a few times to get that nice sound effect, and then disappears with a glittery particle effect. Once again, guys, I love almost every aspect of this level, but if there are concerns, they have to be voiced, and they have to be voiced early so that there's enough time to fix them. If there's any complaints or critiques, throw them in the comment section below. 3 snippets of all 3 cover arts have been leaked for Spyro Reignited Trilogy. Let's take a look. What's up, guys? Canadian Guy here, and I am back with a great looking leak. Last night while I was streaming, 1 image popped up. Then, a few hours ago, 2 more popped up. The first one that popped up is this one. We already have seen something very similar to this, as this is almost exactly like the cover art that we have seen. But this one has most of the enemies cleared up except for the ones from Skelos Badlands. And it would seem that Spyro is in a different position, as in the stance from his PS1 cover art. It's a really nice shot and is totally my new wallpaper. But why was it made? Could it be for a background of some website? Or perhaps is this the back cover of the case? The enemies from the center and the left frame have been completely removed, but not the ones on the right. Would they be putting text dead set in the center? Who knows? All I know is that it's more Spyro content and it's awesome. The next 3 images are a leak by Game. That's literally the website's name. It's literally Game. Anyway, showing off the Spyro bundle sets that they are selling on their site. And lo and behold, they have these 2 images. Both show parts of the cover arts for all 3 Spyro Reignited games. So I took these quickly into Photoshop, and unfortunately, they are low quality, but they are giving us an idea of what the cover arts are going to look like. So let's go to Pixel Wonderland and zoom in on these and try to make some stuff out. So the first one we got is Spyro 1's case, with the stance that we just saw in the previous photo that I had shown. The next we got is Ripto's Rage. So of course, because these are only snippets, it's kind of hard to figure out what the full cases will look like, but eventually we will see them. However, the next one is a big one. We got Year of the Dragon, and look! We got Bentley! Look how good he looks! He actually looks like a cross between Sully and the Abominable Snowman, ironically both from Monsters, Inc. And you know what? I love it. It looks great and it matches his character. But we can also see what seems to be half the face of Sheila. Now, I'm going to reserve my judgment until I see her, because at the moment, she looks a lot like Bianca. I might be wrong, however. These are much lower quality images and only snippets of the full cases. We got a late night drop of Spyro footage from Pez. Let's get right into it. What's up, guys? Canadian Guy A here, and I don't even know what to say about this. It's almost midnight, and we just got a drop of footage never before seen. Well, some of it has been seen before, from Pez going over a few new levels from the very first Spyro game. Why don't we just get right into it and let's take a look. So as you can see, we got even more information from the first games. Now, there is something that I do want to stress here. It seems like this is from an earlier build. I might be wrong. And also, the purple haze that you see, don't worry about that. That's from the background, because we had seen something like this before with Stonehill gameplay. We got Stonehill, Town Square, and what seems to be a tiny, itty-bitty snippet of Peacekeepers. Now, there's a few things that I wanted to point out. One of them being is that in this shot here, you can really get a sense of the quote-unquote dynamic theme when we go actually in the cave where the dragon is. Take a listen. I might release a more in-depth video tomorrow because as it's right now midnight. We got 5 minutes of B-roll of Colossus. Let's take a look. What's up, guys? Canadian Guy here, and I'm back with even more Spyro footage. Yesterday at midnight, we had received quite a bit of footage from Pez talking about more footage from Spyro 1. However, IGN today has dropped 5 minutes of footage of Colossus. Let's get right into it.
A Yeti has been rampaging around our home, but we've managed to trap him by shutting all the doors. If you talk to the other brothers, they will open the gates and guide you to him. Concentrating, I should be able to open this door for you.
needs a key when you know how to chant like this?
Enemies like those yaks are too big to be charged. Your flame attack should easily take care of large enemies. Each time you defeat an enemy, it will release a spirit particle. The spirit particles will activate the power-up in that world. If a power-up isn't active, you need to defeat more enemies.
Look what I can do.
Remember Hunter's advice. You will glide farthest if you press the jump button again at the very top of your jump.
Even though I'm a vegetarian, I think you should torch that Yeti. He's pretty tough, though. In fact, I'm not sure you're up to it. I thought the Yeti was tougher than that. I guess he was all bark. Ruff, ruff. Anyway, I was just guarding our sacred talisman to make sure the Yeti didn't eat it.
So as you can tell, Toys for Bob has been working like crazy. I really love what they did with Colossus in this level. They did a fantastic job of all the details and everything, and added so much to a level that relatively at times felt empty. Now, a few details that I wanted to point out. Number one, take a listen to Sparks eating the butterfly. It's very quiet compared to the originals and just has a basic crunching sound effect. I wonder, do you think that they should add the buzzing sound effect that they had before? Comment below. Another thing that I thought was really interesting was the animations for the Yeti. The Yeti looks so well done. Now, two other things I want to point out. One is gaining the talisman. There was a theory popping around that apparently the old orb animation that was used in the Idle Springs footage that we've seen before was supposed to be for the talismans. Now, they might have already changed it and toned it right down because this is a lot better. And last thing I wanted to point it out is Spyro's expression right here. It's just absolutely adorable. New footage of Colossus was just dropped yesterday. Let's go through it and break it down. What's up, guys? Canadian Guy here, and I am back with an analysis video going over some of the footage that was revealed yesterday on IGN's site. A semi-full playthrough of Colossus from Spyro 2. Let's dive in and take a peek. Now, don't worry, it's not this type of analysis video.
As we see here, Grassblade A24 is quite significantly different from Grassblade W24.
Don't worry, I am just pointing out details that you might have missed. So right off the hop, we got what looks like concept art of what could be high caves from the first game. It's hard to tell, but if I were to guess, I think it would be that level. Now, I also want to point out that this intro is way longer than the original. More details have been added and more humor. I really like that Toys for Bob is able to take a little bit of creative liberties in this aspect, but keep the same spirit of the original game, but to further on the humor. So a common complaint is the chant of the monks. No, it's not like the original, but I don't mind it. If they change it to sound more like the original, then cool. If not, I'm personally cool with it. My comment section disagrees, and a lot of other people disagree with me, but I'm just saying for my personal tastes. The music is something that I want to point out, and I gotta say, they did a fantastic job with this track so far. Here's a comparison of the original song. And now the new. See? Sounds great! It would seem that Toys for Bob has taken notes on some of the points made about the music, and a lot of people are happy about it. Maybe Stewart has come back to look over the music tracks. Who knows? However, this image was tweeted by Spyro's official Twitter account of Copeland working on something. Interesting, don't you think? Perhaps the toggleable music is coming in? So now let's take a look at the yaks. Something I noticed is their eyes go crazy red before they jump on Spyro. Just an interesting detail that I thought was funny. The next thing I noticed was the fact the statues are now holding hockey sticks and are sitting between a team flag. This of course is referring to the hockey minigame at the end of the level. Next up is Zoe. Zoe's dress is now outside in the sun so we can see it more clearly, unlike in Idle Springs. And I think they did boost her yellows a little bit, and she does look quite a bit better. I think that maybe just a touch more yellow and it would just do the trick, but I'm happy with this. Also, the voice is apparently the one and the only Tara Strong, who literally has over 980 credits to her name according to Behind the Voice Actor's website. So basically, if you like a cartoon or video game, she likely was a voice somewhere in it. Now, we see Spyro killing a critter and Sparks chasing after the butterfly. Take a listen to the sound effect. Now for me, I feel like Sparks buzzing should come back in some way, not just a munch. Heck, it doesn't even need to sound exactly the same. Just some sort of sound effect of Sparks chasing the little butterfly would be nice in my opinion. Now something else I noticed was something that was different in the original. The text in the original said torched, but the words that the monk had originally said was kill. So this was like a mistake from the previous game that was streamlined and changed to this game as they changed it to also torched. I don't know how this will reflect in the other games that use the word kill, but we will just have to see. Now the Yeti no longer does two big jumps, but now instead stomps forward once to try to intimidate Spyro, which I like a bit better, but I think if he did two big stomps, then it would line up with the original and would reflect that a little bit better. But no complaints here, it's just a suggestion. Oh my goodness! Spyro was at Comic-Con and we got big news. Let's talk about it. What's up guys, Canadian Guy here, and I am back with some huge news. We got images, we got footage, and boy do we have news. First, let's not dilly-dally, and let's just get right into it. First off, at the Comic-Con panel, we got an announcement that everyone was freaking out about since day one of the announcement of the Spyro Reignited Trilogy. People were not crazy about the music all the time. Well, myself and a few others suggested that there should be a music toggle for those who wanted to listen to the original tracks. remember how I said Toys for Bob listens to the fandom? Well, they announced that there will be a toggleable track option in the game so that you can switch between the original tracks by Stuart Copeland and the remastered tracks by Toys for Bob. This is absolutely insane. To show it off, they decided to also show it with a footage of Hurricos, showing the difference between the tracks. Let's watch, shall we? Okay, not only is this the option amazing, but look at Hurricos! It looks so good! The environment, just everything! It looks amazingly great! Now, remember how I made a little video saying that the dragon that we saw in the original trailer was not Nestor? We got some mobile phone footage from Kapu Kapu of, the actual Nestor!
Thank you for releasing me, Spyro. Free 10 dragons in the Artisan world, then find the balloonist. He'll transport you to the next world.
What about Nasty Nork? I'm going after him.
Find dragons first. That's all I can tell you.
I don't want to say I was right, but you know, take it how you want. Now, I got something else from the creative genius of Stuart Copeland. We got a sneak peek at a brand new track from Copeland himself, which is a new track summarizing for the whole trilogy. It's the whole trilogy's theme. Take a listen. Even this sounds so sweet. I am so happy. Now, once again, we got some images from a phone from Kapu Kapu as well, showing off levels on a side-by-side comparisons. We got Skelos Badlands, Sunny Beach, and even a very tiny look at Glimmer. And honestly, I have no complaints about any of these. Now keep a lookout, guys, because we could be seeing more B-roll footage and possibly a trailer in the coming days. And the news just doesn't stop dropping! No. Stop the intro. Let's just get right to the news. While I was uploading my other video, all of a sudden, out of the clear blue sky, Teal Game Master somehow had footage of Glimmer and of the pause menu. So why don't we just take a look at those right now? Okay, so the color palette is perfect and amazing on Glimmer. Everything about it is just popping so much. It's so pretty and so beautiful. I didn't even know that this was being dropped today, but this is just so beautiful. It looks so good. Now look at the pause menu here. The pause menu has the toggleable music, has the dynamic theme option. There's just so much to go over. Now guys, I'm sorry that I can't really go as much in depth into this, but I am just going nuts. There is so much, so much, and we're not even done with today. There's apparently more soon to come. Stay tuned for more, guys, and I'll talk to you guys next time. What small Spyro details could have been missed from the footage from Comic-Con? Let's find out. What's up, guys? Canadian Guy A here, and I'm back with a breakdown video of the 3 things that we got yesterday from Comic-Con regarding Spyro: Hurricos, Glimmer, and the pause menu. So right off the hop, I got some good news for all of you. Remember the 1 minute of footage of Hurricos we got yesterday? Turns out that there was a reel of B-roll sent to Comic-Con to be played around, and I got my hands on it. In it was footage of Idle Springs, Colossus, and then Hurricos. I'm just going to show you Hurricos because we already had seen 2 full playthroughs of Colossus and Idle Springs. So, let's take a look. Okay, so let's break down some of the details that are in the new Hurricos footage. So right off the hop, we got the Electrol, and he honestly looks so perfect. He has the electric blue glow and has lightning going through his 2-pronged hairs on his head. It can be assumed that since Tom Kenny is back for Spyro, we're going to get the SpongeBob-esque voice returning for these little guys as well. Now, I have to compliment Toys for Bob on the skybox for this level. It honestly looks amazing and beautifully well done. I love the rainbow here. It goes well with the theme of those weird stormy days where the clouds are dark and it's raining, but not too far away the sun is shining right through and kind of adding a yellow glow to everything. Now, I did notice that the robot here did not have the incredibly terrifying wee-woo sound effect it had before. It's much more subtle. Do you think that they will add in more of a siren to scare the pants off of you in the final version? We'll just have to see. Now let's move on to the Glimmer footage. It's short, so let me replay it for you just in case you forgot how magnificent it is. So I had a comment or two asking, why was there wood here now? And well, the answer is kind of straightforward. It's a mine, and mines have those wood beams that support and hold it up so it doesn't cave in on itself. Toys for Bob is playing with the theme of that, and I love what they're going with it. Now we got this wide shot here that we're all been looking for of Glimmer, and it just looks so nice. Now if we look here, we got the gem cutter, and oh my goodness, I want 20 plushies of these. He's so cute. Activision, if you want more money, just make plushies of these and you'll make enough to fund the next 2 Spyro games. Above him are the Indigo Lizards, as they continue to taunt Spyro. Looks like nothing has changed with them. Now this is something I didn't even see due to my hype, but I am slightly freaked out. A few weeks ago, I made a video talking about a few things that I would like to see change in the Reignited Trilogy from what we have seen so far. One of which was something I called the booty swish, which pretty much in summary was that when Spyro flew in the original, his booty did this little shake, and a lot of people thought it was cute. It was not in the Reignited build at the time, and to be honest, from the videos I have watched, I didn't see anyone else talk about this. Now, I could be wrong, because there could have been many others talking about it as well, but I did not see anybody else talk about it other than in my video. Then, in the footage of Glimmer, when Spyro glides, he now has a booty swish. It's subtle, but you can definitely see it. It's a booty swish. So, is it possible that Toys for Bob is watching me? Could they be watching as we speak? We may never know, but let's take a look at the pause menu. So right off the hop, we got this gorgeous glowing outline of Spyro in his Ripto's Rage pose, and the title of the game to the right. We can also assume that the colors and the outlines will change from game to game. We also see the gem count and the amount of orbs in the level. Now, in the options menu, we have a controls option, sound, and we got an option for the map. Will this be streamlined across all 3 games? I certainly hope so. Now, when we go into the sound option, we have volumes and then the option to switch the music around from the original tracks to the remastered ones. If you decide to have the remastered tracks, you also get the option to turn on whether you want the dynamic tracks on or off. Some people are confused and are not really sure what exactly dynamic tracks are, so let me explain. The dynamic track is when the music slightly changes depending on what the action you are doing. If you are outside and then start to run inside, the music might sound slightly different between inside and outside. Or, if you are about to fight a boss, it might pick up in speed and more instruments might be heard. Here's an example from Pez TV's footage of Stonehill. See what I mean? I hope that clears it up for everybody. How could Cinder be in the Reignited Trilogy? Let's find out. What's up, guys? King Guy here, and back with a video talking, once again, a huge subject among the Spyro fandom, especially the Legend of Spyro fans. That is, should Cinder be in the Reignited Trilogy? People say that the fact that Coco being a skin in the Crash Bandicoot Insane Trilogy, why couldn't Cinder be the same thing? It would be inclusive to the Legend of Spyro community and would try to bring the fandoms together. If you don't want to play as Cinder, then just play Spyro. It would be only an optional skin, right? The idea sounds bulletproof. So, should Cinder be a skin in the Reignited Trilogy? Well, no. No, she shouldn't. I know I made an argument in previous videos saying that perhaps Cinder would be a good idea as a skin. But then I kind of realized something. Cinder has a deep backstory. She went through horrid and terrible things. To simply have her as a cheap skin is kind of demeaning to her character. See, a character like Flame would be more appropriate. He really is not all that important of a character to the Spyro universe, but Cinder could have an important role to play because of the depth of her character. This also proves difficult in a technical sense. If she were a skin, what would happen in cinematics? Would that mean she would need another person to come in and voice all of Spyro's lines except for Cinder? Then adjust all the characters in all 3 games to where they say Spyro and or Cinder? No, they would not do that. That would cost way too much money in terms of bringing everyone back to simply reword some dialogue. That won't happen. What would need to happen would be each time the Cinder skin would talk to someone where Spyro has dialogue, a fairy would likely show up, zap Cinder back to Spyro, then after the cutscene is ended, zap him back to Cinder. But again, in doing this, you're putting Cinder's character in the trunk and calling her an over-glorified palette swap, which just kills her character. I just don't think a skin would work out well in the end. So, should Cinder be in the Reignited Trilogy as a skin? No. But should she be in the Reignited Trilogy? Actually, perhaps there's still a way. Now, I can hear people about to jump up and say something, so I'm gonna say right away that I agree with you. Cinder was not in the original games. Therefore, she should not be in the original Reignited games either. This is a remaster / remake, whatever you want to call it, and should stay true to its roots. If Cinder is not in the original games, neither should she be in these games. Now, you might be confused with this video so far. I just said that there could be a way for Cinder to be in the Reignited Trilogy, but if the originals did not have her, she should not be in the game. How can that work? How does that work? That is where I turn to my good old pal, Crash Bandicoot. Vicarious Visions released a recent DLC for Crash Bandicoot Warped, of a brand new level that was made from the ground up called Future Tense. This whole level was something new for all Crash fans and was received overall very well. This level, I believe, was a test by Vicarious Visions to see if they could emulate the Naughty Dog feel and create a level that the original fans would love. If they achieved it, they could make progress towards a brand spanking new Crash Bandicoot game built from the ground up. Now, what is the saying that I have said over and over and over again on this channel? Whatever happens to Crash, happens to Spyro. They are essentially IP brothers. So, what does Crash Bandicoot have to do with Cinder? Here is my pitch. Toys for Bob could release DLC for Spyro Reignited Trilogy, specifically for Spyro Year of the Dragon. The DLC could be an entirely new homeworld with more eggs and levels to finish. There could even be one specific level that is quite difficult and challenging for even veteran players, i.e. Future Tense or Stormy Ascent. But in Year of the Dragon, in each homeworld, there is a new playable character that has their own levels, Sheila and Sergeant Bird to name a few. What if, in this new homeworld, the new character that you have to uncage from the greedy moneybags is actually Cinder? After you uncage her, she has to go back and figure out dealings from her world and sort out the problems happening there. This allows Toys for Bob to give her a character, a story, not just a skin for the hero, her own standalone character. She can have her own abilities that are entirely different from Spyro, play differently, voice differently, and have levels catered to her and her purpose. Now, what does this achieve? First off, this DLC gives us more of an excuse to play more of Spyro, but doesn't touch the magic of the original trilogy. Secondly, it allows Toys for Bob to practice making levels for a future Spyro game and allows us to give community feedback on what we liked and what we didn't like so that they can gauge and adjust for their version of Spyro 4. Toys for Bob lately has been known to be very, very community driven. Thirdly, if this DLC really does not interest you in any way, shape, or form, you do not need to download it. And lastly, and most important in terms of the subject of this video, it brings Cinder in as a character for future possible plot use for Toys for Bob. She's not just a skin now, she would be a new character tied into the original Spyro trilogy. Well, the Reignited Trilogy. Now her story could easily be rewritten and adjusted for the simplicity and straightforwardness that is the original Spyro and would help appease the original Spyro fans, as some are not quite fond of the nature of the Legend series, but could still bring over the essence of that tragic story of Cinder. Well, it would seem that the Nork booty is confirmed. What's up guys, Canadian Guy here, and I am back with a small crack of news that I was sent on Twitter. Special thanks to Cavs fan Andrew Terry for pointing this out. So, as we have known in recent gameplay previews, Spyro has been rated E10+, which means that the ESRB company have looked over the footage of the game already and have determined what the game's rating should be. On their website, they go into detail as to what can show up in the game and unintentionally confirm something that people have been worried about and have been talking about for a long time since they've seen the Reignited Trilogy trailer. The mooning Norks from Peacekeepers. Let's take a read. Rating summary. This is a collection of 3 platformer games in which players assume the role of Spyro the Dragon through a series of adventures. Players traverse platform environments, collect various objects, and use fantasy attacks, example, charge attacks, flame breath, etc., to battle enemy creatures, example, dragons, goblins, rhino soldiers. Enemies generally disappear amid puffs of smoke when defeated. During some sequences, Spyro can take to the air and shoot down enemies in planes, resulting in large explosions. Some enemy soldiers comically taunt Spyro by exposing portions of their buttocks, i.e. mooning. So this means that something that people were worried about being taken away seems to still be in the game in full, beautiful HD glory. People were worried because of the censorship of the guns in Twilight Harbor that the Nork booty would have been taken away. But rest easy, Spyro butt fans, you too will see Nork cheeks in full HD. How much creative liberty should Toys for Bob have? Should they even have creative liberty? Let's find out. What's up, guys? Canadian Guy A here, and I am back with pretty much the main issue that a lot of people have been having about the Reignited Trilogy if there are any sort of complaints. Now, right off the hop, I want to inform you guys that I love what Toys for Bob has been doing. But some, sadly, are not quite in the same boat. See, the main complaint that people have is the general, oh, this is not like the original. And then, of course, the counter argument is, well, if you don't like it, then go play the original. And then it just gets messy from there. See, when something seems to be off, even by a little bit from creator to creator, in this case, Insomniac to Toys for Bob, sometimes the changes are called creative liberty. What is a good example of this? Well, the biggest and most standout ones are whenever one form of entertainment media gets changed into another form. For example, the Harry Potter books to movies. See, some aspects of the original books are altered and changed for whatever reasons, whether it be a creative differences or simply not enough time for in the film. Now, this is not quite a change in media, but a change in hands of designing the game. See, the Reignited Trilogy is taking the framework of the original, keeping it the same, but updating it to play on more modern consoles. We all know this. This is not new, but what people argue about are the creative liberties that Toys for Bob has taken to the game. That can be anything from the look of Spyro to how the grass looks. So the question is, should Toys for Bob be allowed to have creative liberties? Well, let's go down this rabbit hole of questions and figure it out. So, should Toys for Bob have creative freedom? Well, let's say no for this example. See, some feel that the Spyro game should have gone the route of the Crash Bandicoot remaster, a safe update with very little added. Details added, but things ever so slightly adjusted, but practically the same game. See, the team on Vicarious Visions did such a fantastic job of making the Crash Bandicoot game look as if we were looking at the game through rose-tinted glasses. We watch the game footage and think, yeah, this is what my mind filled in as a kid. Then you look at the old footage and cringe. But the Reignited Trilogy does not quite do the same thing. See, they are making changes to add more to the worlds. Now, some do not like this at all and ask for the same type of remaster that Crash got. But this is where I heavily disagree. Here's why. The original Crash games actually had really decent graphics for its time. It had foliage, really lush worlds, especially for the PlayStation 1. Compared to the original Spyro, where there were a lot of areas that sort of felt empty or repeated. However, Crash Bandicoot is a very, very linear game. You go from A to B, and not often was there ever really a free-to-run area around. Meanwhile, Spyro's levels were massive in comparison, and allowed you to free roam. In fact, it encouraged it. Sadly, the PS1 discs nor the PS1 could fit or run the game with the openness of Spyro and the graphic depth of Crash Bandicoot. But Crash was able to really go in depth with the ambient areas in terms of graphics because of its limited space. This is why the remaster for Crash worked so well, because the in-depth graphical foundation was already set due to its limited move space. So if we said no to Toys for Bob to have any sort of creative freedom or very little of it, I think we would get a mediocre games in terms of graphic depth. Places like Stonehill are very one-tone, and this would translate into the updated version 1-to-1. It would seem very bland for today's standards, if done 1-to-1. Compared to the past, we now have such a massive depth of graphics, now we can have games entering Uncanny Valley. So now we have options of either hyper-realistic games, examples like Call of Duty, or stylized like Overwatch. So if Spyro were to go the exact same route of Crash, I don't think it would translate well due to the limitations of the previous console and the size of the game. Just because it worked for Crash does not mean it could work for Spyro. So, okay, this answers the question that yes, Toys for Bob should have at least some creative freedom in the game. But the million-dollar question is, how much? See, there is no measuring stick as to how much Toys for Bob can go. There's no criteria as to what can stay and what can go. Yes, things can be changed and altered because we have advanced technology now and can vastly improve on what was there before. Now, most people are okay with change as an overall concept in a remake/remaster as long as they don't change things that are iconic to the game. But that's the grand issue. People find different things iconic. Changes that might happen may change something that some think was iconic to the game. that can literally be anything, however, from the way the grass looked to the look of the dragons, anything. People argue whether or not it should be completely different in terms of look and style, or it should literally keep the retro look and just be updated for modern consoles. Then you got those who are in between. Some think that the Reignited is not changing enough, and some think it's changing too much. So which side is right? Well, that's the thing when it comes to this giant issue, that no one is right because it's simply subjective. So how do we solve this? How can this question of how much creative liberties is Toys for Bob allowed? Is it even solvable? Well, to me, I think Toys for Bob has done nothing but be kind to the entire Spyro community in terms of listening to the community feedback and hearing what we have to say as the fans. They take it all into consideration, and we have made an impact because of that. We asked for changes, and Toys for Bob has done so. So Toys for Bob has quite a bit of creative liberty, whether we like it or not, but they have tried to appease us. But at the end of the day, it's their version of the original 3 games. Now, if these games were to replace the original trilogy and throw them away forever, then I can understand why some people are freaking out. But they're not. The originals are still there and will always be there. If you prefer the originals over the Reignited, that's fine. Nothing wrong with that. But to clip Toys for Bob's wings in their creativity towards the trilogy simply because it's not exactly like the original is not right in my eyes. Here's the thing. Toys for Bob is going to nail some things that's just as good as the original as in terms of creativity. They're also going to do things that may even be better than the original. But there are some things that they may miss the mark on. But again, this can all be subjective. It all depends on the player. So the only real answer that you can have is that as long as Toys for Bob continues to listen to fan feedback as much as possible without them being thrown off their production schedule and keeps to the spirit and the essence of that which is in the original Spyro, then I think they can have creative liberties. But the key thing here is as long as they remember to keep the essence and the spirit of the original asset in mind as they make a different creative adjustment, then I think that we're going to be just fine. We got more Spyro footage from the San Diego Comic-Con panel. Let's check it out. What's up, guys? Canadian Guy A here, and literally as I walked through the door back from my vacation, Spyro footage drops from the San Diego Comic-Con panel. Now, some of us have already seen some low-res quality of this footage, but this is full HD goodness. So what I'm doing is I'm actually going to be cutting out most of the panel and just showing off the Reignited footage. If you want to check out the full panel, check it out in the link below. But all I'm doing is I'm taking the Reignited footage, expanding it as I did a lot of comparisons, and also replacing the audio from what the people were talking about or the commentary, and replacing it with the music from the level. So let's check it out.
Thank you for releasing me, Spyro. Free 10 dragons in the artisan world, then find the balloonist. He'll transport you to the next world.
What about Nasty Nork? I'm going after him.
Find dragons first. That's all I can tell you.
So there is a lot to go through here, especially for Glimmer. I'm so excited. But that will be at a later date. What little details and hints did we miss from the Spyro Comic-Con footage? Let's find out. What's up guys, Canadian Guy here, and the other day, the footage from the whole panel at Comic-Con dropped as I was walking through the door from my trip in Ohio. Some of the footage has been seen and leaked before, but it was through a handheld camera. But as I was going through it, there were some details that I noticed. So right off the hop, there was a small detail that a good friend of mine, NWDN Shadowclaw, pointed out. When they were showing off Spyroscope and how it worked, in the top left corner, it says the project file name, and the project is called Falcon Game. Some of you might be slightly confused, unless you are a veteran to this channel, but back when we were in the Spyro Detective days, the official Spyro account was disguised as Falcon McBob. When we looked at the Voice Actors Guild on their website, we saw that there was a project under Activision's banner called Falcon. So, the project file that's been used is something small, but really cool to think back to. The next thing I wanted to point out was Trondor. See how he's got these scars, a knife, a big rack of teeth, and other miscellaneous weaponry? Well, it was said that the dragons in the artisan's world would be artists. So we can assume that in the Peacekeepers, they will be fighters and warriors. So, Trondo is now what seems to be something similar to a battle-torn assassin due to his one-handed blade, smaller stature, and having kunai, which is a common reference to ninjas, which is actually a really awesome reference. Why? Because his tip to Spyro is that he better watch his back, referring to Dr. Shump. Now, assassins attack from the shadows and strike when the person least expects it. So attacking from the back is common practice for an assassin. I just find it awesome that Toys for Bob is paying attention to these little details. The next detail I noticed was the weapons that the Norks are holding here, which look like exaggerated blunderbusses. Now, I already see where this conversation is going. Yes, I get it. Why is it that the Twilight Harbor guns get censored and these don't? Well, it's kind of simple to see the difference between an AK-47 that's actually fully automatic to an old single-fire shotgun from the 1800s that the pirates used. But in any case, perhaps Toys for Bob has heard some of the complaints about censorship, and we might see a change in the Twilight Harbor. We will see. Now here we see what is a very, very blurry glimpse at Moneybags. Can't really determine my opinion on it, but hey, at least we know that he's there. Another detail here that I noticed is the Limitless Flight power-up right here. Once again, another complaint has been addressed that a lot of people put forward when they saw the power-up from Idle Springs. People found that it was dull and bland because it had no particle effects at all. But now we can see that particle effects galore has been jammed onto the power-up effects, and it looks really good. Now the next little detail I noticed here is that there is an NPC here with a green orb above their head. Now, we can of course assume that this means that this is a mission where you can get an orb, but this might be a marker where it tells you already got the orb from this mission, which I think is actually neat, because there were a few times where you would revisit a world to get a few gems, you redo a gem challenge, and only to realize you already got it. I'm not sure if that's a feature or not, but I think it would be cool. The next detail I noticed is that the little gem cutter here says something a tad different from before. See, in the classic game, you actually had to hold the triangle button to aim, but now it's telling you to just press it, which could mean a slight control scheme change. Instead of having to hold the triangle button, you just tap it, which I am cool with, and you likely will just have to tap it again to toggle back. The last detail I noticed is the big mamas back here right by their pots, and they still look ugly as ever.
Ah, you must be the dragon everyone is talking about. Well, dragon or not, I'm afraid there is a small fee to open the bridge.
What's up guys, Canadian Guy here, and back after I just dropped the video saying that we couldn't see Moneybags due to the fact of the motion blur. And now we get just a casual drop on a Wednesday morning. Here he is, Moneybags himself. And I love it and hate it. I love it because it looks fantastic. They really nailed the posh, fat, rich man look, and I hate it because it's Moneybags! I can't stand Moneybags, but nonetheless, in terms of design, I really like what they did. And one of the details that I thought was really interesting is his tie. I love how they have a little gem there and the way they did it. I know he had like a brooch gem thing before, but I like what they did with this. I also really like the money bag itself. I like the cross stitching that they did on that. It looked really unique and really nice. I know this is a really short video, but I just really wanted to show off Moneybags. He's an iconic character of the Spyro universe, and I really just wanted to show it off. We got new screenshots from Spyro 1, 2, and even 3. Let's check them out. What's up, guys? Canadian Guy A here, and last night, at about 11 p.m., my phone was lit up from Twitter going berserk. I look and only to find that 5 screenshots from all 3 Spyro games have been leaked by EB Games. Now, at the time, my wife had a stomach bug that I may or may not have accidentally given her and was not feeling her best. Or more like she was feeling that she wanted to die. So I had a choice. I could either report on the news or take care of my wife. So I did the responsible thing that any adult husband would do and decided to report on the news. I am just kidding. I stayed up late taking care of my wife, hence this video is coming out now and not last night. I'm just kidding, guys. Anyway, let's stop stalling and take a look at these 5 shots. The first one is from Spyro 1, which is one most of us are familiar with. The level is Stone Hill. We have seen a lot of different shots and angles of Stone Hill, so this one's not too big of a shocker for us, but I just can't get over the colors. It's so bright, clean, and beautiful. But there was a small detail I noticed here that I thought was pretty neat. It has been confirmed that all the artisan dragons are artists, right? Well, if we zoom in on the flags here, we can see what is a paintbrush with a pair of wings. This, I would think, represents the logo for the artisan dragons, which I think is really neat. The next screenshots are from Spyro 2. The first one we have seen quite a bit of, and that's Idle Springs. Honestly, looking through this, I am not seeing anything in this picture that is brand new, so we're going to move on to the next one, which is a brand new reveal, Scorch. Now, this one is the most hotly contested levels due to its Middle Eastern theme and, well, guns and bombs being a part of it. This is a sensitive subject nowadays that wasn't back in the 90s. So, the 2-legged camel is still here, which is awesome. And then, one of the villains is also back here. Now, I'm having a hard time figuring out what it is that he's holding. Is that a gun? A slingshot? A rubber band gun? I honestly can't tell from this angle. Also, if we look up here, we can see the turban from the boss of this level, Bombo, which is once again a very hotly contested name and theme. Will he still be in the game as is, or will he be altered? We can only find out. Now, next up, we got 2 screenshots from Spyro 3. These would be the first looks at almost anything from Spyro 3. First up, we got the Viking Rhinoc from Cloud Spires. I would not be exaggerating if I said that this shot took my breath away. The Rhinoc looks so menacing and vicious, but also looking so close to the original. This enemy looks like as if it was translated almost 1-to-1 from the original and makes me excited to see the other characters from Spyro 3. The next image is the one that I have been looking forward to seeing, and that is Spyro on a skateboard in the Sunny Villa Park. First off, Spyro looks adorable, but more than Spyro, look at Sunny Villa. I know it's only a skate park, but we can see where they're going in terms of design with this level, and I absolutely love it. Have we finally figured out this download fiasco with the Spyro Reignited Trilogy? Let's find out! What's up guys, Canadian Guy A here, and I am back with a new segment that I like to call Game Detective, where we go through leaks, news, and pieces of evidence to figure things out about certain games. And in this video, we're going to be talking about the touchy subject that the Spyro fandom has been dealing with for the past weeks. Now, if you've been living under a rock, let me quickly explain. On the bottom of the case that's been finalized for the Reignited Trilogy, it says that games 2 and 3 will require a download. People's reactions have been, well, subtle. So it led to many people talking about why they would do this. Why would they make it so that you have to download games 2 and 3? Are they on the disc? Are they not on the disc? Is Activision pushing the hit to use game industry? Why would games 2 and 3 be a download? And it just turned to a giant mess. But through this chaos, I have kept relatively silent on YouTube. I had my eyes set on one question and one question only. How many gigabytes is the game? But why would I want to know this? Why would I want to know the size of the whole game? Well, I think if we figure out the game's size, we can determine why this needed to happen. Okay, so after the case was shown off, mass hysteria happened. But as the days went on, another leak happened that simply added fuel to the fire of confusion and chaos. The back of the case was leaked for the Reignited Trilogy. Now, as we know with cases nowadays, on the back they tell you the amount of gigabytes that is required to install the game. But to make sure that the back of the case of the games are fairly accurate, I decided to run a small test and do cross-references. I took a look at fairly sizable games that I had in hand, which one of them was Horizon Zero Dawn. The total amount of gigabytes asking for the game on the back of the case was 42 gigabytes. Now, my version had 49.72 gigabytes, but after you remove the Frozen Wilds expansion that was 8.4 gigabytes, we get 41.32 gigabytes. So they were pretty close to the total, but left some space for patches and updates. I found that most other games that I checked were quite similar, including God of War, which requested 45 gigabytes on the back of the case and came in at 44.46 before patches. I did the same experiment with the Crash Bandicoot Insane Trilogy and found that there was a rather large gap than the others, but still rather small. The game asked on the back for 30 gigabytes, but it came in at 23.32 gigabytes, a 6.68 difference, but that's the largest I have seen so far. So yes, the back of the cases are fairly accurate, with Crash having the biggest difference that I've seen so far, but still relatively close. So back to the back of the case of Spyro. Now at the moment this case is in German, but the word translated here roughly means at least or minimum. So it's calling for a minimum of 50 gigabytes to be free on your hard drive. So this means all three games combined together will roughly be between 45 to 50 gigabytes. So why is this a problem? Well, that's because there was a second leak that came out. On the Xbox store, a Reddit user found a picture of the game file size of Spyro on the Xbox One, and it's 36.32 gigabytes? That is a far cry from the back of the case being 50 gigabytes. That's a 13.68 gigabyte difference, which is double the size of the difference on Crash's. How does this make any sense? And this is where we get the Day 1 patch. The Day 1 patch that's coming out is going to likely be in the ranges of 10 to 13.5 gigabytes. So now that we know the size of the patch, this answers a few questions. This answers what is on the disc. People were asking, is only Spyro 1 on the disc? Well, out of the three games, Spyro 1 is the smallest. Now, if the total game is under or just at 50 gigabytes, and what is on the disc is over 36 gigabytes, this answers that there is more than just Spyro 1 on the disc. In fact, it sounds as if most of Spyro 2 and 3 are on the disc. See, I was running with the theory that the reason for the download was because the game could have passed the 50 gigabyte limitation that the PlayStation 4 Blu-rays can read. Now, before I get attacked with comments telling me that Blu-rays can be multi-layered and each layer can hold upwards of 25 gigabytes, the PlayStation 4 can only read dual-layered Blu-rays, which equals to a total of 50 gigabytes. However, if the game was bigger than 50 gigabytes, the back of the case would have called for more space required, but it's at 50 gigabytes. So the good news is that for future prints of the game can fit on one disc. Whether they want to do a deluxe edition or whatever, it can fit, but it still doesn't answer the question. Why do we need a day one download of such significant size? Well, it comes down to two reasons. The first one has made me nervous. According to some German speakers on the back of the case, it says that there is a quote-unquote manual or pamphlet to instruct on how to download games 2 and 3. Now, this makes me nervous. Could it be that Activision is trying to hit the used game market? Because when you say pamphlet or manual, it sounds like a DLC code that you punch in to get the other two games, which is bad. See, this would be a full-on attack against the used game industry, because this would mean that if someone bought Spyro, then returned the game, and then that same copy was resold to someone else, the new customer would not have access to games 2 and 3 because the code was used by the first person. So the second person would only get the first game and would have to buy the game brand new to get the other two games in a code, which is absolutely terrible. However, lo and behold, this has been proven false. Over on Gamefly, a game rental site, it says the game will have a download from the PSN store, but the rental will still have games 2 and 3. If this were the case, where it was a one-time use code, then the first person that rented the game would get games 2 and 3, but the next person would be stuck with only game 1. It would seem that with this evidence from Gamefly, that it's a simple free download from the PSN or Xbox store, which is great. So once again, why is this 10 to 13 gigabyte download required? Well, it comes down to one reason and one reason only. Toys for Bob is running out of time. See, the game needs to go gold soon. A game going gold means the final print of the game is made and sent as a master for distribution. The discs need to be made, covers printed, sealed, and sent around the world to be ready to go by September 21st. But the game may not be finalized by that time. It might need an extra few weeks of polish to finish it off. So Toys for Bob is using the additional few weeks leading up to launch to finish the game and finalize everything. This is the only explanation left for this theory. Now, I know people are going to come on and say, well, they should just delay the game then. But that cannot be done. Once a date has been confirmed, that's when the investors want it. If investors see hesitation or delay, then you lose stocks in your company. Therefore, you lose value, and sadly, this is how companies die. Though it might seem a small delay, it's still pretty detrimental. Also, this is Activision's only new title for the third quarter of the year. They want to end the quarter strong and then start the next quarter as strong as well with their Call of Duty release. They also want to avoid October because of the Call of Duty and Red Dead Redemption 2 releases. They already are dealing with Spider-Man and Tomb Raider. They don't need to deal with another one of their own IPs and one of Rockstar's most beloved IPs of all time trying to kill Spyro sales. What 5 things is Toys for Bob and the Spyro Reignited production team doing right? Let's find out. What's up guys, Canadian Guy here, and I am back with a video that I think needs to be done. See, many people are talking about critiques and things that could be improved in the Reignited Trilogy, but I think it's about time we actually talk about what they got right so far that we have seen in the trilogy. Toys for Bob has been killing it. So, let's take a look at the 5 things that Toys for Bob and the production team has gotten right. Number 5. the engine. The choice of engine, in my opinion, was absolutely perfect. The Unreal Engine is one of the most powerful engines on the market and is used in many popular games today. One of the strengths that I have observed from the engine was the ability to pull off cartoony looks. A good example of this is Dragon Ball FighterZ with some of the 2D to 3D cutscenes during battles. The engine is commonly used and supported by Epic Games, so future Spyro games will be able to be programmed on other versions of the Unreal Engine so it can maintain its artistic class and look. Number 4. Voice acting. I loved Carlos's original rendition of Spyro, and the game will always hold a special place in my heart. But I agree 100% with the fact that Toys for Bob's choice of bringing in Tom Kenny to voice all 3 games was great. Tom Kenny as a young Spyro brings a new element to the character that will be nothing but refreshing to see in the Reignited Trilogy. It also unifies the voices across the trilogy so that the newcomers are not quite confused as to why the voice actor changed from game 1 to 2 and 3. It's also been confirmed that Greg Berger, the voice actor of Hunter and Ripto, will be returning for the game. This seems like as if Toys for Bob is trying to get as many people possible to come back. Number 3. The music. This is a huge thing Toys for Bob got right. When they started on the Reignited Trilogy, as they were composing the music, they were guided by Stuart Copeland himself. In fact, they mixed at least some of the tracks in his own studio. Now, of course, people are going to have a difference of opinions when it comes to which track is better. Well, there's no need to argue now, because with the toggle you can choose which track to listen to. It's literally the best of both worlds. One set of tracks with the original composer's oversight and blessing, and the original tracks themselves. Honestly, I think that Toys for Bob really wanted to appease the fans with the music, and they set this up perfectly. Number 2. Spyro. I have to say this, but I absolutely love what Toys for Bob is doing with Spyro's design. I think that they nailed giving him a new look while still holding on to what was the original design. They made him cute, playful, and animated him with Pixar level quality that is simply impressive. His design also seems like a call to some of the other variations of Spyro, which I think is quite smart to include all the fandoms into his design while maintaining the structure of the original dragon from the original trilogy. Number 1. Communication. Out of this whole process, this has to be the biggest and best thing that Toys for Bob has gotten right. More than the games itself, Toys for Bob actually listens to the fans. Never have I seen a development team of a game under the banner of one of the world's biggest publishers would come forward and ask fans of the game their thoughts and opinions. But not just ask them to seem nice, but to genuinely take what people say into account and apply it to the game. Instead of being bullheaded and thinking that they know better than the fans, they actually talk to the fans. The best part is, the fans feel like they are heard, from someone who may not have a lot of subscribers and followers to people who have large voices in the community. This is a business practice that has worked and won the hearts of many Spyro fans. It gives a feeling that Toys for Bob wants the best product for us and is trying their best. No, of course not every single decision or choice is going to please every fan, but the fact that they are caring enough to change large details to even small to appease us shows that they care. Out of this whole experience, I feel that this is the most important thing that Toys for Bob and the Spyro production team has done. With a company doing this, I have complete confidence in them to make future Spyro games to carry the original trilogy's legacy. we got an extended look at Hurricos. Let's check it out. What's up guys, Canadian Guy here, and I am back with more footage of Hurricos. The Spyro the Dragon YouTube channel just dropped about 3.5 minutes of new footage of Hurricos, talking with the Electrolls and actually finishing the level. So without further ado, let's just get right into it.
Hey everyone, it's Lou from Activision here, one of the producers on the Spyro Reignited Trilogy. Today we will be showing you a playthrough of Hurricos, which is one of the realms from Spyro 2, Ripto's Rage. Now this is part of the homeworld Summer Forest. Hurricos is constantly being hit by giant thunderstorms, which works out well for the Electrolls who inhabit it. Now these guys use the electricity to power the small machine soldiers that they build. Unfortunately, the Electrolls are constantly being harassed by large, muscular brutes called the Gear Grinders. These Gear Grinders love sabotaging the machines in Hurricos to cause trouble for the Electrolls and Spyro. So one of the initial goals in Hurricos is to walk around collecting these diodes to be able to turn off the force fields that the Electrolls are trapped behind. Hurricos specifically is a great example of how the team at Toys for Bob has remained faithful to the original game's look and feel while enhancing the designs with additional details. Now we've got awesome lighting and visual effects and all these things that we're able to achieve on current gen consoles that just make this look amazing. The key gameplay devices in the level, the diodes and the force fields, all emit dynamic lighting, which adds a sense of realism and immersion, making the players feel the urgency of needing to turn off these force fields. Some of the characters in the Reignited trilogy required a bit more inspiration and reinterpretation because of what was originally there, but the characters in Hurricos, the Electrolls, Gear Grinders, and their robots, are all really faithful to their original designs. So here you can see how Toys for Bob enhanced and reimagined some of the interactions between enemies. You've got the Gear Grinders actually working on the robots. There's also some really fun additional details, like the Gear logo on the back of the Gear Grinder's jacket. So as we're exploring through these grassy plains, just be sure in the midst of all this awesome action that you're listening into the Reignited Trilogy's remastered soundtrack of Stuart Copeland's classic score. Although some fans may be familiar with Hurricos from the original games, the additional level of detail that Toys for Bob has added really adds to a sense of discovery and this feeling of being in a new world for the Reignited trilogy. One of the things that the team's done is really made the metallic coating of fire-immune items like the robots and the vases and treasure chest really shine. So it's really easy to see when you need to use fire and when you need to charge. So the Electrolls are each a slightly different hue to give them all a unique appearance. And we've also added some fun VFX to their glasses. You'll actually notice that behind their glasses, their eyes look like squinty little mole eyes.
This talisman from the Gear Grinders. Please, take it as a reward.
Alright, and so here you'll see that we've got our talisman for the level, bringing this level to an end. So thank you everyone for taking a look at our playthrough of Hurricos, and we can't wait for you to get your hands on it and discover all of the awesomeness that is the Spyro Reignited trilogy. Thanks everyone.
So as you can see, I don't really need to do too much of an analysis video, because in this video, they actually break most of the little details down. However, if you guys want to hear anything from me, just let me know in the comment section below. Ah, what a great day. Spyro's gonna be at Gamescom next week, and we get our hands on it in about a month!
No! No! Please, no! 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 No!
What's up guys, Canadian Guy here, and, well, I wish that this was the most clickbaity video ever, but sadly it's not. Last night at around midnight my time, a post on Activision's blog by Paul Yan, co-studio head of Toys for Bob, announced the news. Everyone here at Toys for Bob is so proud to be reigniting the original Spyro trilogy after all these years. We're deeply committed to getting these games right. so we decided to move the release date of Spyro Reignited Trilogy to November 13th, 2018. I really hoped that you would be rescuing dragons and scorching Rhinox sooner, but the trilogy needs more love and care. In November, when you're exploring the Dragon Realms, Avalar, and the Forgotten Worlds, we know you'll agree the extra time was worth the wait. The adventure continues. Paul Yan, co-studio head of Toys for Bob. I honestly did not know how to feel when I first heard this. Initially, there was a rumor over on a random French website talking about this, and I shot it down thinking it was wrong. Turns out, I was the one who was wrong. They are delaying the Spyro Reignited Trilogy. Now, am I sad? Yes. But I am also relieved and not angry in the slightest. See, the numbness I am feeling is that Activision, was approached by the heads of Toys for Bob, asked for 2 more months to get the game done, a month before it was due to release. During the week, it was supposed to go gold and ship across the world, and Activision said yes. This speaks mountains towards Activision, and I would not have seen this coming in a million years. Activision seems to believe in the fans and Spyro himself to allow an additional 2 months of development, which costs quite a bit of money. 2 more additional months for an entire studio's payroll. Now, we know the article said that they wanted to push the game back due to polish, but I also think that there were other factors involved as well. As the internet knows, the download fiasco was all over the place, people screaming and losing their minds. This may have been another factor attributing to the delay. They may want to put more on the disc so that they are not rushing through the weeks of the game going gold to get it done. There will likely still be a day 1 update like most games that come out nowadays, but will still likely be all 3 games playable on the disc. Don't take this as fact, however, just my personal prediction. But now, to the date it's been pushed to, November 13th. Why then? Well, I think they had no choice but to release in November. See, I honestly think that Spyro likely only needed a month to finalize the game, but October is a month that most game companies this year are steering clear of. Why? Because of Red Dead Redemption 2. Now, people are going to say, but it's an entirely different demographic, but it does not matter. You want to steer clear of Rockstar's games at all costs. According to GameIndustry.biz and Forbes.com, Grand Theft Auto 5 has 90 million sales, totaling at $6 billion, with a B, billion, making the game the most profitable piece of entertainment of all time, including with inflation. That includes films, books, music, and movies. So when that same company is releasing a sequel to a game that won Game of the Year in almost all major publishings in the year it came out, yeah, you're going to want to avoid that game at all costs. Activision also has Call of Duty coming out earlier in the month as well, and they don't want their own IP killing another one's sales. Also, the month it was releasing had Spider-Man and Tomb Raider. Now, I think Spyro could have competed with Tomb Raider, but Spider-Man? Sheesh, that's a hard one. The hype for Spider-Man has been huge and could make Sony an insane amount of money in terms of systems sold and copies of the game. So now, in the slot that Spyro is now in, it has to compete with Pokemon Let's Go and Fallout 76. Now, Spyro comes out before both of these titles, but still, you don't want to compete with Bethesda or Nintendo with Pokemon. So why this month? Well, in December, Nintendo is dropping their crown jewel for all games, and that is Super Smash Bros. And I don't think I need to get into why Spyro should not compete with Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. So Activision had no choice but to place it in November for it to be out of the way of Red Dead Redemption 2, but also in front of Pokemon and Fallout. With it being in November, it also puts Spyro in the holiday season, so it may sell more copies because of that. I want this game out just like everyone else in the Spyro fandom, but Toys for Bob has somehow did something that I thought was impossible: convince Activision that the game needed more time. I have exchanged with Paul Yan personally, and from what I got from the brief exchange, he is incredibly kind and passionate about this game like the rest of us. The fact that he and the rest of the heads of Toys for Bob had convinced Activision for more time speaks mountains on both parties. I can't tell you guys enough how convincing and how amazing that is. But the game needed more polish, and the fact that this delay is happening shows that Toys for Bob and Activision wants the best product for us. They are willing to take a monetary hit to make sure that the game is perfect for its fans, and I will forever respect Toys for Bob making that decision. Here is the 2 more months of hype, and I will be with you guys through every step of the way. As quite possibly the most famous game creator of all time, Mr. Miyamoto, the creator of Mario, has famously said, "A delayed game is eventually good, but a rushed game is forever bad." We got a brand new look at a bunch of Spyro 3 and 2 levels, including Sheila. Let's get right into it. What's up guys, Canadian Guy here, and I am back with a grand total of 10 new screenshots from Spyro 3, Year of the Dragon, and Spyro 2, Ripto's Rage. So, let's not wait any longer, and let's show them off. First off, we got 3 shots from Cloud Spires. Right away, this makes me hyped. As I mentioned before, the previous Rhinoc looked amazing, and this one is no different. But another detail that I love is the skybox. It looks surreal and honestly looks so well done. Now, we have seen a screenshot of Cloud Spires before, so why don't we move on to Magma Cone? We got 2 images of this hot level with the fawns with, well, violent tendencies. The first one is from the end of the level where the orb challenge awaits, but in the second shot, we got a look at the stone creatures that throw rocks and pummel you into a pulp. But not only that, we get a glimpse of one of the fawns preparing to drop a molten boulder on the head of the previously said golem. Now, next up, we got 2 shots of Sunny Villa, one of my favorite levels. We can get a decent look at how the whole level is going to feel, and honestly, I think they nailed the design on this one. It looks and feels like Sunny Villa. We also get a look at one of the Rhinocs with, well, the Chicken Leg Club. Again, I feel like they did a really good job on the design of this level, including the skateboarding park, which we have another angle on. Again, as I mentioned in the previous video, the skate park looks great. Next up, we got Winter Tundra. I have to say, the skybox here is just breathtaking. Honestly, it really is. The color palette and design overall is just so peaceful and well executed by Toys for Bob. I love what they have done so far. Finally, without further ado, we got a full reveal of Sheila. Take a full look at her adorableness. She's a safari explorer. She has the safari vest, and yes, she has hair now. I actually really like it, and it's starting to grow on me. She has so much more personality now than before when she was just a straight up kangaroo. Also, if we take a look at the moose here, we can see he's wearing what seems to be a wool sweater slash jersey with an X through it, which seems to be through a billy goat. Kinda seem familiar?
Now how many times have I told you not to tease that moose?
It was Billy's idea! Anyway guys, thanks so much for watching. Cue the extra. Hunter has been leaked. Let's take a look. What's up guys, Canadian Guy here, and well, today has been eventful, hasn't it? Today we had gotten 10 new screenshots for the Spyro Reignited Trilogy, one of which was Sheila. But now we have a Facebook leak from a user over on the Spyro the Dragon fan club. While she was playing, she got a quick snap of Hunter in his skateboarding outfit. As you can see, he looks absolutely awesome. Now, this is not the best image obviously, as it's just a snapshot on someone's phone. However, we might get better footage soon revealing even more characters. And you know what? We will be covering it on this channel First thing, one of the things I really like about Hunter is I actually really like his eyes. It's a bright ice blue and just looks overall fantastic. He has the skater bro look and it fits Hunter perfectly. I cannot wait to hear Greg Berger, the voice of Hunter and Ripto, return once again in the Reignited Trilogy, and my hype levels are breaking. Anyway guys, stay tuned for more information. We might get better shots later on, we might even get footage. We got skateboarding footage and more. Let's get into it. What's up guys, Canadian Guy A here, and the Spyro news just keeps a coming. So, in an inside PlayStation report about the games at Gamescom, a bunch of new Spyro footage was shown off, including a short snippet of Spyro skateboarding. So, due to the fact that it's a report and it's in German, I've muted the original audio and replaced it with the original music from the original games. Today has been crazy, so I will give my thoughts on the footage at another time. But in the meantime, enjoy the new Spyro footage. I just got an exclusive drop of a massive amount of Spyro footage. Let's get right into it. What's up guys, Canadian Guy A here, and boy, do I have a special treat for all of you. I want to send a very, very, very special shout out to Pez.tv for giving me the exclusive scoop on a massive drop of Spyro footage. We got a mix of Spyro 1, Spyro 3, and a first look at Sheila gameplay. Be sure to go check out Pez.tv's YouTube channel and follow them on Twitter for more Spyro updates in the description below. Okay, I'll stop teasing. Let's show off this beautiful gameplay.
Watch the dragonfly, Spyro. His color indicates his power. When he eats butterflies, he stays strong. Like me.
Sure.
If my wings were big and strong like yours, I could easily glide across here. We usually wake up our rain cloud at the crack of dawn, but these mischievous spirits are stopping our bells from ringing.
So, my reaction was pretty much me screaming at the top of my lungs as I was able to get first-hand exclusive look at footage of Spyro, but also of the girl of the hour, Sheila. I love how fluid her animations are, and they literally look like an actual kangaroo. Once again, 1,000 thank yous to Pez.tv for this opportunity. If you guys want to see more first-hand looks at Spyro, be sure to go check out their Twitter and YouTube profiles in the links below. There is so much in this footage that I need to break down, so I wanted to give this to you guys and then do a follow-up video analyzing all the footage. We got footage of Spyro from the Gamescom show floor. Let's take a look. What's up, guys? Canadian Guy A here, and I am back with even more footage of Spyro. At Gamescom, there were 3 levels displayed at the demo. It was Stonehill, Idle Springs, and Sunny Villa. Now, I am not going to show off Idle Springs again. We have like 15 minutes worth of footage of Idle Springs. I think we've all seen enough of it. However, we have a full playthrough of both Stonehill and Sunny Villa. So we're going to put it all together and show it to you guys. However, we did also get footage of Sheila from Pez. You can check it out in the link below. What are we waiting for? Let's check it out.
When you free a dragon or step on one of their platforms, you're saving your progress. That could be useful if you run into trouble. Not that you ever run into trouble, Spyro.
Watch the dragonfly, Spyro. His color indicates his power. When he eats butterflies, he stays strong. Like me.
Sure.
Hi, Spyro.
Spyro, my friend, how about a hint on gliding?
You bet!
For the longest glide, press the jump button at the top of your jump, and try pressing the action button to drop down mid-flight.
After you've freed all the dragons, pass through this fancy vortex thingamajigger. It'll take you back to the artisan home. But first, let me tell you a story.
No thanks. See ya!
Oh my! Can you help us? Hordes of ferocious Rhinox have overrun our town and kidnapped the mayor. Just let me catch my breath, and then I'll kick that other guy's butt.
Rhinoc is too big to charge. You'll have to flame him using the attack button. Hi, Spyro. Each time a fairy zaps you, like this, it means your progress has been saved. If you get into trouble, you'll return to the last place you got zapped.
Thanks for the help, but I think I could have worn him down sooner or later.
Thank you for rescuing our town. As mayor, I award you with one of our famous giant chicken eggs. I'm sorry. That was the ugliest chicken I've ever seen.
Hey, Spyro! I found this gladiator training arena that also makes for a pretty cool skate park. Care for a test of your boarding skills? I bet you can't catch all 15 lizards running around here. Just come back if you want some boarding tips from the master. Having trouble? If you press the jump button at the end of a ramp, you'll get extra height and distance. Hey, that was great! And while you were boarding, I found this in a lizard burrow. Alright, if you can catch all the lizards before time expires without wiping out, I might be able to scrounge up another egg. It's not gonna be easy, though. Well, whenever you're ready, come and talk to me.
So much footage has dropped over the past few days. Let's analyze them. What's up, guys? Canadian Guy here, and in the past few days, we have gotten close to about half an hour of footage for the Spyro Reignited Trilogy. So much has dropped, and I have covered just about all of it in the description below. So I would go check out that footage before watching this video. Go ahead, pause it, go watch it. We can all wait patiently just for you. You done? Good. Let's get right into it. We're going to start off with some new things I noticed in Stonehill. Right away, you get a sense of the dynamic track. While Spyro is not moving and sitting still, the music actually starts to change and being a lot more quiet and very, very ambient. Take a listen. And as soon as Spyro moves, it changes back to the normal theme. This is one example of the dynamic theme that they have been advertising and talking about, and I honestly really think it's a nice touch to the ambience of the game. This happens once again on the way to getting the dragon Lindar when walking inside. You can hear that it sounds echoey, like as if the sound is outside, but some of it is getting in and bouncing off the walls. Again, a really nice touch. Now next up, we can actually hear the Egg Thief's voice. Ladies and gentlemen, Toys for Bob has heard us again. Here is the initial voice that they pitched for the Egg Thief. we felt that the voice was just not quite pitched right and just felt off. But the new voice sounds much better. Once again, take a listen. Now let's move on to Idle Springs. I may not spend a lot of time on this one because of the fact that we have seen so much, but I will cover some of it. Now, one thing I want to compare. A lot of people were complaining about the skybox in the previous version, saying that it did not look close to the original. Well, once again, Toys for Bob listened to his fans and changed the skybox colors to be closer to the original. Now, if you notice here, Zoe is now much brighter than what she was before. She was almost brown, but now she looks like a bright ray of sunshine. Another critique that Toys for Bob heard from us and adjusted. Also, another thing that people pointed out was how bland the speed power-up looked before. Now it has particle effects galore and looks much better. To go along with that, we got a completed cinematic for the Hula Girls destroying the idol with the umbrella, which was incomplete before. Also, remember the orb nuke?
What the
Well, it's been toned right down and looks much better. So as you can see, it's faster and less dramatic looking. Overall, I am much happier with it than before. It doesn't have the bounce, but that's okay. I'm okay with that. That's fine. Now, over to Sunny Villa. As Spyro goes to run up to the Rhinoc, he does, well, the roll. Now, we had heard that through a random interview that the roll will be implemented in all 3 games, as it was only in the first game. But this is the first time we actually seen it outside of the first game. Now, let's go over to the skate park. While you're skateboarding, if you crash, your board actually splits in half instead of it just firing away in the abyss like the original trilogy. This is a nice touch overall. Another small touch is that when Spyro is on the half pipe and does his jump, as he is spinning, he actually bites down on his board as he spins, just so that he can stay on the board. Kinda neat. Now let's take a look at the Sheila footage. First up, we got the moose that Billy likes to tease, but if you look closely to his left eye, you can see that it's actually, well, a black eye. Just an interesting detail I saw. Speaking of Billy, we see one of the goats right here, waiting for Sheila to do the dirty work and kill the Rhinox. One other thing I saw that I thought was really cute is the fact that Sheila does the Supergirl pose as she does her double jump. Just something I thought was really adorable. Next up, we got Sunrise Springs, and honestly, this wide shot is just absolutely gorgeous. Not too much to break down here, I just want to say it was really pretty. Anyway guys, that's the small details that I noticed in the footage that we've gotten so far. What did you guys see? Comment below and let me know, and thanks so much for watching. This is not a drill! This is not a drill! Allura has been revealed! What's up guys, Canadian Guy A here, and I am just dumbfounded by what we just got today. You know what? I'm just not gonna talk, let's just show it! Here you go!
Oh no! Oh, hello. We didn't get a chance to introduce ourselves before. My name is Allura.
Hi. I'm Spyro. What are you, some kind of goat?
I'm a fawn, you dork.
Oh, sorry.
Did you meet the gem cutters in Glimmer?
Yeah, they gave me a souvenir too. They called it a talisman.
They gave you a talisman?
What, is it special? I just stuck it in the guidebook you gave me.
Well, there are 14 talismans in Avalar, and they are all magical. If you can collect enough of them, they can be used to defeat Ripto. Hunter, where have you been?
Oh, I got a little lost.
Okay, so, literally, chill has been removed from the building. All sorts of chill. I am freaking out. This is amazing. Allura has finally been revealed, but also one of the opening scenes of Spyro 2, where we got Hunter, Spyro, Ripto, Moneybags, we got everybody in here. Oh my goodness, this is so amazing. I'm probably going to do an analysis video later on, but first off, let me mention something. The fact that the voice acting has vastly improved, especially between Allura and Spyro. Now there seems to be some sort of chemistry going on. Instead of it being more blunt, she's actually being more teasing. Along with that, we got so much more added, especially with Moneybags shaking his head. There's just so much that was just so well put together, and my hype levels are just through the roof. I am so excited, and I can't wait to show more with you guys later on. What 3 additional critiques do I have about the Reignited Trilogy? Let's find out. What's up guys, Canadian Guy here, and back with a video giving a few more critiques about the Reignited Trilogy. The last time I did a video like this, things that we asked for were actually added to the game. Now, was this due to us talking about those fixes? I think it's entirely possible, as Toys for Bob has been listening to our critiques. So, a quick recap. We asked for the booty swish, and there it is. We asked for an adjustment on the gem counter, and look, there it is as well. And we asked for the Egg Thief's voice to be changed to a higher pitch. And guess what? We got that too. So I figured that with Spyro being delayed now, I could slide in a few more critiques for the game, as we have seen a lot more gameplay, especially from the Gamescom footage. Now, before I begin, I need to stress this point. If none of these get fixed, the game is not ruined. Last time I made a video, people said I was trying to nitpick the game apart and how stupid I was for making these critiques. Honestly, I feel that these suggestions are not over the top and nitpicky like I said. If they are not fixed, it is not the end of the world. I was going to call this video 5 more critiques, however, I literally could not come up with any more than 3 critiques that they can actually adjust in time. No, they are not going to change Hunter's voice actor. Even though I like the new take on it, it's too late into production for that. But here are 3 critiques that I think can be improved on in the Reignited Trilogy. Number 3. The Red Lizard size. So one of the most looked for footage was footage of Spyro skateboarding and making Tony Hawk jealous. The skate park was revealed and I loved everything about it until I saw the red lizards, and the first thing that came to mind was, wow, they're big. Like, way too big. Before they were these little pesky runts that ran around. Now they look like they're big enough to even give Spyro a run for his money. Their head seems so brontosaurus-sized too compared to their currently large body. Their design is perfectly fine, it's just a sizing issue for me. Perhaps tone down the body size and reduce the head size to better fit the body, and I think that that would be great. Number 2. Sheila's waist. Okay, here we go. Let's go on to this hot topic. So Sheila has been argued over on the internet. People screaming that they love every aspect of her, and people screaming that she's garbage and is full of tropes. I would say I side with the idea that I love her new design. I like the hair, the outfit, just the overall aesthetic works for me. However, there was a point made that I actually do agree on. Her waist is incredibly tiny. Now, I don't say this to adjust this because of quote-unquote body issues, but because it looks like if you poked her in the belly, you would hit her 9th vertebrae. Her spine at the moment looks like it would snap if she landed wrong. So adding a little bit of chunk to her hips and waist and making it a bit thicker would do the model wonders. Now, one other issue that I noticed was her run cycle. Her hopping seems very, how should I describe it? Cloppity. Like the run cycle feels a bit almost like a horse or a little bit of a dinosaur. It's very heavy and impactful, but because she's a kangaroo, I feel like her run cycle should be a bit more bouncy and fluid, less stuttered stomping and more synchronized light impacts. But again, just a nice little suggestion that I think would help the character and her movements. Number 1. The Dragon Eggs. Now, this is a bit of a tricky one. This is one of my critiques that I feel is an actual must, but something tells me that the baby dragons were not close to complete yet at Gamescom. What we saw was likely early stages of the baby dragons, but nonetheless, I want to make my point just in case it was not. The baby dragon cinematic is way too fast, like almost half the time of the original. There's nothing cinematic about it. Before, when you get an egg, there's this moment of, I wonder what it will look like, and then breaks open and does its cute little animation. Right now, the babies feel like they're being kicked out of the egg and into the real world as fast as possible, and before you can even take in what the dragon looks like or what it's doing, it's just gone, poof, in a blue smoke. The animation should be slowed right down and allow the player to be able to take in the fact that they just saved the dragon. Not only that, but now because of the remaster, there is a new sense of excitement because of all these baby dragons are now unique. And judging by how Toys for Bob animated the adult dragons so well and made them so in-depth, I'm excited to see what they do with the baby dragons. So slow it down and make it a bit more cinematic so that the players have some sense of excitement before the egg just bursts open. The color of the egg has a bit of a weird hue to it, but that's minor. And I also find that some of the animations are really, really stiff. But like I said, it might not be fluid yet because they're not completed yet. But if that's the final animation, it's really, really stiff. But I would be more worried to make sure that the egg breaking sequences were fixed first and foremost. Oh my goodness! I actually got to play the Spyro Reignited Trilogy. Let's talk about it. What's up, guys? Canadian Guy here, and I am back after a long weekend at Fan Expo 2018 in Toronto. So the night before I left for Fan Expo, I received a message from a friend of the channel telling me that she was at the show Thursday night and got to play a demo of the Spyro Reignited Trilogy and absolutely loved it. I immediately started to freak out and wanted to know more information. We talked for a little bit, but there was still this little feeling of apprehension and terror with thoughts like, what if she's lying? What if it's only a Thursday exclusive? What if the game station breaks down? I practically got no sleep over it. But I got up in the morning, grabbed my bags and family, and raced to the train station. When we finally got to Fan Expo, I went to the back area like my friend suggested and didn't see a booth or banner for Spyro like Spider-Man or Black Ops 4. I walked up to the PlayStation rep and asked, "Is there a Spyro demo around here?" He grinned and simply said, "There is a Spyro demo." He took me to the back close to the virtual reality area, and there it was, playing before my eyes, the Spyro Reignited Trilogy. Not only that, but the same demo from Gamescom. So I revisited this booth 5 times and played all the levels multiple times. I also played the same 3 levels on the original Spyro the day I got back, and I believe I have all my thoughts compiled and composed. Now sadly, I could not get any footage of myself playing, but here are a few pics of me playing the game with my son fast asleep on my chest, just to prove that I actually played it. So first off, let's talk about the visuals. The visuals, as most of you could probably tell, are absolutely stunning. But when you're handling the game, instead of watching a YouTube video about it, and it's just such a different experience, there just seems to be more to it when you actually get a hold of it. Now, of course, everyone has seen footage of Spyro by now. They already have determined how they feel about the game's look. But what about the controls? I honestly think this is one of the main reasons people have come to this video. How does the controls feel? And I'm gonna be honest, it's not quite the same as the original, but in a good way. Remember, Toys for Bob had no source code for this game. They had to rebuild everything from the ground up. Their tool Spyroscope helped with the geometry of the game to be the same along with the hitboxes. So here are my thoughts. When I popped into Stonehill, it took me about 5 minutes to get the feel for the controls, because the first thing I noticed was that Spyro felt like he could turn on a dime, when before he felt a bit clunky and choppy to do a sharp turn. Reignited Spyro does it with ease. So this does mean that the controls are a bit different. Now, this doesn't mean that it's different as in not recognizable, but imagine if literally the same control scheme was given a brand new coat of programming paint with a few small things adjusted to make it more modern, especially the right analog stick. The use of it is significant. When before you had a hard time turning on a dime and then moving the slow camera with the shoulder buttons, you can now turn sharp and snap back to behind Spyro incredibly fast at the same time of your action. This in turn really helped my gameplay experience. I was able to clear levels at an incredible rate of speed simply because I was not fighting with the slow camera and could see if anything or anyone was attempting to attack me or if there's any items that I missed. Of course, if you are a nostalgic purist, you can switch it back to the bumpers, moving the camera around. Overall though, the best way to describe the controls would be familiar yet new. It's borderline like experiencing a brand new game, but also a familiar one all in the same time, and I absolutely enjoyed it thoroughly. Next up, I did want to talk about the use of the L3 and R3 buttons, the thumbsticks when you push them down. The left analog stick actually is now the gem tracker, which has been implemented in the first game. Just push down on the stick, and Sparks does a little twirl, points, and locks in the direction where there is another gem. Release the pressure and Sparks goes right back to your side. Now, remember how when you would press triangle and you would look into Spyro's point of view? Well, it's still on triangle, but it's also on the right analog stick. Just press down on the right analog stick and you go into Spyro's point of view. You also no longer have to hold the button. You just press it once to toggle it and then press it again to go back to normal. Now, I don't know what trickery is being done on the game, but it looks like it's close to 60 frames per second. But in reality, apparently it's only 30. But for some reason, the gameplay feels so unbelievably smooth. Perhaps it is more than 30 frames, but less than 60? I am unsure overall, but all I know is that it feels so much smoother than a lot of the games that we see today. The music is absolutely outstanding and the dynamic track is just such a nice touch. You can hear the music make an ever so slight increase of pace when Spyro is charging, with some extra drums added. When you are standing still, the music fades out and becomes more ambient, and when you enter a building it becomes echoey and just has a great touch overall. The use of Spyroscope is amazing, but I also think I understand why some of the areas feel a bit smaller or bigger compared to the originals. And I think the reasoning is that they adjusted the character models and geometry to the actual hitboxes. See, in the original games, sometimes it would seem like you hit something, but for some reason it didn't register, like as if you didn't. And likewise, sometimes it felt like you missed, but somehow it hit? The hitboxes felt the same, but things did look different. So my thinking is that they took the not so quite right hitboxes and changed the characters and geometry, along with Spyro's Flame Breath, to better fit the hitboxes so that it still feels the same as the original, but you got a lot less of those moments where you felt like you landed on a platform or you're confused on how you killed something. The overall accuracy feels a lot better. Now, I have no complaints about Spyro 1 nor Spyro 2. However, as I played through Sunny Villa, something didn't quite feel right. The regular level itself was fine, but the skate park, there was something off about it. Now, of course, I could not compare and contrast at the time because I did not have the original game there to play, but I could not put my finger on it. So when I got home from Fan Expo, I booted up my original games and played through Stonehill, Idle Springs, and Sunny Villa. I tested things to make sure that if things felt right, and both Idle Springs and Stone Hill pretty much hit all the marks. But as I played through Sunny Villa, I realized what the problem was with the Spyro 3 skateboarding level. The jumping is way overtuned. Let me explain. At the top of the skate park, there's 2 ramps, the red and blue one. In the Red Lizard Challenge, you are supposed to hit all the lizards, one of them being on a balloon that you're supposed to hit with your max jump off the edge of the red ramp. In the original, you had to jump right at the edge and you would hit the lizard perfectly square. However, if you did the same thing in the Reignited Trilogy, you actually jump over the balloon and miss the red lizard entirely. The reason this stuck out to me is simply because I know the challenge so well and I've played it over and over and over again, like many other Spyro fans. But when I launched off the red ramp, I kept missing the lizard, which confused me. I thought it was just me though at first. However, a cool girl that I know from my local EB Games / GameStop was trying it as well, and she too is a huge Spyro fan. But she also kept missing the lizard. To hit the lizard, you actually have to jump almost halfway up the ramp. Or don't jump at all, and on the downward angle, spam circle over and over again to just barely hit the lizard. When tested on the original, I could not even come close to hitting the lizard without jumping right at the edge of the ramp. I have been honest with you guys and Toys for Bob, and I think they have done such a wonderful job with the game. Everything about it is just so good. But in all honesty, I feel that in terms of the gameplay mechanics in the skateboarding level, it needs another look overall. It's still fun and satisfying, but being able to jump so high puts a dampening on the challenge as a whole and changes the whole aspect of the actual challenge. But overall, I played the demo 5 times and loved it every single time. I had such a goofy smile on my face the whole time, and I was incredibly pleased with the gameplay, and my only concern being the skateboarding bits, specifically the jump. All the Spyro 3 heroes have been revealed, along with the official remastered case art of all 3 games. Let's get right into it. What's up guys, Canadian Guy here, and I am back with some awesome news. The official cover art for all 3 games have been released over on Spyro's Twitter. Now, I don't know how these pieces of art are going to be used within the game, but nonetheless, they still look awesome. But as some of you would know, on the front of Spyro 3, it reveals all the heroes that are playable in Year of the Dragon. But let's kick it off with the first image. The first image is, of course, of Spyro 1. Right off the hop, I love this case art so much. It brings so much nostalgia and gives us a better look overall as to what is actually going on. Spyro is standing on one of 3 islands that is encapsulated by fire. To the left, we got the angry bull from Town Square, and to the right, we got the nasty villain, Nasty Nork. Up here, we got what I think is the castle either behind Spyro at the start of the game in Artisan's homeworld, or Nevin's castle from Toasty. I'm not quite sure. Also, if you look up here, we got this purple starlight that looks, well, really amazing. But I am a sucker for galactic cosmic patterns and designs, so that just might be my bias. The next image is of Ripto's Rage. Now, to my friends over the pond in the UK, this may not look quite familiar to some of you because you guys had the European version of Gateway to Glimmer, and the case art for that is vastly different. But as soon as I find out, I will let you guys know. But this case art is very simplistic, but a small detail that was added was Spyro is now standing on grass, which actually adds another color to the scene, which I think is really important, as before the only colors were purple, yellow, and orange. The yellow and orange kind of meld together and the purple stood out, but the green adds a nice break for your eyes and makes all the other colors pop a bit more. Also, you can see Ripto's face in the fire here. You could also see it in the original, but honestly, it looked very faint, and some people didn't even know that his face was there to even begin with. And last, but certainly not least, we got the cover art for Spyro 3. Now, months ago, we had gotten a tiny leak for this case art, but it was blurry and unclear, with us only getting an okay look at half of Bentley's face. But now, we got Sheila, which was revealed a few weeks ago, and we have Sergeant Byrd and Agent 9. Sergeant Byrd almost looks exactly the same, except with some bags and a belt around his waist, simply adding on to the military feel. But when we look at Agent 9, he looks a little bit changed in his color scheme, but overall looks amazing. I love his colors, and if you look at his chest, it has a Rhinoc with an X through it, which I think is an amazing and great detail added. I also love his sharp teeth, because before he was kind of looking like a Muppet. Now, we're going to be celebrating Spyro's 20th anniversary this week, so I got a feeling more content is on the way. We got Aquaria Towers, Autumn Plains, and other brand new video clips and images. Let's get right into it. What's up, guys? Canadian Guy here, and happy 20th birthday to our little purple dragon that we all know and love. Yesterday was the 20th anniversary, and we got 2 small snippets of footage online and 2 new screenshots, but I also was able to get my hands on some footage of Aquaria Towers. So let's take a look at all the footage first.
Thanks, Spyro.
So the first clip doesn't need a lot of breaking down. It's a shot from Town Square, and for this trailer, they changed what the dragons say to better fit the 20th anniversary theme. Pretty basic. But the second clip, we actually got a look at 3 different levels that we either have not seen anything of or very little of. The first shot we got is of the boss level, Jacques, which to this day is still incredibly creepy and the level I avoided the most as a kid. The next shot we got is of Nork Cove, one of the final levels before fighting Nasty Nork. Can I say, however, I actually really like this design of the Nork throwing the metal barrels. I don't know, something about it is just unique. He doesn't look dumb and or goofy, he looks big yet serious and stern. I can't put my finger on it, but I really like this design that they did to him. Next up, we got the Beast Maker's Homeworld, where we have the Electro Norks shocking the ground that Spyro walks on. A great redesign that we have seen before. Now, let's talk about the Aquaria Towers clip. Most of the things you see here, you can actually see, well, for yourself, and it's pretty straightforward. But there are 2 things that I noticed. First off, the growing seaweed on the sides here. See, this totally makes sense, as before this whole area was full of water and the seahorses were able to swim and live here. But now that the water is gone, the seaweed still remains, and it adds so much to the level, when before the level looked really mechanical and almost industrial, but now it feels overgrown and natural, and I absolutely love it. The other detail that I noticed is the seahorse. Look how tiny he is! I know it's different from the original, but still, it's really cute. Now, I am going to move on to the 2 images that we got from the Forbes magazine. The first one is of Bamboo Terrace. I love Bamboo Terrace. The theme, the music, and the NPCs are adorable. But what Toys for Bob have done with it in particular is spectacular. The grass is so lush, and I noticed that they added a waterfall here that was not quite here before. And for the Reignited Trilogy, I am down for these little details added to just make things look even better. Now for the next image is my personal favorite, Autumn Plains. Visually, I think I can argue that this is the best looking homeworld so far. It honestly captures the original magic of the original Autumn Plains and improves upon it tenfold. One thing I noticed is the change of Ripto's flag design from what we saw in the Allura reveal trailer. Before, it was simply Ripto's concept art, but now it is something more alike the original and has a brand new design to it. So that's the new content we got for Spyro on his 20th anniversary. Stay tuned for more Spyro content. We need to talk about something for Spyro. What's up guys, Canadian Guy here, and I am back with a brand new video talking about the Spyro, well, trailer. The Spyro trailer had come out in April of 2018, and man, does it ever look dated. Since that trailer release, we have seen almost an hour of Spyro footage in total, and it looks vastly better than everything we had seen in the trailer. The lighting was improved, the animations, the levels, Nestor, all these things have changed drastically. But most importantly, the release date. As of today, the release date is very soon, and some people have not heard about the delay. See, the amount of views that are on the Spyro channel across all 12 video trailers in all the different languages ranges in about 4 million views. Now, other than the Spyro channel itself, you have other YouTubers covering a lot of Spyro content. Jordan Fringe, Crystal Fissure, to name a few. You also have the Spyro Reddit, which has over 10,000 users. But even if you combine all the YouTubers that covered Spyro with the Spyro Reddit, I don't think our reach would be able to reach half the people that watched the trailer. Now, I do understand that the views that the trailers are getting are not always unique, and you have Spyro fanboys like me who watched it 127 times the first day it came out. But there is still misinformed people out there about the release date. However, some people are not quite active on the internet looking for Spyro content. They saw the trailer, walked to their game store or drove, and pre-ordered it, or started saving for it on day one and would want to walk into the game store on the first day to buy it. When they find out that the game is delayed, it's going to be a bit of a heartbreak for them. Now, some game stores do inform you if there is a delay to your pre-order, but only the pre-order. But it has happened before that they don't. Mine did before as well. So not everyone is going to know. Heck, one of the confirmed voice actors of the game didn't even know that it was delayed till November. And he's on the project! Even if we got a trailer with footage we have already seen, I would be happy with that, as long as there's an updated date on it. For some, all that they have seen was the original trailer, and the game looks vastly better now than it did before. If we get new footage, then that's a bonus to the fans who have actively been seeking every nugget of Spyro information that they can get their hands on. But if it's just footage we have already seen with a new date on it, then I would be fine with it.
Look here, Dragon. If you know what's good for you, you'll turn around and crawl back up that hole you came through.
What's up guys, Canadian Guy here, and I am back with another grand reveal. Finally, one of the last characters that we have been waiting for to be fully revealed is Bianca. And here she is. Oh my goodness, she looks fantastic. But not just fantastic, she looks so close to her original, and this legitimately looks like her as if she was remastered or revamped or redone in this day. And honestly, her overall design and look just looks fantastic. They really pushed on the wizarding concept and the sorceress idea that she was supposed to be. And she just looks phenomenal. But not just that, take a look at this throne room. The throne room that she's in is absolutely detailed, shiny, beautiful, and just overall has this daunting look, like as if some evil actions are going to be performed here, which of course we know. Now we can see a lot of egg themes going around, like on the mantles, and there's a giant egg in the background, but also a little detail that I thought was really interesting is the throne. Now, why do I find the throne interesting? Because of the dragon wings on the back. And if you know the sorceress's morbid thoughts about the dragon wings, it's that she needs to rip off their wings to make a potion so that she could live on forever. Which is really dark, cynical, and twisted. But overall, the design of Bianca, the design of the throne room looks absolutely amazing. But I want to know what your guys' thoughts. Comment below and let me know. Crush has been revealed. Let's take a look. What's up, guys? Canadian Guy here, and I got a little cinematic for you guys showing off one of the bosses from Spyro 2 Ripto's Rage, or Gateway to Glimmer, one of Ripto's minions, Crush. Let's take a look at it. So right away, Crush's design himself looks amazing. And once again, Toys for Bob has done such an impeccable job. I love the fact that the amount of rack of teeth that they added to him. But something that I'm still not sure about, personally for me, is the change of environment. Before, Crush's arena was more, well, orange. And this one's, well, green. And I don't know how to feel about it. But what do you guys think? Comment below and let me know. And don't forget to like and subscribe.
Bring him on! I think I smell a barbecue. Hi, I'm Spyro.
Zephyr has been revealed. Let's talk about it. What's up, guys? Canadian Guy here, and I am back with a small snippet and a sneak peek of Zephyr. But before I start, I just want to let you guys know one quick thing. Myself and Mechanizer8 had made a new Spyro trailer because we haven't had one since, well, April. And I'm very, very proud of the work that we had done. So if you could check it out and tell me what you think, it would be amazing. But enough of that, let's take a look at Zephyr.
Dang cannon just ain't working for me. Do you think you can blast that bird, soldier? Jump up here and give it a try.
So as you can tell, the level is bright, which translates really well from the original game. As I was watching, I noticed a few things. Once again, the gem coloration has changed from the last time that we saw Ripto's Rage, which was blue. Now it's red. The colors seem all over the place, so maybe for some reason they change from homeworld to homeworld? Well, who knows? Next thing I want to point out is Zoe. Again, they have made her quite a bit brighter, and she looks, well, really good. She has a sunshiny aura unlike before. the last thing I wanted to point out was the fact that they definitely played on the theme of it being bugs versus birds. Before, it could have been seen as birds versus blobs, as we really had no idea what the creatures that the breeze builders were fighting. But now, they look like giant larvae, and it kind of makes sense as to why the breeze builders want to fight them. Because they want to, well, eat them. That took a dark turn. Anyway, that's all I got for you guys. Thanks so much for watching. Cue the extra. We got a first look at Icy Speedway from Spyro 2 Ripto's Rage. Let's check it out. What's up guys, Canadian Guy here, and I am back with a quick little snippet of footage of Icy Speedway from Spyro 2, Ripto's Rage, or Gateway to Glimmer if you're over the pond. Anyway, let's not dilly-dally and let's take a look. So one of the things that I thought was really interesting was the idea that the lake monsters were completely changed to look like Ogopogo. If you don't know what Ogopogo is a lake monster in Canada. Now it's interesting because it being Icy Speedway and the monster being a Canadian monster is just something that I thought was really interesting. Another thing I thought was interesting was the look of the cavemen that we see in the sky. Now, we can't really see too much with the actual animation, but in the top left corner we can actually see a drawing of them so we can get an idea of what they will look like in other levels, i.e. like Skelos Badlands. Anyway guys, that's all I saw in this video. Comment below if you've seen anything else that I didn't catch. Is there a small piece of evidence of there being future DLC for Spyro? Let's find out! What's up guys, Canadian Guy here, and I am back with something interesting that was sent to me from an anonymous person that works at a game store. On the back of the Spyro Reignited case, there are details that are definitely interesting. But before we talk about that, let's take a quick peek at a new picture that the Spyro Twitter had posted yesterday. Let's take a quick look at Fracture Hills. As you can see, Fracture Hills is looking pretty awesome. Apart from the obvious, the few things that I noticed was the color palette change. Before it had a dark blue palette and now has more of a smoky gray tone. I'm not against it, nor think it's better than the original, just simply different. Also, you can see that there's a bunch of forests in the background now when before it was blank. You can also see a satyr in stone in the background. And if we look over here, we can see a much displeased and ornery tree right there. So what are your guys' thoughts? Tell me in the comment section below. But back to this anonymous picture that I had been given. On the back of the case, there is fine print on the bottom that had caught my attention. In the fine print, there is mentions of something interesting. Let's read through some of it and through, well, the blurriness. In-game additional downloadable content may be made available to purchase. To add on to this, above it says, storage requirements subject to change. However, this would apply to patches that need to be applied to the game to fix bugs and other issues that may spring up after release, and would require some information added and/or changed. However, it also does apply to the theory of future DLC. So in my mind, this points to the concept that Activision is at least planning to have some form of future DLC for Spyro. Now, what is the rule that I have been saying about Spyro and his gaming cousin Crash? Whatever happens to Crash, happens to Spyro. And of course, last year we had gotten a new level from Vicarious Visions that was 100% originally from their minds, according to a good friend of the channel, Jordan Fringe, who sat down with the creators of Spyro back in E3 of 2018. They had mentioned that future tense was designed as sort of a practice by Vicarious Visions. If it did well, it would help with their future choices and business decisions for Crash Bandicoot. So, according to many people, future tense was overall really well received. So this treatment may be applied to Spyro as well. But what will we get? A new level? Homeworld? Who knows? But it would seem that Activision definitely has sights on making future Spyro DLC and having Toys for Bob dip into their own imagination to make completely original Spyro content. This would be practice for a future Spyro game, which in my mind would be the complete revival of the original Spyro the Dragon IP. Is the Spyro Reignited Trilogy a remaster or a remake? Let's find out. What's up guys, Canadian Guy here, and back with the video that has been hotly debated on the interwebs about the Spyro Reignited Trilogy. The question being, is Spyro Reignited a remake or a remaster? Before we can delve into this issue, we need to look at what exactly a remaster is and what a remake is. A remaster is when you take a piece of media, improve upon what is there, perhaps make a few tweaks for improvements, but it's still the exact same piece from before. A remake is when you redo everything from the ground up and do it again with changes and alterations. A few good examples of what a remaster is would be the Uncharted Nathan Drake Collection, Halo Master Chief Collection, and the Call of Duty Modern Warfare 1. As you can see, a lot of the times a remaster could be a simple port and just upscale for the new console. But they can also have improvements and quality of life changes, but not too extensive. However, for a remake, a few examples would be the upcoming Final Fantasy VII, Ratchet & Clank for PS4, and Pokemon Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire. These are examples of games that had another game before them, but was given another shot. Think of it as a attempt number 2, where they keep the same idea of the original, but add onto it and remake it from the ground up. This can include new stories, mechanics, and even characters. So now that we have a base level of what exactly a remaster and a remake is, what would the Reignited Trilogy be considered as? People have argued since they have seen the announcement of what exactly the Spyro Reignited Trilogy should be considered as.
Duck season. Rabbit season. Duck season. Rabbit season. Duck season. Rabbit season. Duck season. Rabbit season.
So let's try to get to the bottom of this. If we say that Spyro is a remaster, where they take the original file and improve upon it, but the source is still the same, would that fit? Well, not really. See, Spyro Reignited did not have any of the original source material, so it's kind of hard to remaster something that's not really there. Also, there have been many creative changes applied to the game that vary quite significantly from the original, which would break the concept of a simple remaster. So, that must mean it's a remake, right? Well, it's not really that either. See, they may have not had the original source material, but they created a tool to bring back the source. They did not fix the hitboxes or try to improve upon what was there. It's still, in a technical sense, the exact same game. If it were a remake, things like hitboxes, glitches, and other issues would be repaired and other elements would be improved upon in a technical sense. But from what I have experienced and seen, it would seem that the hitboxes are almost exactly the same, for better or for worse. This also applies to the platforming and other elements of the game. So to put the Spyro Reignited Trilogy in either section doesn't really seem to work in my opinion. So once again, we have to turn to our fellow Orange Marsupial with his awesome and insane trilogy, Crash Bandicoot. This game so far is one of the closest types of remake or remaster to the Reignited Trilogy, as they tried to emulate the same concept of trying to get the original source code. Fortunately for them, Naughty Dog had the original codes. They used the original geometries of the original games and rebuilt everything from the ground up. So what did the developers of the game call them? On the game's case, it says remaster, but according to one of the directors of the Insane Trilogy, Dan Tanguay, Vicarious Visions coined it as a remaster plus. Basically, it is a reskin of the original games, but the same tech is running underneath it with some things added and remade. So is that it? Is Spyro hitting that term Remaster Plus? Should that be the term that we use for it? Well, I think it's a better fit than simply saying it's a straight remaster or a straight remake, but it's still not quite hitting all the bases in my opinion. See, if you were to look at the Insane Trilogy, you could turn and say, oh yeah, this is how I remember the game, because of the nostalgia rose-tinted goggles fills in the blanks. This was something amazing that the Insane Trilogy was able to achieve. But with Spyro, they were pushing things to the point where they were adding on to what was there and making it as if it was made today while keeping the spirit of the original. A lot of stuff has been changed to where people may not recognize the level or concept right away, but Toys for Bob is trying to remake what was there and then improve upon it with today's technology and imagination, as they were limited at the time. I mentioned this before in a video, but I'll just quickly summarize. Crash could go for the Remaster Plus treatment because the original trilogy was linear but highly detailed, while Spyro was not quite as detailed but was open world. Spyro was not quite as detailed as Crash because the original discs would not be able to fit that type and size of game. But with today's technology, we can add on all the details for Spyro. So I wanted to make a new term for the Reignited Trilogy. Sure, Spyro still hits that Remaster Plus category, but I want to coin the new term Remake Light, or Light Remake, whichever you prefer. See, it is remade from the ground up, but in a sense it's still the same game technically. So it has aspects of both remaster and remake, but in my opinion it leans more towards a remake than a remaster. Crash's new trilogy was closer to the remaster archetype, but was much more, but not enough in my opinion to start touching the grounds of a remake. So I felt that splitting the hairs between a remake and a remaster plus would be a perfect spot for the Spyro Reignited Trilogy. But that's just my idea. What do you guys think? Do you like the idea of a remake light? Comment below and let me know. I'm about to step out for a few hours. I swear, Toys for Bob and Spyro the Dragon, if you post something while I'm out, I'm gonna cry. This always happens when I'm doing something. Please wait till I'm close to a computer. Oh, come on! What's up, guys? Canadian Guy here, and I was out for a few hours at my wife's doctor's appointment. My phone started to do a constant vibrate, where in less than an hour of me tweeting out that tweet that I showed at the beginning, a piece of a new Spyro cinematic dropped. You know, at times, Toys for Bob, I love ya, but I think you're trolling me. Anyway, let's take a look.
It's a funny thing, Spyro. I adjusted Avalar's portals to take me to the Dragon Worlds, but somehow I ended up here. Maybe my coordinate tables are out of date.
Yeah, by 1,000 years.
That would explain why the book was so cheap.
So now that you're done saving the world again, are you gonna visit me in Avalar?
Sure, Laura, but I still have to find the rest of the eggs, and, well, Hunter's disappeared again.
Did you say Hunter? Well, hey, I can help. I just saw him sneak off with
him. Agent 9, isn't that a Rhinoc over in those bushes?
Rhinoc? Ooh, let me at him. You want a piece of me, Rhinoc boy? 8 laser punk? Come on now. No fair hiding.
Wasn't that awesome? The professor was finally revealed. His look was different from the way I initially thought that they're going to take it, but I like it. It's also nice to see that Tom Kenny has resumed his role as the professor. I know it seems obvious that he would continue his role, but Greg Berger is back for Ripto, but not for Hunter. So it's something you gotta pay attention to. Also, the original voice actor for Agent 9 is back as well. We knew this ahead of time, but it was still nice to see him in action. Last thing I noticed is the fact that Toys for Bob seems to be shipping Alora and Spyro hard. Remember the playful comment she says to him in the first cinematic?
I'm a fawn, you dork.
Oh, sorry.
Well, that same flirtatious attitude seems to have seeped later into the game.
So now that you're done saving the world again, are you gonna visit me in Avalar?
Ooh, she's pulling the moves! Now, that's all I got for you today. We got a full playthrough of Breeze Harbor from IGN. Let's check it out. What's up, guys? Canadian Guy here, and I am back with a full playthrough of, well, an iconic Spyro level, especially on this channel.
Trouble with the trolley, eh?
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. We got a full playthrough of Breeze Harbor, brought to us by IGN. So, let's check it out.
Please excuse the mess, Spyro. We are currently suffering from a land blubber infestation. First, they put out the fires in our boilers, and now they've shut down our ship, too. If you could stoke up the fires under the boilers, I'm sure you could make your way to the ship. The steam from the boilers will activate our highly advanced machinery.
Thanks for getting our ship fired up, Spyro. Now we can proceed with our counterattack on Zephyr. Please take this talisman as a token of our gratitude.
Okay, so we sadly did not get to see the trolley mission. A little saddening, but that's okay. We will just have to experience the torture ourselves when the Reignited Trilogy comes out. But there were 3 things that I noticed that I actually really liked. The first one was the look of the Breeze Builders. They now have taken on the military garb to mirror the fact that they are at war with the Land Blubbers. The first seeming to kind of look like Rambo with the red bandana around its forehead. The other thing that I noticed was something that I had mentioned in a video before. I had said that I was not crazy fond of Sparks just doing a basic biting sound effect when he would eat the butterflies. I said that I found it very underwhelming. But now, they actually have added a cartoony chomp sound effect. I love it. I am so happy that once again, Toys for Bob is listening to feedback time after time after time again, and I am so overjoyed. The last thing I noticed was the war painting on the warship. Nothing significant, just something cool. I went to Toys for Bob and played Dino Mines. Let's check it out. What's up, guys? Canadian Guy A here, and back from my invitational trip to Toys for Bob. That's right, I got invited and flown to the Toys for Bob studios, and boy, do I have a lot to talk about. But before we get into a bunch of those videos, let's get to the big thing of this whole trip. I went and got my own personal gameplay of Dino Mines. What you're about to see is my gameplay that I captured while I was at Toys for Bob. So sit back, relax, and have fun. And don't forget to enjoy the video.
Well, gosh darn it, Spyro. I came in here to check on my prisoner only to find out he'd somehow got away again. Then when I came in to look around for clues, one of them routed dinosaurs went and locked me in. Now they're out there causing all sorts of trouble and there's not a thing I can do about it. So that's how my prisoners keep escaping. Here, take this dinosaur egg away before it hatches and causes more trouble. I think it must have been the runt of the litter, though. Jump in, Jehoshaphat. That's the cutest looking dinosaur I ever did see.
One of them dinosaurs threw an egg down this flooded mine shaft. I'd get it back for you, but I ain't such a strong swimmer. Some mighty fine swimming, young dragon.
What do you guys think? Awesome, right? Now, I do have the minigame from Agent 9, and I will be releasing that video right away. You can check it out here. The reason why I separated the videos is because I know some don't want Dino Mine spoiled and just want to see the Agent 9 gameplay, and some want Dino Mines but not to spoil the Agent 9 experience. I was teasing this for a while on my social media, but this is not the only thing that I got. I have analyses, deep questions answered from Toys for Bob, and an exclusive interview with the senior producer of the game, Peter Kavik. I went to Toys for Bob and got to try out Agent 9 firsthand. Let's check it out. What's up guys, Canadian Guy here, and back with a brand new video. As some of you know, I went to Toys for Bob and got to record exclusive gameplay of Dino Mines. Now, I luckily was able to play the Agent 9 mission, and it was so much fun. Let's check out the gameplay.
The sheriff promised me I could be a deputy, so I'm off to help clear out all the dinosaurs.
If you just calm down for a second and stop all that whooping and hollering, I could tell you what's going on. The Bailey gang are holed up in them buildings over there. You're gonna have to go in there and flush them out. Well, good luck to you. Why the Bailey gang was trying so hard to steal this egg. That's not like them at all. I reckon someone must have put them up to it.
Wasn't that awesome? By the way, quick shout out and thank you to Crystal Blazier. I had a tiny piece missing from my footage and I ran out of time to get it, so Blazier fired her version to me. Thanks so much. So I have a few thoughts that I would like to share with you guys. The biggest thing about Agent 9 overall is that he no longer controls like a donkey being jammed into a plane rotor. I'm serious, I used to dislike the Agent 9 missions, not his character, but the missions, because of how badly he would control. But now, Toys for Bob has smoothed his controls right out and it feels so good. Agent 9 controls very similarly to Ratchet and Clank, but still feels like Agent 9. It kinda is new yet familiar animal in the terms of controls. Just remove the frustrations of the original controls and screaming at your controller and asking why you died for the 27th time, and you pretty much got the new controls for Agent 9. Another thing I felt that was great is that Agent 9 felt much faster in his movements. Maybe it was just me, but he felt no longer slow. He felt fast and zingy. Zingy? Is that a word? Anyway guys, thanks so much for watching. Cue the extra. We got footage of frozen altars. Let's check it out. What's up guys, Canadian Guy here, and back with some new footage for all of you. PlayStation had posted an awesome blog talking with many key heads at Toys for Bob and decided to show off footage of frozen altars. Let's check it out. So sadly, it was only 30 seconds, but there were a few things that I had noted. The first thing is the music. The music, in my opinion, is just absolutely fantastic. It is well done, and I commend Stefan for his amazing work. Now, as you can tell, Spyro has the blue flame for this level, which is his ice breath, and it looks really good. Now, you guys know that I am a big fan of Toys for Bob on this project. I think they are doing a wonderful job, but this is the first time that I saw a design and I'm just not a fan of it, and that is the penguins. Now, of course, this is just my opinion. If you like them, then great, I'm happy. But for me, I am simply not a fan of this redesign. To me, something just seems, well, off. I think it's the face and beak. Compared to the originals had more of a flat, almost duck vibe to it, while the other has a much more pronounced and rounded shape. It's not too big of a deal, honestly, it's just my opinion. I'm not saying that it should look more than the original, I'm just saying that the original looks better than this one and looks well executed in comparison. Toys for Bob has been doing real well with these redesigns. One or two I don't like is not the end of the world. But what do you guys think? Comment below and let me know. We just got a quick tease of Spooky Swamp. Let's check it out. What's up guys, Canadian Guy here, and back with a little bit more footage. Not a lot, just a little bit. The Spyro Twitter page had just dropped a little bit of footage of Spooky Swamp. Let's check it out. I know, we wish that we could get more time looking at this footage, but this game is coming out in less than 2 weeks, so we'll be able to have a full experience in itself very soon. But a few things that I had noted. One of the things that I think is actually a good choice is the color palette swap. It's more of a dark green than a dark blue, which I think matches more with the theme of it being a quote-unquote spooky swamp. This is definitely shown in the water, where the water before was a dark blue and now is a hazy green. But I like this idea because before it was almost giving away that it was clear water, when it's actually more supposed to be a swamp. Another detail that I like that they added is, if you see here, they got some lily pads and lilies actually growing out from the water. So I think that Toys for Bob is taking this theme as it being a swamp and cranking it up. As before, it didn't feel necessarily like a swamp, or it had swamp accents, but this redesign definitely makes it feel like a swamp. And something that I think is really neat is the music. The music sounds really good. I like it. It's got some kind of funky beat. I can't really put my finger on it, but I like it. I like it a lot. One other thing that I noticed about the music is that you can actually hear ambient cricket noises and animal noises in the background along with the music. Here, take a quick listen again. See, you can actually hear the other ambient animals, so it's not just the music, but there's also another track inside there of the nature around Spyro. Pretty cool. Anyway guys, that's all I got for Spooky Swamp. I wish we had more, but we'll see more soon. Comment below what you thought, and don't forget to like and subscribe. I got to go to Toys for Bob. Here's what happened. What's up guys, Canadian Guy here, and I am back after an amazing trip to Toys for Bob. While I was live streaming a work stream, I had gotten the email from my PR rep at Activision. The headline had said, "Invitational to Toys for Bob," and then my phone died. Here was my live reaction on the stream. What just happened to my email? I need to, I need to take a quick break, guys. I'll be back later. Oh, I just got an email for something. I'll be back. Now, I had to keep calm as I knew I was not allowed to say anything, as this would be protected under an NDA. It was quite hard to contain all the excitement. So they flew me from little old Canada to California. There was so much Spyro stuff everywhere, and it was fantastic. We got to go to 4 stations. Each one had a lead head of Toys for Bob there. Paul Yan, the co-studio head of Toys for Bob, Peter Kavik, senior producer, Josh Nailberg, head of art, and the audio lead, Stefan Vankov. Each one talked to us about the different aspects of developing the Reignited Trilogy. So, let's get right into it. Let's start with Paul Yan. Paul Yan talked to us a lot about Spyro when he was originally being developed by Insomniac. We got to look at original level designs that Insomniac had, sketches and everything, all done in pencil from the original development team. When Spyro was being pitched, it was initially supposed to be something similar to a first-person shooter that would allow the player to fly. In another stage of production, Spyro's name was thrown around. The most common that we know of in the public was Pete, but at one point, Spyro's name was Pierre. Insomniac originally was heavily inspired by Bart Simpson and initially was going for the direction for Spyro to be a prankster and a bit of a jerk. But Insomniac felt that it was quite annoying once it was performed, so they toned it right down in the final version. However, many aspects of that prankster personality still seep through.
Where's Nasty Nork? I'll torch him.
When Spyro 2 came along, Insomniac decided to veer away from that prankster type and decided to alter Spyro's personality. In doing this, they also decided to change the voice actor to Tom Kenny, which Insomniac felt was a better fit, and Tom Kenny became the fan favorite. Paul also showed us how Spyroscope worked, and it was quite amazing. Seeing the placement of the gems, the paths of enemies, the vertexes of the stage, and polygons. So much of this information was there. Paul had mentioned that this tool was made in 1 month by one programmer, and I have to say, that is absolute talent. Now, on to Peter Kavik. Peter talked a lot about fan reception. They had massive pieces of fan art pinned up along with so many emails and tweets from fans. He talked a lot about fan reception and the passion that the team has had for the game, and the number of Spyro mega fans within the studio working on this project. There were times where people would ask if they could take a crack at a specific dragon or character with sketches and drawings and concept, and they have it already drawn up and ready before the producer would even say yes. This is truly from fans to fans. I had asked Peter about the skill points and that if they were not achievements, then what were they used for? He smiled and showed us that skill points actually unlock pieces of concept art in each game. Each skill point you get, the more concept art you unlock, a feature that I felt was very cool. Now, the next area we went to was Josh Nadelberg, the head of art. Now, I do not know what Josh had in this coffee this morning because I could barely keep up with him. However, his energy was infectious, and by the end of his time, I had a giant smile on my face that was hurting. Granted, I was at Toys for Bob Studio, so I mean, that's really exciting in itself. Now, Josh showed us concept art, early and final, but also gameplay. Of course, I could not record footage, but here's a few things that I noticed and saw. One of the things that Josh talked about was the opening cinematics for Spyro 2. See, they loved them, but some of them were a bit clouded and confusing and not quite clear what exactly the gag was. Paul Yan earlier showed us the example that we have already seen with Colossus. At times, certain aspects of these cinematics are altered and adjusted because sometimes it didn't really make sense to the viewer or even Toys for Bob. An example is the outro to the Hurricos level. In the original, the Electrals catch the gear grinder and celebrate. When they go to high five, the one just slaps the other in the back of the head. Now, this isn't clear as to why he would slap them. Was it on purpose? Did he do it because he couldn't see? There are a few questions here. So in the trailer, as you can see, they now just simply high five. Now, one outro that we all wanted to see is the classic and most dark out of all of them, Magma Cone. Now, I'm not going to spoil it, but it was adjusted. But there is still murder involved. It's still dark, but it's made more clear. You no longer ask the main question of, but why did he kill him? It all makes sense now. The Peacekeeper Norks, I'm happy to report, still boon you. So yeah, the Nork booty has been officially 100% confirmed with my eyes. I've seen it myself. Dragon Shores looks shockingly good. Also, Bentley's Ice Club is borderline way too ridiculously big. It's kind of hilarious. Sergeant Bird is adorable and has big flippers for feet and it looks like he's about to trip over them. The fodder now interact with you as well. When you go to Sunny Beach, you can stand by the starfish and they will float up to you and have giant hard eyes for Spyro. If you go to Clifftown and you stand by the running lizards, they will eventually run up to you and just scream at you. It's kind of hilarious. Even the fodder has been given the same tender love and care that even the dragons got. Next up, we went to the audio master himself, Stefan Vankoff. He went on to explain how the dynamic tracks were made. I'll make it a visual for you guys as well so that you can understand. The first track is the bass track. So this is the track that plays through the level, just like the originals. However, there is a parallel track playing underneath it, but it is muted. This is the more calm and synthetic track that you hear when the player has not moved Spyro for 7 seconds. After 7 seconds, the bass track fades out and the calm track fades in. Once Spyro moves, however, it switches back to the original. Now, when Spyro charges, a quick pitter-patter of drums is added and the music quickens ever so slightly, so you don't quite hear it, but you more feel it. Then, when Spyro enters a building, a slight reverb effect is added to the music to make it sound like the music is slightly bouncing off the walls and playing outside the building. Now, the last thing I thought that was really cool was Stefan explained that sometimes there would be a 3-minute track, and if you were in the level for like 20 to 30 minutes, you would hear the same track over and over and over again. So, if you stay for a certain amount of time in a level, the music will actually slightly adjust. So the drums might be quieter on the 4th playthrough and the bass is louder. Or maybe the synth is a tad different and the guitar is slightly quieter. It's to make the sound ever so slightly different so that you don't hear the exact same track 10 times through the level. It adds just a little bit of diversity. After we had talked with the leads from Toys for Bob, We then were escorted into the back room and we got to play an exclusive look at Dino Mines. Me and a few other YouTubers and a bunch of other Mia outlets got to get our hands on this level, and it was so much fun. Still difficult, still hard, but still a lot of fun. I also got to actually try the E3 build with Treetops and Toasty. They also had the Gamescom build there as well, where you could play Stonehill, Idle Springs, and Sunny Villa. So that was just some of the things that I saw and heard while I was at Toys for Bob. But don't forget to hit the subscribe button, because I have an exclusive interview with Peter Kavik coming up. Now, what's so special about it? Well, I asked Peter your questions. That's right, from the fans to one of the creators. I asked him questions that many of you have asked over on Twitter. So go follow me there while you're at it. We got a first look at the Ripto boss fight. Let's check it out. What's up guys, Canadian Guy here, and I am back with some exciting new footage. We got a first look at a sneak peek as to what the Ripto boss fight will look like, brought to us by IGN. Let's check it out. Okay, that was really awesome. Now there are some little details about this video, but there is one, just one, that I need to point out, and it's the look of Spyro when he gets all 3 orbs. Just look at him. He's literally Spyro on fire. This design is incredible. Like, absolutely incredible. And I hope that this is an alternative skin that you can activate. Maybe when you 100% the game, you get the skin. I don't know. But this thing is incredible. This design, I can't get over how awesome it is. It is so good. Oh, I want to scream at Toys for Bob. Make sure that this is a playable skin, because this is an awesome design. So what other things did you guys notice that you liked about this video? Comment below and let me know. We finally have our first look at the in-game sorceress. Let's check it out. What's up guys, Canadian Guy here, and I am back with yet another video showing some more Spyro footage. And this time, it's the sorceress in-game. Let's finally check her out.
We managed to capture the eggs, Your Highness. Every last one.
Excellent. Maybe you will amount to something after all. Now go guard the tunnels. Stop anyone from coming through.
Alright, so we got our first look at the sorceress's in-game model. Now, I do have to say, I really do like her in-game model. It's very fat, very rich, and seeming very lazy. But my main problem isn't really her model, but her voice. Her voice and her delivery just doesn't sound quite as evil as the original.
Excellent. Maybe you will amount to something after all. Now, go guard the tunnels. Stop anyone from coming through.
Now go guard the tunnels. Stop anyone from coming through.
I don't know, I just maybe prefer the original a bit more in terms of voice acting. The voice acting in this just seems very, how should I say, cheesy and not quite as strong as before. I feel like the delivery of the line is a little weak. But other than that, I really like the in-game design. Bianca looks really nice as well, and of course, Zoe looks amazing. But what do you guys think? Comment below and let me know. Will there be cheats in the Spyro Reignited Trilogy? Let's find out. What's up guys, Canadian Guy here, and I am back with a video asking a question that many fans have wondered. See, if you are not aware, or maybe too young to remember the original trilogy, the first 3 games had quite an interesting feature that was actually quite fun. That feature was cheat codes. Now, cheat codes are not special, as back at that time, cheat codes were something that were fairly common to find in games at the time. These codes were just meant for fun. In Spyro, you could simply change your color, add lives, and even make your head giant, among other things. Along with cheat codes, there were secret codes and Easter eggs that could be accessed by entering certain button functions in the game. Likewise, this is how I discovered Spyro, was through one of these codes at the main menu of the Crash Bandicoot Warped, well, main menu. However, nowadays, cheat codes have gone the way of the dodo. Normally, you have to unlock them manually in games that actually have them. I think this is largely due to the fact that achievement and trophy support have come along and caused the cheat codes to leave, because you could get these achievements and trophies by, well, cheating. Even if there are cheat codes in games today, they normally automatically disable the ways to be able to get trophies and achievements. So when the Insane Trilogy came out, we tried that same code that I had mentioned and we found a glitch in the menu. At the time, it seemed odd. We soon discovered that it was a small nod to the fact that Spyro would be unlocked with this code. While I was at Toys for Bob, I talked with one of the PR agents just to make sure, but it was confirmed that there was an intentional code put in the main menu even when the game first shipped, as Spyro was in development at the time. The menu code was legit and not a bug. This was all planned from the start. Looking back, now that we know that the Reignited is right around the corner, some have wondered, would there be cheat codes in the Reignited Trilogy? Well, instead of just speculating, I decided to ask senior producer Peter Kavik of Toys for Bob this exact question. And the answer that we got was quite interesting. Will Spyro Reignited Trilogy have cheat codes like the original?
I really want you guys to see the game.
Okay.
I'm just really excited for everybody to get a chance to play it.
Okay. Huh. This is definitely an interesting reaction. Why would he all of a sudden just simply say, I just want people to play the game, and have this giant grin on his face? In my opinion, this is a total indirect yes. I mean, if it was a no, why would he lead us on like that? He would simply just say, no, there are no cheats in this game. But that was not the case. As I said, with him not being direct about it and him dancing around the question and giving an answer is kind of weird, kind of gives it all away. So the question is, if we do get cheat codes, are we going to get the same codes that we had gotten from the original game? Or are we going to get new codes to do more things? New skins? New abilities? Who knows? It's all up to Toys for Bob. But if you could have a secret code in the game, what would it be? Comment below and let me know. Xbox just dropped a bunch of new shots for Spyro Reignited Trilogy. Let's check them out. What's up guys, Canadian Guy here, and Xbox just dropped almost a mini trailer for Spyro. We got some new looks at some levels in action, along with some that we've already seen. So let's check it out. Wow, there is a lot of small clips in here. Alright, so let's take a dive in to look at some of these clips. Obviously, we don't need to talk about the clips that we've already seen a million times before, like Toasty and or Treetops, but ones that we have not seen before. We got ourselves a first look at Enchanted Towers. Now, the first clip is, well, not that much, but what we do see is the Jackhammer Rhinox and a little peek at the Rhinox with the mallet. We can see the decorative flooring on the bridge, and we can just see a small snippet of the stars in the skybox. But when we look at the second clip, we see a bit more. We gotta look at the flying gecko. I gotta say, I like this design over the original quite a bit. They just look more ferocious and not quite as derpy. We can also see the architecture of the towers and see it has a corkscrew effect going up the sides of the towers. Also, if we were to look down here, we can see that the area of death has a fog, acting as if these towers were on mountains and are just sticking out of the clouds. Very cool overall. Next up, we got Scorch, a hotly, no pun intended, contested level in terms of today's environment. But judging by this clip, it would seem that just about most of it is preserved. The enemies' clothing are still close to the same, especially the skybox. I love the gradient tone that it uses. Next up, we got Fracture Hills. Now, in the first tiny clip, there's not much to really analyze. Only thing that I can really say here is that the tree looks quite strung out. I mean, I think Spyro needs to leave him alone and let him branch out. No? No one? Okay. Right at the end of the trailer, however, we see the stone giant getting rammed into the lava, and his reaction is both priceless and saddening.
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine, but you just can't get into it because they would never understand.
But other than the depressed stone giant on the brink of death, we can see a better look at the skybox, and I love it. I also like the detail of the looming mountain in the distance, just adds more to the world. We got a quick clip of Spyro swimming through what I think is Sunrise Spring, not much to really talk about here. In the next quick clip of Sheila's Alp, we can see a motion blurred image of the goats. But now we see another one of the goats and their horns are different. So it would seem that each billy goat will have their own horn style, and you can recognize which one is which by their horns. We also got a quick clip of a Sparks level, and this looks really well done. You can see that Sparks on the bottom right corner also shows his color and notifying you his health bar. We got a nice little quick shot of Icy Peak. I love how they were able to really add on to the fact that you are on top of a snow-ridden mountain in a blizzard, and that effect is really awesome. We also got a quick shot of Lofty Castle. Sadly, it's so fast, there is not much that we can read from it, but it does look really good. And last, but certainly not least, we got a shot of a fan favorite Autumn Plains. We can see the leaves falling off the trees here, and it looks just so gorgeous. I cannot wait to simply run around in this level and see everything. Did I miss something? Comment below and let me know. I got an early review copy of the Spyro Reignited Trilogy. Let's talk a little about it. What's up guys, Canadian Guy here, and I am here with a quick video. I just want to say that I have been blessed with the opportunity to review the game that I have been following since July of 2017, the Spyro Reignited Trilogy. Now, with the review copy, it allows me to post things officially early and that they will not be taken down. So, here is the posting schedule for both my live streams and videos. Starting on Sunday at 3 AM, I will be posting levels in glorious HD with my first reaction commentary over top of it. You should expect anywhere between 5 to even 12 videos daily until the game is finished. Think of this as my first official Let's Play series. I will also live stream every single game. Starting on Sunday at 3 PM Eastern Standard Time, I will live stream the Spyro Reignited Trilogy until 8 PM Eastern Standard Time. While I am streaming, the Let's Plays will not be posted, but will resume posting when I am finished. After Sunday, I will live stream every day from my regular stream times, which is 7 PM Eastern Standard Time until midnight, until the whole trilogy is finished. The Let's Plays uploads will be paused for these streams as well. On Monday at 9 AM, I will be posting an official review of the game. I have decided to, instead of rating the game as a whole, I would give each game a rating. Don't worry, it'll still be in one video, just that I feel that if each game got their own score, it would be more fitting. So, if I were to summarize, be prepared for Spyro content galore! Thanks so much for watching, cue the extra. What a journey. If you got to this point of the video, congratulations. I mean, that is over 7 hours of content. That's impressive. Give yourself a pat in the back. That's you were able to sit through a lot of screaming from me. If you guys want to continue this journey, though, because we're still on many different journeys, Spyro 4 has not been announced as of yet, but I have found hints and I have found details all through the years leading up to what will hopefully eventually be a Spyro 4 release. And if you want to stay tuned to that, make sure to subscribe because I will be posting about Spyro 4. I typically try once or twice a month at least to talk about Spyro 4 and see where it goes. And if it gets announced, you're going to want to stay tuned for every single news update about that game. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you guys in the next video and or live stream. Bye-bye.